Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, you should find consent to adopt the following motion. I move that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. The member from Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, for member from Mississauga Centre, to make the replacement.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion will say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Presenting petitions. Seeing none, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Not there, okay, very good. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, order du jour. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-14, Economic Statement Implementation Act 2020.
Now is, just turn that off for a second. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say hi to the people in my riding of Hochelaga. During this unprecedented crisis, the people of Hochelaga have been very resilient and united and committed, and I'm proud to represent them here in the House. Since the beginning of the pandemic, over 700,000 Canadians have contracted COVID-19. Over 18,000 have died as a result of the virus. In Hochelaga and Eastern Montreal, hospitals and long-term care homes have been hard hit by COVID-19 outbreaks. The Integrated Health and Social Services Centre is sadly among the front lines in terms of facing mortality and seeing hospitalizations. My thoughts go to the family and friends of all those affected. A single life lost as a result of the disease is one too many. As we deal with a second wave and we see the number of cases rise across the country and the virus evolves, we must not step back. That's why we have invested in capacity of the healthcare system across the country. It's important. The most important thing, in fact, is to save lives. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our government has implemented through various programs a support for companies, workers, and families, because the most important thing is to ensure an economic and social safety net. The government has invested to date $407 billion, nearly 19% of Canada's GDP, in an unprecedented emergency plan, and this plan will continue throughout 2021. It's important to note that over 8 out of every $10 to fight against the pandemic since March 2020 has been spent by the federal government. By keeping jobs and by helping businesses get through the storm, we are avoiding long-term economic damage. And we have ensured that Canada is in a good position to recover from the recession caused by COVID-19. The battle against COVID-19 is happening on a number of fronts, and along with the provinces and territories, we have invested in capacity to ensure the provision of health care in all security and increase tests. As the pandemic evolves, our approach also evolves. The Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, tabled in the fall economic update, which sets out new measures that we are putting in place as we turn to economic recovery. Bill C-14 is the first step in getting there. In addition to the many programs and supports provided by our government, we purchased up to 429 million doses of 7 promising vaccines, which is, as you know, the most diversified portfolio in the world. We have, therefore, access to free vaccines for all Canadians and we will ensure that all Quebecers and Canadians are vaccinated by the end of September. To date, over 238,000 Quebecers have been vaccinated. We have also ensured the provision of personal protective equipment, or PPE, for healthcare workers with an investment of $7.6 billion for the rapid acquisition of over 2 billion pieces of PPE. In the economic update, we propose adding $1.5 billion to continue to purchase the necessary PPE. For Quebec, it's over 5 million pairs of gloves that have been purchased and 10,000 respirators. We also propose eliminating the GST and the HST on purchases of masks and visors. And to contribute to reducing the spread of COVID-19 in public buildings, we have invested $150 million over 3 years, starting in 2021, to improve ventilation. Devastating outbreaks of COVID-19 in long-term care homes have shown the shortfalls when it comes to standards for our most vulnerable. That is unacceptable. In order to ensure that our seniors and those getting care can live in good conditions that are safe and secure, the federal government will continue to cooperate with the provinces and territories to establish national long-term care standards. We have invested up to $1 billion to create a fund for the prevention and control of long-term infections to help the provinces and territories to protect those in long-term care homes and to support prevention and infection control activities. I would like to speak now about the great work being done by the Red Cross in long-term care homes. In Quebec, there are approximately 280 workers in 14 long-term care homes. In Hochelaga, the Canadian Armed Forces were deployed for a number of weeks in long-term care homes Benjamin Victor Rousselet and Grace Dart. We thank them for their assistance in Operation Laser and the support that you continue to provide. The lockdown and the reduction of social contact during the pandemic has had serious consequences on mental health. It is our duty to ensure that Quebecers and all Canadians and everybody across the country has the assistance they need when they need it. During this difficult time, we are investing additional resources, some $50 million to strengthen distress centers and provide additional support of $43 million for Wellbeing Canada portal and the free services that they provide. We mustn't forget our frontline organizations that are working very hard and have done so since the beginning of this crisis. As mentioned in the fall economic update in 21-22, we will invest $299.4 million in a home program to support refugees in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and ensure that all available spots are provided during this winter time. During the crisis, in Hochelaga, over $2 million was allocated for organizations to fight homelessness and provide safer access to housing. $1 million for Cap Care project for the YMCA in Hochelaga for people who are homeless. Through C-14, it will be possible to improve the assistance and regional recovery fund in order to ensure equivalent support for the emergency benefit for businesses. This has been expanded and provides loans of up to $60,000, including $20,000, which is non-repayable. This measure was used by more than 762,000 small businesses across the country. In Montreal, this help has been useful for many businesses in Montreal. This bill will also facilitate access to the emergency rent subsidy. Once passed, businesses will be able to receive the rent amount before it has to be paid. This measure will considerably lighten the financial weight that this fixed cost represents for businesses and organizations. One of the measures that I also find essential in this bill is the increase of the Canadian Child Benefit for a total of $1,200 more for each child under the age of 6. In Hochelaga in 2019, more than 9,000 families and 15,000 children were able to benefit from the Canada Child Benefit. In Canada, approximately 1.6 million families will benefit from this increase. I am proud to be part of a government that is there to support the people of Hochelaga, Quebec, and throughout the country. I have spoken with many people, organizations, and businesses that are getting these essential supports from the government. We will continue to do everything we can in order to limit job losses and other consequences of COVID-19. When the crisis is over, we will be in a better position together for our recovery, more fair and sustainable socio-economic recovery. I hope that all members in this House will vote in favor of this bill. We must remain vigilant, united, and committed to face this pandemic together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions or commentaires? The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for providing that speech. I do have a question for the member. She mentioned in her speech that there were 10,000 ventilators purchased in Quebec. I'm wondering if she could expand a little further on that. We know that a contract for 10,000 ventilators was given to a company that had only been in existence for 7 days prior to the award, and that company subsequently subcontracted that out to Baylis Medical, company owned by former MP Frank Baylis, for a premium of $100 million over retail price. Of the 10,000 ventilators that were purchased in Quebec, can the member tell this House how many of those ventilators are currently being used and how many ventilators are being used in the province of Quebec?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. What I would like to stress is that all the assistance the government has put in place to help the provinces and territories when it comes to their healthcare systems and supports to support organizations and individuals through prevention, testing, and I think the government's work across Quebec, the provinces and the territories has been essential in order to fight the pandemic.
Questions and comments? L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague the question with regard to the deficit. We have talked a lot in recent times about the need of having a special committee to look at all of the taxpayers' money being spent. There was the We Charity. There was also the granting of 3 questionable contracts. And I'd like to ask my colleague, in the economic update, there are many specific elements, but I would like to hear her comments on the special committee in order to ensure that we know exactly where the money is going in order to deal with the pandemic. Thank you. Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. What I can say throughout the pandemic is the access and ease with which the government has been able to respond to the opposition questions. We've always been present. And never before has so many answers been provided to questions. We're very transparent and working with the government. We're cooperating in order to beat the pandemic and to transfer the necessary funds to support all Canadians and Quebecers. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention today. as many people in the House know, one of the biggest concerns for me, especially representing the constituents of Edmonton Strathcona, is how we're supporting students during this time. I have a number of students in my riding who are struggling, a number of recent graduates that are struggling, and while we're delighted to see the government take that initial step to stop the student loan interest being repaid, I do have some real concerns that we still haven't seen any action from this government on the moratorium on student loan repayments till the end of May 2021 that the Liberal government did promise through a unanimous consent motion to implement. When can we expect the government to implement that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague, I'm very concerned with regard to what is happening for students. There are a number of students in my riding. I think that we have put in place a number of measures to help students get through the crisis. I'm convinced that in the coming months we'll be able to do more in order to continue to better support students get through this crisis.
The Honourable l'Honorable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. I know how hard she works in her riding to help and support the people of Hochelaga-Maisonneuve. I know that her region is hard hit by the second wave of this pandemic. I'd like to hear her talk about measures in the economic update that will help her constituents. Very brief response from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Quickly, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. In fact, Eastern Montreal, which includes Hochelaga-Maisonneuve, is among the hardest hit by this pandemic. It's the epicenter, in fact. I think that measures like the family benefit, rent assistance, the wage subsidy, there are a number of measures that are. We must resume the debate.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're here today debating a bill ostensibly to support Canadians given the pandemic. And, you know, that's important. It's important for us to support Canadians. But we're a year into the pandemic now. And I'm wondering if the government is missing the boat a little bit. I mean, a year ago, when parliamentarians came together, in the midst of the first lockdowns, those restrictions, those lockdowns, those measures that we were putting in place for Canadians to support them through that were designed to buy government's time to figure out exactly what COVID-19 was, how it spread, who was most affected, how put in place testing systems, put in place the things that we needed to do to produce therapeutics, vaccines, get our hospitals ready. That was a year ago. And around the world, I mean, I would just like to pause and say it's actually miraculous what's happened. I mean, vaccines have been developed, therapeutics have been developed, rapid tests have been developed. These are all things that should be deployed widely in Canada, a G7 country by now. And here we're sitting here talking about a bill which, yes, the support is important, but the support in this bill is necessary because we don't have an end in sight from this federal government yet. And that's a huge problem. We're continuing to ask Canadians to sacrifice more and sacrifice the hope of jobs, of recovery, of reunion, of safety, of mental health without having that path forward. And it's because we don't have the information that we need from the federal government to have that end in sight. Now, I want to talk about what this means in the context of a very personal human face. My cousin Eric. So I am my dad's side of the family is a big French Catholic family, 8 brothers and sisters, countless dozens of grandchildren and dozens of great-grandchildren. And none of us grew up in wealth, but everybody's worked hard. And this year at Christmas, my cousin Eric phoned me. He's 27, and he's going to get married, and this is really great. And normally this would be such a big cause for celebration, but there was two things that really bothered me about the conversation that we had. Number one, how hopeless he sounded. If you knew him, he's just one of the most, he's got such a sense of humor. He's always so positive, and just, the first thing he said was, I don't know how we're going to get a house. I have no idea. That's just off the table for us, and that's wrong. And he said it's because, they've had, him and his fiancée, Jessica, have had very tough times. I mean, Jessica, she's a businesswoman. She put together a dog grooming business that got very successful, and then the restrictions shut that down numerous times. And Eric works at a box manufacturing plant, and he's the job that he has. Whenever he tells people, he's like, "Well, I work at a box manufacturing plant." I hate that he kind of shrinks back, because he's an essential worker in the pandemic right now. I mean, how many of you listening to this, Madam Speaker, how many people listening to this speech today have had something delivered in a box over the last year, right? And where I think that these bills are failing is they're failing Eric and Jessica. First of all, the government's response has largely been classist. Let's be honest. We haven't really addressed the fact that people that work in box manufacturing plants, in grocery stores, on the front lines, really don't have a lot of hope, because their lives are actually on the line. They're the most at risk for transmission right now, right? And they don't want CERB forever. They want safe working conditions. They want a prospect to move forward. And like for Eric and Jessica, they want a wedding, and they want to be able to get a house. And I don't see anything in this bill or anything that the government has done that has that end date in sight. If this bill did what it was supposed to do, it should be tied to things like the amount of vaccinated people in Canada. We should be starting to set targets around vaccination, the amount of rapid tests deployed in plants like Eric works at, right? So that we don't have to just continue to put restrictions on Canadians without telling them what they're getting out of it. That's the reality, is we keep putting more and more restrictions on Canadians, but we're not explaining to them when they end and under what circumstances. And that should be concerning to every member on here. If everything is going so well, then why can't we tell Canadians when the end is in sight, right? I mean, yesterday I asked the transport minister a simple question. Would a vaccinated Canadian be subject to the same travel restrictions that the government put in place? And they didn't really have an answer for that. Why? Why can't we be talking about better systems than just curfews and putting people in quarantine hotels and more restrictions when we have tools like rapid tests that haven't been widespread deployed across the country, or we have tools like vaccines and they haven't been brought into the country, and we don't have a date in sight for this. The government needs to take a leadership role. They need to work with every party in Parliament. They need to work with all premiers of all political stripe and put together a plan so that we're not coming back to Parliament just to debate more and more extensions of restrictions that require us to pay people for taking away their freedom and their liberty and their hope and their mental health and their way of doing things, right? I just don't accept that this is where we're at. We're having the same debate. This is the same debate that we were having a year ago. Why? I could accept that, and I could go to Eric and to Jessica and say, you know what, here we are. I could accept that if we didn't have better ways of doing things, but the world has produced them. We need to start tying bills like this and measures like this to hard dates and hard plans for recovery. And that's what's missing in this bill right now. And frankly, we're actually abdicating our responsibility as parliamentarians because the amount of money that we're spending on these stopgap solutions are bankrupting the future of people like Eric and Jessica, right? Yes, we need to be supporting people through lockdowns. Of course we do. But the more and more money that we spend right now, I know people hate talking about debt levels in this country, but we are going into so much debt as a country that the interest payment on that debt, the credit card payment on that debt is going to bankrupt our country's ability to spend things on things like affordable housing in the future. Every time we have to make an interest payment to another country for the amount of money that we're spending on stopgap solutions now, it means another road that can't be built in the future, or a hospital that can't be built, or an affordable housing complex, or whatever. Right? We are making a choice. We're making a choice to continue these temporary measures versus coming up with a long-term plan. And that's what's wrong. And that's what we're missing here. And I get it. We're arguing all about the technicality of these programs and extending them, but people don't want to stay on CERB forever. They don't want to stay on long-term support. They want hope and they want a way out of the pandemic. And we've got those tools. They exist in the world now. They just have not been deployed in Canada. So the government's got to get its act together. It's got to start answering questions like, well, you know what? If we don't know about the vaccine being tied to travel restrictions, we're going to find that out by X date. These are the data points that we need. This is how we're getting them. And then be giving status updates to Canadians, right? You can't just keep taking away freedom, taking away the hope of living a good life without a plan. And here we are. We're spending all of this money, and Eric and Jessica, I can't tell them the answer to. I don't know if you're going to have a wedding next year. I don't know if you're going to be on CERB. Sorry, Jessica, I don't know if you're going to be able to practice your business. And that for every single one of us, of all political stripe, that is not acceptable a year in. We all have to demand better, because Eric deserves better, Jessica deserves better, every single Canadian deserves better. They deserve hope. And that's what we should be fighting for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I really appreciated how this member used the personal experiences to illustrate what people have been going through. And the examples that she used are countless. I have a first cousin, actually, on my dad's side of the family. The baby of the cousins got married just before the pandemic. And she recently announced that she was expecting. Her name is Mary and her husband's name is Matt. And I had to drop off their baby shower gift at Canada Post for them to be delivered to them, because we obviously can't see them in person. And so there are definitely, so many people throughout our country that are struggling with this. But there is an end in sight. And this member asked a lot about the end in sight and what the hard date was. Every Canadian will be vaccinated, if they choose to be, by September of this year. And I think that when we use that as our date and we tell people to look forward to that, that's going to motivate people to plan around that. For example, Queen's University in my riding are planning events for the fall based on this information that they know. Does she not see that as a tangible date to be able to tell people to prepare for?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, first of all, the government hasn't said that they would lift restrictions once everyone's vaccinated. So I don't know. Number one. Number two, the reality is that most of the vaccines that the government has contracted for are produced in Europe, and Europe is about to impose export restrictions on vaccines. And we are not on the list. We're not on the exemption list as a country. So that's a huge problem. Also, we're 2 million doses short of the vaccine this week. So I actually don't know if September is reasonable. Based on all the projections we've gotten right now, I'd say it's not. That's what I'm talking about. We don't have this information. The government hasn't been transparent. They're not talking about tying vaccines to lifting restrictions. They're not talking about implementing better systems of rapid testing. It's just vague stuff. And we need more information. We need information, we need hard timelines, and we need clear conditions so that people can plan, right? So no, to Marion.
To ask, give colleagues some opportunity to ask questions. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What really concerns me is that we are in the biggest medical catastrophe in a century, the biggest threat to Canada since the Second World War. And we're being told, don't worry, it's the Bobby McFerrin solution, be happy, it'll be okay. By September, everybody will be okay. I have so many small businesses in my riding that won't be around come September.
That's right.
So it'll be tough luck to them. The question I want to ask, though, is the failure to address the vaccine crisis. We knew this was coming. It was the same with our incapacity to deal with PPE. We're being told, don't worry, the Europeans will be nice to us. Well, that doesn't cut it with the new variant strain that they say is going to hit us like a hurricane. Novavax vaccine, not ready for at least 2 months. The NRC plant, still under construction. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the absolute failure of this government and this nation to be able to protect its people by seizing the tools that were necessary in what is the biggest medical crisis we've seen to actually take a lead on vaccines rather than hoping that the Europeans will be nice to us. That's not going to cut it when the new variant strain hits.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
My colleague is absolutely right. The government's vaccine strategy is an abject failure. What people who are watching this want to know is what we're going to do to fix it. And, I just want to say, the colleague who asked my question, the question to me is from the New Democratic Party. I've worked with them, with people in the bloc, and we don't agree on everything, but we agree on the fact that we need to do better. And, the government, it's incumbent upon the government to work across party lines and admit this failure. Right? That's the first step to fixing a problem, is admitting the failure, to say it's not okay, it's not Bobby McFerrin. And we need to move forward. So that's what we're all working on here in the House of Commons. And I encourage the government to take these concerns seriously, because we can't be waiting until September for some sort of hope that might never come.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Calgary, for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Pleased to rise on C14, but before I do so, I want to echo a lot of the comments been made in this House celebrating Black History Month. I want to especially give a shout out to my provincial colleague in Alberta, Minister Casey Madu, who shares his provincial riding is shared between my riding and that of Edmonton Riverbend. Minister Madu is the very first Black Justice Minister in any province or federal government in history. So I want to give him a special shout out and a special congratulations for Black History Month. So well done, Casey Madu. In Alberta, we've been blessed with incredible contribution by the Black community, from the legendary John Ware, our first cattle farmer, who actually was rumored to be able to wrestle a steer to the ground, to actually jump on cattle as they're riding a herd forward, to Violet King Henry, the very first Black woman ever called to the bar in Canada. So it's a great month and great contribution to Alberta. Now on to C14. The Black History Month is the good part. Now the C14, the bad part. I want to started with all the debt added by this government during the pandemic. Now we've added more per capita than any country in the G7 and G20. Now our debt is going to hit probably this year 1.1 billion or 1.1 trillion, just the federal debt. Provincial debt's going to be about another trillion, but it doesn't cover also federal liabilities for crown corporations or pensions. So what did we get for all that debt? Most spending per capita in the G7, most support. Well, we have among the highest unemployment in the G7. Our unemployment is only better than economic basket cases Italy and just now France as well. And we're barely ahead of them. We're only 0.3 lower unemployment than France and 0.4 lower unemployment than Italy. What about the rest of G7? Our unemployment in Canada, despite all of the spending, we're 41% higher than the unemployment average of the G7. Now, in May, at the height of pandemic, our unemployment was pretty much the same at 14% as the US. Now, December's numbers, the most recent from the OECD, Now, this is still when Trump was in power. Trump's America had dropped to 6.7% unemployment. We were at 8.6%. The UK, ravaged far worse by COVID than us and probably any other G7 country, their unemployment's at 5%. Italy, again, which is just barely above us right now, devastated by the first wave and the second wave, their unemployment is actually lower now than it was pre-pandemic level. And yet Canada struggles along. Now, what about going forward? What's the sign for the economy? Well, the IMF just recently slashed our growth projection for this year for the economy. They've slashed it by 31%. They didn't know why. They didn't state why. I don't think this government knows why. They have no plan for going forward. Probably just a shrug as to why. But what about the rest of the world? The IMF actually increased their forecast for growth by 5.7% for the economy for around the world. Canada is going to drop 31% from the previous projection. I want to get back to the debt. Now, ignore the fact that crown corporations technically are supposed to look after their own finances. It's about 400, 500 billion in liabilities there. The unfunded pension liability, public service pension liabilities, is upward to about 100 billion. So when we talk about the overall debt hitting $1 trillion, it's actually probably about $1.5 trillion. So let that sink in. And that's before the lower interest rates negatively affect the pension liabilities. Now, the finance minister would tell you everything is fine, everything is good, don't worry. And my colleague from Calgary stole my line about Bobby Farron, don't worry, be happy. But that seems to be the comment. Don't worry, interest rates will stay low forever. But here's the thing, they won't stay low forever. We're at the mercy of a world economy. If the US raises their interest rates, we're going to have to pay more for our debt. Finance minister says, oh, don't worry, we've locked in this new debt for long term. But when you look at how the borrowing is done, the longer that you are borrowing, the longer you're locked in, the higher the rates actually are. When you look at the Bank of Canada site, it's anywhere from triple to 8 times the short-term rate the longer that you lock in. So it's not a simple matter of we're locking in zero interest rates forever or that we never have to pay it back. Rates will eventually rise and we will end up like we were in the Critch and Martin era where we're slashing public service, we're slashing healthcare transfers to provinces. So what's the plan to get out all of this? What's the government's plan to build the economy? You know what the whole plan is built around? A slogan stolen from Joe Biden. We're going to build back better. That's the plan. Massive unemployment in tourism hospitality. Don't worry, we'll build back better. Airlines on the verge of collapse. That's okay, we'll just build back better. Alberta energy industry devastated by this government's incompetence and its inability or refusal to act on Keystone or other issues. Don't worry, we'll just build back better. Slogans, unfortunately, are not going to pay the bills, and slogans are not going to help us build back better. What else? Well, we don't have a fiscal anchor. You know, we used to have one years ago. It was the budget will balance itself. That was the original fiscal anchor. And then it changed to, well, it'll balance itself in the third year. Then the fiscal anchor became 27.5% debt to GDP, and then 30.5%. And then the anchor switched to, well, it would be a decreasing debt to GDP. And now we have fiscal guardrails by this government. Finance minister says, don't worry, we'll have fiscal guardrails to guide us forward. You know what the parliamentary budget officer said about these guardrails, besides nonsensical? He said they're contradictory and incompatible. And this is what's scary. The finance minister says, you know, we'll have our guardrails based on hours worked and the unemployment. And what does the PBO mean by they're incompatible or contradictory? Well, unemployment levels can go down, but the amount of hours worked are actually predicted by the PBO to go down as well because we have an aging workforce and therefore, obviously, less people working, less people participating in the workforce, less hours worked. So we have our new fiscal anchor being called basically nonsensical by the parliamentary budget officer. Again, there's no plan. There's no plan about the $100 billion stimulus spending that they have. Parliamentary budget officer says that most, quote, most, if not all jobs lost will be regained by 2021, 2022, which is when the fiscal stimulus is set to kick in. So we have the government not knowing basically what their guardrails are now saying we're going to spend about $100 billion in the coming years, but it's going to kick in when the parliamentary budget officer expects our unemployment to be back to where it was pre-pandemic. So again, well, what's the point of the $100 billion? The government doesn't seem to know. Where's our debt going? The government doesn't seem to know. I want to get back, I'm running out of time, but I want to get back to what my colleague from Calgary was talking about the vaccines. We need the vaccines, obviously, to get out of this. Thank God for Pfizer, thank God for Moderna, and all the scientists in the big pharma for performing a miracle and getting this vaccine out. But it needs to be in the arms of Canadians. I have a gentleman in my writing, he's 102, a World War II veteran, Fred Russell, magnificent man, still has his full facilities, still gets up and dances. He landed at Dieppe, got off the beach, one of probably the last 10 survivors from the Dieppe raid. Re-landed at Normandy, actually liberated Dieppe with Canadian troops, fought through France, fought through Holland, fought through Germany. From about mid-September, a couple of weeks after Canada declared war, till after VE Day, he was away serving this country. He is locked in his room in a seniors care facility, locked in, without seeing family, without seeing friends, without seeing anyone, locked in because he doesn't have a vaccine. This is a gentleman who stepped up for Canada. He was there for Canada when Canada needed him. And where is Canada? Where is Canada now where he needs him, or when he needs Canada to step up for him in the vaccine? It's disappeared. It's disappeared between liberal talking points of vaccines for everyone one day down the road. You know what? It's not good enough for Fred Russell, who gave everything for Canada. It's not good enough for Canadians either. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business, Import Promotion and International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech, and I would also like to acknowledge the service of Russell and his community and what he did for Canadians. Let me just take a step back for a moment to some of the higher level messaging that this member has put out in his speech, particularly with respect to his concern around spending and the debt level. I find it very difficult to understand how we will be able to invest in science and create domestically vaccines without spending. I find it very difficult to understand how we can support our entrepreneurs and our businesses without the spending. So would the member like to explain how we can continue to support Canadians, how we can continue to invest in domestic production of vaccines without adding to our debt level?
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
My honourable colleague says it's difficult for her to understand. It's difficult for me to understand as well. When we have a company in Calgary that's been reaching out for this government since the beginning of the pandemic for support for their Made in Canada vaccine, and you know what they got from this government? Nothing. They probably got an email just saying, well, thank you very much, but we're procuring more per capita than anyone. This government says they want to invest in Made in Canada solutions, but when they had the chance, they refused to. And when she talks about the spending, we just learned that this government spent $115,000 to put up workers in a luxury resort in British Columbia. Instead of using hotels, lower price hotels in Esquimalt, Fisheries and Oceans justified it by putting them in one of the most expensive hotels in the country. This government is happy to spend every possible way where it doesn't actually benefit Canadians, but when there's a chance, like investing in the pharmaceutical in Calgary, they turn their back.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. We know during the pandemic, small businesses have been hit really hard. Many will not survive the pandemic. I know in my riding of Winnipeg Centre, I have business owners that have literally put their houses up for mortgage, trying to keep their employees employed, trying to keep their businesses open. I would say this government has failed grossly in providing adequate support for small business to ensure they can survive the pandemic. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has further thoughts on this.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. My colleague from Winnipeg Centre makes a very good point. Small businesses are suffering. We saw from this government, from the very beginning, the wage subsidy support was going to be 10%. We called for 75%. Like many of the G7s, government says 10%, and then delayed the rollout for months and months. By the time the wage subsidy was rolled out by this government, most of these people were laid off and sitting on CERB. We saw for the rent subsidy, we begged the government to change the program to support businesses directly instead of waiting for fat cat landlords to apply. The government, again, ignored the requests from the opposition, ignored the requests from small businesses themselves, and it failed them utterly. Thank you.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his most excellent speech. He gave us a lot of data to process there. You know, he several times reiterated that this Liberal government has no plan. Failing to plan is planning to fail. That's right. And I don't know why this Liberal government would want to fail. Why would they want to fail Canadians? This is a crucial time in the history of Canada. They have an opportunity to lead, and they're not leading, they're reacting. It's time to plan, and it's time to lead. Wondering if the member could talk a little bit more. He talked a little bit about our increasing debt levels and the potential of interest rates rising and what that will do to Canada as a country.
For Edmonton West.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Provencher. He mentions why do the Liberals plan to fail. I think it's just practice. Rising interest rates are going to cost us dearly. We saw in the Chrétien Martin years where it outpaced our growth. If we can get growth higher than the increase or than the interest rates, we'll be fine. And this is a problem, though. There's no plan from this government for growth, for growing the economy. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Isles and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to add my voice to the debate on C-14 today and to follow my learned colleague and appreciate very much the contribution that he made. You know, this bill deals with matters from the fall economic statement, which has still kept Canadians in the dark in terms of the financial future of our great country. But it's no surprise when the last budget presented by this government came in 2019. So here we are 2 years later, and we still haven't had a budget. Canadians need to be assured about the state of our finances during these very uncertain times. We need that certainty from our government. Canadians need to know that someone has a steady hand on the wheel. But it's gotten to the point where the Prime Minister rolled over when the U.S. President Joe Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline as basically his first order of business once he was elected. Now, this project, we know, would have created thousands of jobs at a time when we badly need job creation, particularly in the West, and would have created billions. It would have generated billions in revenue at a time, of course, when Canada needs more revenue with very quickly rising expenses. You know, it's hard to believe that the Liberals weren't, in fact, pleased by the decision of the President to cancel the Keystone XL pipeline. This is an opportunity for an ideological win for their party while dealing a blow to the Canadian energy sector. This is our greatest resource. It's blocked by the Liberals, who have drastically increased our national debt. How is federal spending going to position our country to come back for a post-pandemic recovery? In this never-seen-before federal stimulus spending, where's the vision for our country? And how will generations to come pay for the promises that are being made today? And no matter what the plan is, and no matter how they spend the money, the Liberals leave Canadians out of the loop until they've appeared at a podium to make an announcement. There's no meaningful consultations. The government announced a $100 billion infrastructure spending over the next 10 years, but nobody knows what the plan is for that. How are they going to get that money out the door? How's that going to be distributed? And what projects will be priorities? So we're left to wonder, is there a plan? We know that it would be totally unlike this government to just focus on a flashy announcement. Totally. Well, there's actually no real substance. No matter how much the announcement or what the results will be, Canadians continue to be left in the dark on how their money is going to be spent. So how can we expect to make this great Canadian comeback, which we desperately need, and how can we get back in the fight with both hands tied behind our back, our greatest resources being stifled and attacked by this government? Our manufacturing sector has been taxed and regulated to death, to the point where manufacturers across Canada, including in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, they're packing up and leaving for jurisdictions with friendlier governments, where there aren't the regulation and never-ending mounting taxes. For them, the uncertainty of their future is too great, knowing that they've spent their lives, spent their time and their talents and their treasure to create jobs in their communities, but the burden becomes too much to bear. And our energy sector that employs folks from coast to coast and all points in between has been hobbled and stymied by the Liberals really at every opportunity. Their anti-energy ideology doesn't respect the fact that people in my community have to drive to work and heat their homes. This isn't an option. They must use oil and gas in their day-to-day lives. I can't imagine a government, a Canadian government, that would prefer that we use oil from countries like Saudi Arabia, a country like Saudi Arabia where we know that there is horrific treatment of women, of minorities, where people are persecuted for their sexual orientation. Rather than using ethical oil, clean oil from Canada, from our West. It's produced to the highest environmental standards in the world. And while I can't imagine a Canadian government that would want something different, that's what we're seeing. Conservatives know we should empower the Canadian resource sector to produce, to employ, and to innovate. The story of the Great Canadian Comeback starts here. It starts here at home in Canada, knowing our strengths and playing to them. Throughout this pandemic, the government has been scrambling for quick fixes, trying to ram bills through without proper debate and consultation, letting Canadians slip through the cracks along the way. From the get-go, I was hearing from folks in my riding that they were left behind by the government's poorly thought out and poorly executed moves, like small business owners who didn't qualify for the CEBA, those who knew a 10% wage subsidy wouldn't cut it, and all those people who were ineligible for CERB, just to name a few. Instead of getting the help that Canadians needed to them, the government was more concerned with helping their friends. We don't have to look any further than the sweeping powers that this government tried to snatch in the early days of this pandemic that would have given them the ability to tax and spend without parliamentary oversight for years. That blank check, that's not the Team Canada approach that this government claims to use, but that Canadians so badly want to see. Regardless of how the Liberals have bent or broken the rules to serve themselves, Conservatives will continue to hold them to account. And we know that during this pandemic that the Prime Minister took the opportunity to reward his friends at the WE organization, the organization that had given $500,000 to members of his family. Then we saw the government give a $500 million contract for his friends to administer. So when we see at the first opportunity, a government look to reward their friends and well-placed insiders, we see that they default to corruption instead of to a Team Canada approach. It certainly gives Canadians pause, and it doesn't give them the confidence that they need in the face of very uncertain times. Now, seeing the resignation of our Governor General, it's disheartening to say the least. As a former member of our Canadian Forces, I hold the office of our Commander-in-Chief in the highest regard, but it doesn't come as a surprise when the Prime Minister had his finger on the scale in selecting the Governor General, that it would end poorly. That's the modus operandi of this government. They will always put their Liberal friends first. Again, we see examples regularly. Liberals first, every day. Canadians come second. We need to make sure that we have a government that's willing to collaborate with opposition parties, not after the fact, but before they put the legislation in place. And we've seen that they have fixed legislation, but oftentimes the fixes were recommended by opposition parties before the legislation came to the House. But because opposition parties, because the Conservative Party is committed to a Team Canada approach, we haven't delayed their unanimous consent bills when they look to implement help that Canadians need, because we recognize that Canadians need that help very badly. So whether it's their spending plans, Canadians are left in the dark. And the same is true for their plans with our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, helping Canadians get back to their regular lives, to end the lockdowns. We're in a position where we're not receiving the vaccines that Canadians need. We're in a position where rapid tests haven't been deployed in a way that would allow us to get back to our regular lives and to earn the livelihoods. Canadians and the residents of my community in Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes are counting on a government to not just talk the talk, but to walk the walk. We need a clear plan from this government. We need to make sure that Canadians are able to unleash the full potential, and so that we can get back in the fight stronger than ever. And it requires transparency from the government. It requires cooperation. It requires a real Team Canada approach. And Canada's Conservatives are committed to being a part of that team. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, to my friend and colleague, I think that his assessment isn't right on. In fact, it's pretty far off. When he talks about helping friends, you know, and we didn't do enough for CERB or the wage subsidy or the rent subsidy programs, that we could have issued out more money and more support. You know, 9 million. That's a lot of friends, Canadians, received CERB. Millions received the wage subsidy program. Tens of thousands received rent subsidy programs. So on the one hand, he's criticizing the government for spending not enough money, it would appear, on these programs, yet the Conservatives are saying we're spending too much money because of the concern in regards to the deficit. Can you just provide some clarification? Are we spending too much money or not enough money?
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, there it is. We see from the Parliamentary Secretary, and by the way, it is shocking to not see him in the House. I know that he prides himself on spending a great deal of time here, so it's very unusual to be in this position. So it is nice to hear.
Way to go, Mark.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I hate to interrupt the member's clip for video there, but the point of order is, Madam Speaker, we should not be referring to the physical presence of a member in the House or not. But I would say that there is no difference, Madam Speaker, between being here virtually or in the House. We're all considered to be in the House, and we're equals whether we're virtual or physically here.
Yes, may I remind the member that we often do, well, we do not refer to absences or presences, and we are in a hybrid format, so the member is considered present. Please proceed. Yes, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. As someone, I know you totally respect the rules, as I do. I think the member for Kingston and the Islands was wrong because listening to my Conservative colleague, he wasn't referring to individual members. He was referring to the number of members, and that's a different issue. Whether we have an individual member.
I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member. That is debate, but there was a specific reference to the leader of the government, the parliamentary secretary. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, no good deed goes unpunished. I look to say a nice thing about my colleague from Winnipeg, and we'll be sure to stick to the point. These Liberals are trying to measure progress by the amount of money they spend with no regard for the efficacy of the way that they spend it. They're not giving a plan to Canadians. They're spending first, making a plan later. Canadians expect better and they deserve better. So if we're going to stick to the business of it and dispense with the pleasantries, Canadians want a plan from this government, and the parliamentary secretary owes answers to Canadians, and we're here to get them.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is something that is missing from C14, and that is support for the aerospace industry. The Bloc Québécois has been saying this for a long time, and we've been talking about it and saying we have to support this industry. It's one of the greatest exporters in Quebec. In Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, I have two major industries, Pratt & Whitney and another one. And we built the landing gear that was used on the moon. It wasn't the Apollo, but it's very important. Even in Montreal, we can build a plane from A to Z. But the government has refused to support this industry during this crisis. How does my colleague explain the fact that the government is refusing to take action to support the aerospace industry?
Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks for the question to my colleague, and it's quite confusing why we haven't seen a plan at this point in the government's mandated at this point in the pandemic to help a whole range of sectors: the airline sector, to help the tourism sector, to help small and medium-sized enterprises, to help folks in the restaurant industry, folks in the hotel industry. We haven't seen a clear plan, and I'm not sure exactly what it is that they're waiting for. They prorogued Parliament. They had lots of time on their hand when they shut down Parliament for their cover-up from August to October. So they had lots of time then. They had lots of time when they were filibustering at committees for dozens of hours. So they certainly weren't engaged in helping Canadians. They could have at least done the work of creating a plan to help sectors like the one in the member's riding.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend for his speech because I agree with him on many, many points, important issues. One of the things that we haven't heard, and I've been listening to the debate all morning and prior to this, is we hear about our seniors, our vulnerable seniors, and the people with disabilities. And what do we hear? Crickets. And this is from the Conservatives and the Liberals. And I'm really, really surprised that we don't know when this pandemic is going to end, and yet we hear hope that there's going to be new programs for them, but we don't know when. So does he not agree that there should be immediate help for our seniors, our vulnerable seniors and people with disabilities with facing the high cost, and they don't know if they should be having food or paying their rent and hydro?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks to my colleague for the question, and we saw the priority that was not given to seniors and Canadians with disabilities by this government with their delayed and slow rollout of the pandemic relief that was offered to them. We also know that costs for folks living with disabilities, for seniors, have gone up with the taxes that were increased by these Liberals even just this year. So we certainly do need to see a plan for them on how they will specifically help Canadian seniors and Canadians with disabilities.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
The
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente, vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me, Madam Speaker? It's working. You may continue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary may continue.
Pardon, Madame la Présidente.
I apologize, Madam Speaker.
Vous m'entendez maintenant?
Now can you hear me? Goodness. Yes, we do hear you.
Vous pouvez
You may continue your speech, the Parliamentary Secretary.
What is the matter?
Oui.
Yes? Madam Speaker, first I apologize. I want to say first that I am on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory in the ancestral lands of the Atikamekw and Anishinaabe. I'm pleased to join you here today from Sudbury, my home, the mining capital of Canada, and I'm pleased to talk about a bill that lays a foundation for a prosperous and green future after this pandemic.
C'est votre...
It is perhaps the connection, the honourable member's connection, that is not working? Yes, I know. And now it keeps freezing. I haven't had any problems for months, and now it's my turn to speak, and I have difficulties. Can you hear me, Madam Speaker? Yes, I can indeed. We hear you very well. Let me start again, and I hope I won't have any further problems. I'm very pleased to be talking to you from Sudbury, the mining capital of Canada, and to talk about a bill that lays a foundation for a prosperous and green future after the pandemic. I'm pleased to be part of a community that for generations has played a key role in Canada's natural resource economy. That said, we have helped to create wealth that funds hospitals, schools, and roads across the country. I'm also proud of the way in which we have supported each other. Although Sudbury has expanded and diversified, there's a real sense of belonging to a community here. This year, many of you in my community were doing very simple things, but that had great meaning. That was to help a friend, a neighbor, a member of your family, or even somebody you didn't know. Things like going to get somebody's groceries or their prescription medication so seniors didn't have to go themselves and they could stay safe. Other people helped out at local organizations. Antique cars went around the town honking their horns to support healthcare workers. There's one of these people, her name is Cass Bizinet. This 22-year-old woman had lost her job due to COVID-19, but she didn't lose her musical talents. Her creative spirit or mind went to work when she learned that the daughter of a friend was having nightmares about the pandemic, and she went into the parking lot beneath the balcony and played music. Tiffany listened with her eyes wide open while Cass sang songs from her favorite movie, Frozen. She stopped having nightmares, and Cass has continued to sing songs to other scared children and seniors living alone. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there are some things that volunteers cannot do. Companies have shut their doors, and workers like Cass have been laid off. Then the government has to take action. This is what C-14 seeks to do. By passing this bill, we will put into place the many measures set out in the Fall Economic Update. As the Minister of Finance said at the time, this is the most important economic assistance program since the Second World War, and it sets out the measures that this government wants to put in place to respond to COVID-19. It lays the foundation for an economic recovery that will be stronger once we've beaten this virus. Others have focused on other measures focus on helping individuals, communities, and businesses. I'd like to talk about the excellent work being done at Natural Resources Canada for Canadians. With the passage of the bill, NRCan will get $150 million over 3 years to increase our zero-emission vehicle infrastructure. This will include more than 400 charging stations, and we're working to double that number. This investment will strengthen public confidence when it comes to the availability of these charging stations in places where they are necessary. The government also proposes to invest $2.6 billion over 7 years to help homeowners increase their energy efficiency at home. Subsidies up to $5,000 will help over 700,000 homeowners to save money while helping Canada reach its Paris agreements and zero net emissions by 2050. And I'd like to focus on this point here. If Bill C-14 is passed, Natural Resources Canada will get more than $3 billion over 10 years to plant 2 billion trees. This investment is something that speaks to Canadians because our forests are very important to us. Urban parks make our cities more livable. They allow us to reconnect with nature and with ourselves. Our children play in these parks. Couples fall in love in these parks. And it's where families, especially those who live in apartments, can spend time outside. People in our city go to Bell Park and play or walk and breathe and admire nature. They can take in a concert in the summer, in the afternoon, or in the evening in the Grace Hartman Amphitheatre, and it looks over the magnificent Lake Ramsey. A few kilometers past Bell Park, we can see the conservation area around Laurentian Lake. It's a wonderful and well-known place to birdwatch or take a hike in the summer.
Part of the Canadian soul. People travel to Europe to see cathedrals, to Asia for temples. Madam Speaker, these forests are our cathedrals and temples. But forests are they're about more than bringing us health, laughter, and memories. They will also help us save this planet from the worst impacts of climate change. Their capacity to absorb carbon makes them a key part of our government's broad-based plan to reach zero emission by 2050. That's why my colleagues, the Minister of Natural Resources, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, will soon appoint an advisory committee of experts. This committee will be made up of people who can help us maximize emissions reductions through nature-based solutions, like increasing the capacity of our forests, grasslands, wetlands, marginal.
Join, please. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, we have just lost you again. We can't yet see you, but we can hear you.
Je peux pas vous entendre moi non plus.
I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? Now I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Je vous entends pas, malheureusement.
Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. Now can you hear me? Do you hear me? No, you're frozen again.
Alors on va passer.
We will now move on to the next honourable speaker in the list, and we will come back to the member once the connection problems have been resolved.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
And I am joining you today from sunny Saskatoon. It's my pleasure today to speak on Bill C-14. Well, it isn't news to anyone here in Canada that we are in unprecedented situation in 2020, 2021. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the way that Canadians live their lives, run their households, their businesses, manage their finances, pursue their education, and so much more. As a result, millions of Canadians are out of work, and many businesses have been forced to either limit their services or even shut their doors altogether. Some, unfortunately, will never have the opportunity to reopen. Here in Saskatchewan, I'm going to tell you that we lost more than 8,000 jobs from November 2020 to December 2020. That's just 1 month. And we've seen a decrease of over 27,000 jobs compared to December of 2019 to December of 2020. So in response, we need to be sure that we are responding in a way that supports Canadian families, their workers, and of course, our businesses. Early on in the pandemic, as you know, we saw programs like the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, the Emergency Wage Subsidy, targeted at helping out of work Canadians to pay their bills and struggling businesses just to keep their employees working. There were, from the outset, some inherent flaws in these programs. For an example, the wage subsidy was originally too small. The response benefit ignored many workers and students. With opposition input and pressure on the government, some of these problems were remedied. The wage subsidy, by the way, was increased to 75%, for an example. Some major flaws, though, do remain in the lack of programs and supports for certain sectors. At the Heritage Committee, for an example, we've heard about these problems from artists, from festivals, local and national sports organizations, museums, newspapers, and other institutions that are so crucial to our communities here in Canada. Between February and July of 2020, the GDP in the arts, the entertainment and recreation sector fell by more than 50% compared to the GDP of all Canadian industries, which fell about 5 to 6%. Over the same period, employment in these sectors also fell by over 50% compared to approximately 20% for total employment. These groups told us of a lack of funding available to them and their organizations, how the money that the government kept announcing just wasn't trickling down to them, not in a meaningful way, and that they feared having to close their doors for good. Even when the pandemic is in our rear view mirror, whenever that will be, it won't simply be business as usual. It will take a long time for businesses and organizations in these sectors to rebuild their consumer base, build up means and financial reserves to support productions and staff at pre-COVID levels. These flaws aren't just cheating short-term problems, they're ensuring long-term ones. We can look to other industries to see where the Canadian economy is taking a hit. We come to the cancellation out west at the Keystone XL pipeline. When the new president of the United States announced that he was canceling the permits that had been granted by the previous administration, that was a major blow to the industry and Western Canadian economy that was already struggling. The reality is that we need to get as many people in every part of Canada and every sector back to work as quickly as possible, and this Keystone XL project needs to do just that. Unfortunately, much like he did when he was in the Obama administration, they first blocked the Keystone XL expansion. The Prime Minister seems perfectly content, when you look at this, to roll over and allow the Americans to simply scrap it without much contest. The loss of this project and the many that the Prime Minister himself has either canceled or regulated into oblivion is only going to make the recovery that much harder, particularly here in Western Canada. We also need to consider the importance of procuring and distributing vaccines in the road to rebuilding our economy and helping Canadians get back to work. There is no recovery, Madam Speaker, without widespread vaccination, which brings me to the question that I have heard from constituents every day. When is that going to happen? Well, Madam Speaker, the truth is we don't have a clear answer from this government. As much as the government loves to proclaim their success in procuring vaccinations, we are falling behind our allies. The United States, Israel, the United Kingdom, and other countries around the world are still well ahead of Canada in vaccinating the population. My office receives calls from care homes and senior residents as well as individuals who are high risk, and they want the immunocompromised. When is it going to be their turn? Isn't that a good question? When is it? Businesses are wondering when they are going to be able to reopen properly without fear of being shut down again. Canadians see the stories about people being vaccinated in other countries, clear timelines, and they're frustrated by the snail's pace that our federal government is traveling at. The provinces have been clear they don't have enough vaccinations and they can't meet the demand. Let me say this, Madam Speaker. Sunday, in the province of Saskatchewan, only 88 people in a province of nearly 1.2 million were vaccinated. Only 88 people. As a consequence, the lockdowns and closures are going to last much longer. The pressure on individual and family finances, the difficulties facing businesses on the brink, and the strain on Canadians' mental health, it's going to last, as we know, unfortunately, much longer. And from the public numbers and news reports, it is clear that Canada is falling further and further behind. Last week, we do not receive a single dose of the Pfizer vaccine. Provincial premiers and other world leaders were actively on the phone with Pfizer on this issue. The PM couldn't be bothered until he was pressured by the public and the opposition. That is not leadership that we're needing here today in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by highlighting the importance of looking ahead and planning for life after this pandemic. Canada now has a deficit that far exceeds anything we have ever seen in our lives. And the national debt is at a record level. We've lost thousands of jobs, far too many businesses that have been forced to close. Thank you. I've got 2 minutes left. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We also know that the economy will see post-pandemic and that we'll have some significant differences to the one we knew last year in the pre-pandemic. We need to be prepared. We also know that the recovery is going to take time. And let me share one. I spoke with Saskatoon Tourism. They believe the recovery will not take months, but years. I talked to the new CEO, and she admitted to me last week that maybe the tourism industry in this province and in Canada can look ahead to 2024. In the news today, it was reported in Saskatoon that a number of downtown hotels are on the verge of closing and closing for good. This is not good. It means that we need a plan in place that will provide economic stability and also give Canadian businesses, big and small, the tools they need to grow and reestablish themselves. We also need to have plans to encourage new businesses. We need a plan that recognizes the realities facing our country while also respecting the need to reduce the deficit and provide stable and yet responsible economic management. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as I wind this up, I think Canadians have become all too used to this, that the government doesn't seem to have a plan, and there is no clear path forward. Rather, the Prime Minister is governing by the seat of his pants, his only plan being to call an election whenever it is most advantage to him, which may be this spring. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston Indiana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard this member talk about employment, and indeed other members from the Conservative Party have spoken at great length during their speeches about the employment levels in our economy. It is true that Canada has one of the higher unemployment levels in the G7, but what's left out of that very important discussion is the fact that we have one of the lowest deaths per million population in the G7. As a matter of fact, somebody else referenced earlier, the United Kingdom, who has a 5% unemployment rate, whereas we're over 8%. Yet the United Kingdom's death per million population is 3 times that of Canada. And the stats are even worse when you compare us to the U.S. So, one of the main objectives of the government intervention and spending back in 2020 was specifically to get people to stay home, to shelter in place, so that we could control this pandemic. And if you look at the stats on the fatality rates throughout the G7, Canada has actually fared very well. It's come, obviously, at the expense of having a slightly higher unemployment rate than some of the other countries who fared much, much worse, would the member not agree that a temporary bump in our unemployment is worth saving, potentially millions of lives?
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. It's interesting, the government with international flights took a year to finally realize that is one of the major issues facing COVID-19 in this country. And then they cherry-picked the closure of international flights. We still have flights coming in every day from Florida, from Arizona, from California, and other parts of the world. It's interesting that this government took almost a year to shut down international flights. That is one of the major issues with COVID-19 going forward, and yet this government has been very slow to react to it.
Honourable member for l'honorable député Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I had the pleasure of sitting with him on the Heritage Committee, and I've heard him talk about the impact on the cultural industries and so on. I'd like to have his opinion on the consequences of these measures, because they came a bit late and weren't perhaps forceful enough. And we're losing artists who are going to switch careers because they can't earn a living under the current circumstances. So I'd like to hear his opinion on what he thinks the impact will be on the long-term losses for cultural and media industries. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I would like to thank my honourable member from Drummond. He is a valuable asset in the Canadian Heritage Committee. Yes, we have seen drastic changes in 11 months to the arts and the culture in Canada. I'm very fearful it will never recover, or if it does recover, it could take up to a decade. And now we're going through the Broadcast Act, C-10, in front of us in the Heritage Committee. And we are seeing the big giants, the multimedia giants like Facebook and Twitter and Amazon and Apple and Disney. What are we going to do with these companies that really have no investment at all in Canada and are forcing a major issue with Canadian media giants here in Canada?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I quite enjoy being on the Heritage Committee with him and admire the work that he does on behalf of artists. As he will know, Edmonton Strathcona is the heart of the arts community in Alberta, and we have the Fringe Festival, we have the Edmonton International Music Festival, and I'm also very concerned about this long tail of COVID-19, the long impacts we'll see on the arts community in Canada and in Edmonton Strathcona in particular. And I wonder if the member could talk about how he feels about the opportunity for perhaps a guaranteed basic livable income for artists as a potential solution for the arts community.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood, a very short answer.
Well, I want to thank my dear member from Edmonton Strathcona. She is absolutely right for artists. Saskatoon piggybacks on anything that her community does. We also have a Fringe Festival here in Saskatoon, or we did at least in 2019. These are people that were vulnerable from the start. They're just looking for kind of an opening to make a big name for themselves. And I'm very worried with the arts and the culture community in this country. It has been decimated like the tourism industry, like I said in my speech. And I do not see a lot of progress being made from this government, even though they dished out some.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my speech, I'd like to point out that this week is Suicide Prevention Week, and the theme is talking about suicide saves lives. And I'd like to give a shout out to the suicide prevention people in Drummond who are saving lives. And I'm thinking of you this week. There are 3 subjects I'd like to broach, Madam Speaker, 3 areas where I think we could do better. The first is the development of high-speed internet and communications technologies, because I'd like to talk about cell phones as well as high-speed internet. In recent months, there's been a lot of talk about this, and essentially everyone agrees that access to high-speed internet for all Quebecers and Canadians is an essential service. And we're talking about this today, Madam Speaker, because it's all well and good to say it's an essential service, but that the Liberals are not really walking the talk. There have been lots of announcements, lots of funding apparently being invested in various programs. But when you say that a service is essential, and we can really feel this in the pandemic, families are having to telework, students are having to use the internet to attend online school, so to speak, and they use a lot of bandwidth. And then, of course, there's our entertainment, given the lockdowns and the rules that have to be followed. It's an extremely essential service these days, and it's very unequal for people living in remote and rural areas. So if it's so essential, $1.8 billion invested to accelerate deployment. Well, that's not enough, Madam Speaker. In Quebec, the government of Quebec has a goal of hooking up all Quebecers by the fall of 2021. It seems a bit utopian, but I think if the funding is there, it can be done. So it's time for the government, the federal government, to pitch in more than they have to date. They need to invest more in developing high-speed internet, specifically for regional areas. And there should be strings attached to the funding that's provided. They should say, you have to make a commitment. If you're taking government money, you have to cover everyone in this given area. And the same thing goes for cell phones. There are areas relatively close to urban areas. And I'll give an example from my riding. There's one area that's 4 minutes from Drummondville. These are fairly heavily populated areas, close to major centers, but their internet and cell service is completely inadequate. And that's unrealistic in 2021, particularly in a context where people are under lockdown, they're under curfew, they're forced to stay home for work and school. So I think a lot better needs to be done, and it needs to be done fast because our economic recovery will depend on that. The future won't go back to the old normal way of doing things. There will be increased reliance on the internet, and economic development will depend on that. People are making choices about where to live, and that's a factor. So there are a lot of my constituents are asking when they're going to get these better services, and I'm convinced that the same goes for all my colleagues, except for those who represent the major cities. Another thing is regional media and culture, Madam Speaker. My colleague referred to this in his speech. Even before the pandemic, before the crisis, people were talking about the precarious situation written media, the press, and regional media were in. There was a program in place to help our regional media, and then the crisis hit. And what did that do? It didn't attenuate the problems. It made them worse. So a number of measures were well received, and I should mention, by the way, that the Minister of Heritage is very attentive to this issue, and various measures and programs were put in place, and some of them were very well received. But the media are asking themselves now, Madam Speaker, how are these priorities being managed by the government? Because there's urgency, that goes without saying, but there are the web giants who are monopolizing advertising, and nothing's being done. The Liberals keep saying something will be done, it's coming. But for some of the regional media, it's a matter of survival. It's life or death. And all they're getting is, wait, a response is coming. Well, do they really understand how urgent the situation is? Tourism and major events were also hard hit by the pandemic. Tourism is an industry that requires predictability. There are incredibly creative people working in that industry, and they're very adaptive. They find creative ways of changing their way of doing things and adapting. Every season in Drummondville, there's a theme. There's a haunted village at Halloween, and then there's a town from the good olden days, kind of like Upper Canada Village. But with the pandemic, people saw things coming a few months ahead of time, and they did do a great job of adapting for the Halloween festival. But with summer coming, if we could give them some predictability, they could, if we gave them announce some funding, they would come up with something. They would develop some content. They would figure out a way of putting something on to attract people to Drummondville. But it requires some heads up. So there is a credit availability for the hardest hit sectors. That's been announced, but that's not enough. People need to know the details in order to be able to create attractions. For example, for the olden days village, a lot of our constituents are asking us to put the focus on the environment and climate change. They want a green and equitable economic recovery. And the government announced its plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but once again, they're not really walking the talk. There's a company in my riding. In 2017, the Environment and Climate Change Minister announced regulatory changes affecting the ozone layer. Basically, companies that manufacture styrofoam insulation have to use equipment that releases fewer substances that could cause climate changing. And this is a bit technical, but the limit was 750, and they had to reduce their emissions to 250. DuPont, Owens Corning, and this company in my riding, DuPont and the other Owens Corning are giants. They developed these products in compliance. For 2021, they said, we will meet the deadline. But in August, DuPont was given an extension. They're allowed to continue using their product that pollutes 5 times more on the pretext that the economy required it. And so this created some unfairness in the market, and the new product obviously costs more to produce. So DuPont gets this totally unfair advantage because they got an exemption or an extension. And in January, we learned that instead of rectifying the situation, the minister gave Owens Corning an exemption too and gave them an extension. So what that means, Madam Speaker, is that instead of applying the new regulations to combat climate change, they've lowered the playing field to the lowest common denominator. And the company in my riding, instead of being rewarded for making the effort, they've actually been penalized in terms to the tune of millions in losses. I'll stop there, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments and his speech. Having lived in his corner of the woods for a long time, I really know the area well, and the cultural and artistic circles there are thriving. But we know that in cultural industries nowadays, there's a lot of hardship. It's hard to survive. And there are some obstacles to making a decent living in artistic industries often. So my question is straightforward. Does he agree with a guaranteed minimum income as suggested by the member for Winnipeg Centre? And does he think that a guaranteed basic income, living income, especially in regions like Drummondville, where the cultural industries are alive and very active, would that help people make ends meet? The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker, artistic circles are varied and unpredictable. They need a certain amount of security and stability. And so some of the projects we're working on with the Heritage Committee, among others, in the context of the economic recovery and the status of artists, the Artists Union is working very hard to get artists recognized and to guarantee them access to various programs to help meet their needs in the slower periods. So it's a fairly fragile industry, but they do well in Quebec. They're very resourceful, and they're always open to suggestions that would improve the status. And I think that that would be helpful elsewhere, too. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Il faut offrir du soutien considérable au secteur culturel.
Okay, I guess I can continue. I will try.
You can choose the floor option. No translation.
Okay, I'll try this, Madam Speaker. As I say, our culture and arts community play a very important role to our society, and there's no doubt that they've been hit very hard because of the coronavirus. Many cultural shows and so forth were canceled. Artists have found it very difficult, and I'm wondering if my colleague could just continue to provide his thoughts in regards to how this industry plays a critical role in terms of our community, whether it's jobs or just our Canadian heritage, if he wants to add some additional thoughts. And that's why it was so important that we reach out and support them through some of the programs that we have over the last 12 months.
Député de Drummond.
Merci.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This is an industry that is very important in Quebec and Canada. It's worth $53 billion, if I recall the most recent numbers correctly. Now, some programs have assisted the cultural industry, but what we have seen recently, is that very often the artists are the last ones to get assistance. We have assisted organizations as best as possible, broadcasters and producers, but ultimately, it is often the most vulnerable part of the sector, artists, the talent, as we say, or technicians. Ultimately, we find in many cases that the artists are the ones who don't get the assistance that broadcasters and producers end up receiving. And we don't want to lose that talent. They represent an incredible resource, both economically, because of course this leads to a lot in terms of economic results, but also the cultural impact.
Reprise du débat, nous allons...
Resuming debate. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Natural Resources can continue. I'd like to thank the technical services as well as the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary for their patience and hard work. 4 minutes left for the speech and then 5 minutes of questions. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for enabling me to continue. And I'd like to thank the technical services for their assistance.
Covered by 1.2 million hectares, an area twice the size of Prince Edward Island. And doing this will cut overall emissions by up to 12 megatons by 2050, all while creating more than 4,000 jobs. There are additional benefits. This commitment will also create more habitat for wildlife, improve biodiversity, and enhance our ability to restore habitats for species at risk, like the boreal caribou and migratory birds. Still, Madam Speaker, this is a complex undertaking that takes time. We must work closely with provincial and territorial governments that own and manage 90% of Canada's forests. And of course, we must work with Indigenous groups, continuing to build capacity and focusing on partnerships. We have also had to contend with delays caused by the pandemic. That's why early in the pandemic, our government put up $30 million to help small to medium-sized businesses in the forest sector, including tree planting companies, offset costs of COVID-19 safety measures. This helped keep workers in nearby communities safe, all while more than 600 seedlings were successfully put in the ground. But the main reason we're approaching this carefully is that planting trees is a complex and delicate undertaking, as I said. We must plant the right tree in the right place at the right time and ensure that seedlings in nurseries and young trees provide us with their long-term benefits. For instance, which trees do we choose to ensure new forests or reforested areas can withstand a warming climate? Or which trees and techniques will restore particular habitats? And how do we ensure newly planted trees near city streets survive their urban environments? Clearly, the federal government can't do this alone, which is why we're also talking with municipalities and community groups, non-governmental organizations and green entrepreneurs, philanthropic and conservation organizations, universities and colleges, Indigenous communities, and organizations. This is indeed an enormous and complex initiative and one of the most ambitious tree planting endeavors in the world. But we believe it will pay dividends over generations, well beyond 2050. And we're going to start by planting trees in urban areas across Canada this spring. Madam Speaker, I will wrap up by saying that this pandemic has been tough and often frightening for our youngest children and vulnerable seniors. But it has also helped us see the forest through the trees, if you will, to recognize what we value, including our natural world and its ability to restore our planet's health, and its role in helping us rebuild our economy the right way, with sustainable jobs and vibrant communities. I urge all members to support Bill C-14 so we can make this happen. Merci. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I thank my colleague, who is always a joy to work with on the Natural Resources Committee, let me assure you. But I am going to question his virtuosity around planting trees. We have an industry that plants 600 million trees per year on a regular basis. It regularly plants three trees for every tree it cuts down. Now, the cycle of carbon in a tree, of course, is it actually absorbs carbon in its midlife. So it's not going to be absorbing much carbon when it's a seedling, as my member seems to think it's going to happen in the next 10 years. It's actually not going to happen until at least 2030, when the effects of carbon greenhouse gas reductions are going to be well upon us. So this actual virtuous signaling of doing something regarding planting trees is a bit of a non-starter if you look at the actual effects of reducing carbon. We need to do more than that, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to challenge my colleague with this virtuosity he has, because he hasn't costed this. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said they haven't costed this correctly. They're only thinking of this plan as they go along. Can he please explain further how this actually results in carbon reduction in the next 10 years? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would also tell my colleague that it's a pleasure to work with him at the Natural Resources Committee. And I will certainly beg to differ with his conclusions that he made, that planting 2 billion trees will not help the environment. And our goal is to be net zero by 2050. So the fact that the member is stating that we shouldn't even start this, to me, is absurd, in the sense that we need to start somewhere. And this is engaging community, engaging families, engaging the provinces to get this done. And I must say, in my region of Sudbury, where the landscape was devastated 40 years ago, where we planted 14 million trees over the past 30 years, and what it has done to our community. So the member says that wanting to plant trees is virtuous in its virtual signaling. I beg to differ. And on another note that he raised with respect to the PBO officer, if you actually read the report, the PBO officer actually states, he says, well, basically, it's hard to estimate, and they may be off, but this is their basic estimate. That being said, a lot of organizations across Canada have reached out to me and actually told me that the PBO report and their calculations are quite wrong. They're based on Ontario and based at the cost of $3 per tree to be planted, and actually for most of the ones I've heard is it costs less than $1 a tree to be planted. So I think let's stick with the facts, and that this program, I believe, is good for Canada, it's good for families, and it's good for everyone. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased that the parliamentary secretary was able to complete his speech. I was interested in hearing what he was saying about climate change. Now, regarding what I was talking about earlier, I hope he was able to hear when I was talking about the case of Environment and Climate Change Canada that had given exemptions to 2 American giants that while meanwhile a Quebec business, which is part of a small group of providers of a specific service, has to ultimately do everything the normal way, the bureaucratic way, and ultimately pay the price. And all of this in the context of climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I'd like to hear from my colleague on that, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I didn't hear my colleague from Drummond's speech in its entirety, but the strategy is to ensure that SMEs can play a role and that they have the support they need and funds that have been increased over the last 6 years to help them innovate. That's what is going to enable us to reach our Paris targets and go net zero by 2050. But I'm looking forward to speaking with Member for Drummond so that we can learn more about what we can do to help this business in his riding. There's a lot of innovation in Quebec, Canada. It's remarkable, and we need to continue to support these innovators and entrepreneurs. They are creating opportunities, and these new green technologies are creating wealth and jobs in Canada. Thank you. Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, and thank you very much for your understanding. You are on mute. Oh, I always forget something. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, well, I'd like to start by paying tribute once again. Well, listen, we've been in the pandemic for 1 year, so I'd like to pay tribute to people who are working in health, people in hospitals, nurses, orderlies, doctors. We've heard a lot about the stress and anxiety, the mental health problems people are suffering in these fields. They're on the front lines. They're on the front lines, and we need to help by giving them the tools they need to do their work. But it's not enough. In the Bloc Québécois, for a year, we've been asking for federal health transfers to be increased. Money was spent by the federal government during the pandemic, but if the federal government had increased the health transfers, as the provincial government has been asking for years, we wouldn't have had such a huge crisis. This is a major issue. All the provincial premiers have been asking for an increase in health transfers, but the federal government has refused. That would have helped people on the ground, health workers, who are working day after day to protect us from this pandemic. But ultimately, all I can say is hats off to these incredible workers. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now, very often we hear from people in the government They rise, they say, oh, I'm very happy to rise, I'm very pleased to speak on this topic. Well, I am not happy to speak about the topic I'm going to discuss today, even though it's very important. Housing. Housing is one of the major indicators of poverty. And I'm not pleased at all to see that the government is not reaching its target, that it's not doing its work properly. It's that it's not meeting its goal of providing people with housing. For example, in this bill to implement some of the measures from last fall's economic statement, the initiative to fund affordable housing, well, that was already in the National Housing Strategy. This enhancement of the rental construction and financing initiative, but already in 80% of cases, these loans can be used to build housing that is not affordable. And even for so-called affordable housing, the rent for these units can reach over $2,000 a month in Montreal. And in some cases, up to $2,400 in places like Quebec City and Gatineau. That's not what I would call affordable. Now in Quebec, we have a different approach. It's social and community housing. It's recognized all over the country. When I speak to colleagues who work in housing in Toronto and Vancouver, I see that they really admire the method used in Quebec. And it enables people to access housing at a price that's less than 25% of their income. That's really affordable housing, social housing, but housing is under provincial jurisdiction, just like health. And ultimately, once again, this is none of the federal government's business. This is an area of provincial jurisdiction. Now, what we're asking the federal government to simply give us the money to help house our citizens. Now, when we consider the billions of dollars that Quebec is sending to Ottawa, that's a lot of money. So we're asking Ottawa to let us do our job and protect our citizens. So on the 22nd of November 2017, the Government of Canada announced the National Housing Strategy. It's a big strategy. There's a lot of money in that. But since housing comes under provincial jurisdiction, Quebec should have automatically been entitled to its share of the investments. However, no. It took 3 years. 3 years, Madam Speaker, for negotiation of the agreement so that finally this fall, Quebec has gotten some of the money. And that's all very well. Ultimately, billions of dollars were invested, some from the federal, some from the provincial government. But we need 4 times as much money in order to really build the housing that we need. So over those 3 years, that was 3 years where the Quebec government was not able to move forward with constructing social housing. It just didn't have enough money. And moreover, I'd just like to say that, as we saw this summer, I went out for a walk on Notre-Dame Street. I saw people who were living with homelessness. The housing crisis, listen, there's people who are living with the classic homelessness situation. We know mental health addiction, and that's already very difficult. But now there's a whole new category of homelessness. People who are on the edge because they had precarious housing, they were living with roommates, couch surfing. Then the pandemic arrives, they lose their job. And I saw a lot of people living like that on Notre-Dame Street. These people, now if the agreement had been signed in 2017, if the federal government had ultimately come to an agreement with Quebec, we could have avoided what happened. We could have avoided what happened on Notre-Dame Street. We could have helped people. We could have helped. This is urgent. In fact, I would go even farther.
I'd go further still. Approximately a week ago, 2 weeks, there was a homeless person that died in a public toilet, probably frozen to death, just a few steps from a shelter where he usually went to take shelter. He was Indigenous. If we had signed the agreement a few years ago, that individual would never have died. We could have built housing for the homeless, Indigenous, in downtown Montreal, and we could have saved the life of that person. So there are major consequences, often tragic ones. I can't believe it. This is one of the indicators, the highest or most major indicators of poverty. And we've lost a lot over 3 years. I think if Quebec was independent, we would have been able to avoid it. Health, housing, bing, bang, we would solve it. We would spend the money where the needs are for our people. We would take care of our people. And sovereignty, in my opinion, is the solution for Quebecers. Another example where Quebec would have been better served on its own is the announcement in the fall of the Rapid Housing Initiative. Well, it's not bad in and itself. It's a $1 billion. It's good, except in the 500 million for the major cities. There were only 2 major cities in Quebec, so they should have set out priority in terms of housing needs for homeless people. There was 200 million for Toronto. We have 23% of Canada, and in the first 500, we only got 12% of the amount. 12%, it's completely unacceptable. 56 million for Montreal, 8 million for Quebec City, nothing for Laval, Gatineau, Rouen, Jonquière, nothing for the Gaspé. There are problems everywhere, but we didn't get it. There was another aspect. We put our foot down, and we were told no. I have 2 minutes left, so Quebec decided that it would fund programs, but we have to invest more. It's essential to take care of people that we invest more in housing. There's 300,000 households that are considered to have core housing needs in Quebec. This is significant, and this is before the pandemic. So if, for example, if homeless needs are thought to have doubled in Montreal, well, if there were 3,000 before, now there are 6,000 homeless. 40,000 people spend a significant amount of their money on housing. 40,000 households are waiting for subsidized housing in Quebec, 2,000 in Longueuil, 23,000 in Montreal. I always run out of time when I have to talk about important issues, so I would say, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to say essentially my message is that there was money for housing, but the needs are 10 times greater than the amounts being spent in Quebec in the last year. So the government needs to invest. We have to take care of people. We have to put them in housing, and this is one of the most major indicators. When you're housed properly, things are better already. We have to really take care of our people. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that I've learned that's been really reinforced by my constituents, and I believe Canadians from all regions of the country, is that there's an expectation that goes far beyond Ottawa just providing cash for health care. We see that in regards to the long-term care, the raising of the issue of standards, to reinforcing things such as the need for pharmacare involvement, that there seems to me to be a real tangible desire that we can in fact build back better on the healthcare file. And I'm wondering if my colleague would recognize that Canadians as a whole in all regions of our country have an expectation of the federal government to play more of a proactive role in the area of healthcare, given it is such an important issue to all of us.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Well, it's provincial jurisdiction. We have to stop talking about it. I think that if the fathers of Confederation wanted it to be a federal jurisdiction, they would have said that back in 1867. And since then, the federal government would have hired doctors and built hospitals and done health care prevention, health disease prevention. But it's Quebec. Quebec has the expertise. The provinces have the expertise. It's Quebec. the Quebec government that is taking care of people providing health services. They're the experts. And when you improvise here in Ottawa, nothing is to be gained. In this pandemic, the federal government's role is to provide a vaccine, and we see that at this time that's not working. There was a report by an independent committee, and The Economist reported on it. It said that people want to get vaccinated by the end of September, but it's only going to be happening in the middle of 2022. The federal government has to do its job and get the vaccine. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my dear colleague for that speech. I think he talked about housing in a quite an eloquent speech. I have a question to ask as a member of HUMA, the Standing Committee on Human Resources. When we talk about the needs, it's urgent. We heard the same message from witnesses. In his opinion, yes, there is the issue of funding that has to be increased, but what conditions must be ensured to resolve this crisis and meet the needs? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. The key is funding. Really, it's funding. People are ready on the ground. We have experts, and we have to listen to those experts. There's experts in domestic violence, seniors, and also for the handicapped children. We have a lot of experts. It takes a specific approach and so on. So we have that expertise, and it's been developed over the years, and we're recognized and known for that. But it has to be, these needs have to be adequately funded. We have the time for a brief question and response. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a sad record in terms of the occupation rate in Quebec, or the vacancy rate. It's 0.03%. It's a very complex and specialized area when we talk about housing and real estate. But how is it even possible? What's the origin of this? How can a very dynamic city have a 0.3% vacancy rate? I have people who are concerned. What am I to tell them? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. That's an excellent question. I don't have the answer when it comes to Saint-Hyacinthe, but I can say there's disparities across Canada. In the first 500 million of the Rapid Housing Initiative, it's 200 million. And we see the difference in Toronto, very high rents there, and people who are low income have difficulty finding affordable housing in Toronto, but that's not our problem. We're paying the price. We see that in Toronto and Vancouver, things are very difficult, and the federal government is providing more funding to these areas, and they can't help the most vulnerable. In Quebec, we have a better approach for us than for the rest of Canada. It's like in many areas, we would be better served if we were independent.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a novel sensation to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-14. Novel for several reasons. First of all, it's always a tremendous privilege to rise in this House, even though it's not as populated as it has been in the past, but to rise in this House to represent the constituents of Provencher and to speak to the issues of the day regarding this great country of Canada. It's also a novel thing to be able to speak to an economic statement that doesn't typically lead to legislation. This is an unusual speech in that aspect. And thirdly, this marks the very first meaningful budget-like document that the Liberals have produced since 2019, almost 650 days ago. And to be sure, Mr. Speaker, this is not a budget. But I'm grateful to have the opportunity to address C-14, given the fact that the Liberals have flat out refused to present a budget since 2018. As a member of a standing committee on finance, we're just now concluding our pre-budget consultations. We're entering the drafting of the report stage, and it's now time to review those recommendations from Canadians and that have put their needs forward to the Finance Committee, and to consolidate the report to present to the Finance Minister all the needs that have been identified from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. My hope is that the Minister of Finance will take this process seriously and that his response will be thoughtful and a realistic plan for our nation's finances. Conservatives have been clear right from the beginning. We want to make sure that those Canadians struggling as a result of COVID-19 have the support that they need. We recognize the challenges that so many are facing, including those of us living under stringent health public restrictions that have dramatically impacted our well-being. The government has a duty, not only to help Canadians get through the crisis, but to develop a plan to help us get out of it. And I said earlier today in this House, but it seems as though this government has no plan. They're not planning, and failing to plan is planning to fail. It is perfectly fair for governments to react quickly when faced with a crisis. You can't get everything right when you're trying to sort out something new, unexpected, and to do it on the fly. But a year has now passed since COVID-19 was on Canada's radar in a real way. By now, the government has had plenty of time to prepare a solid, long-term plan for Canada's economy. By now, we know where the damage is most significant. We know who's hurting. And with this knowledge comes power, the power to plan for the future and to show Canadians a way out, a plan for things to return to normal. One tangible way that the Liberals could do this immediately is by setting a fiscal anchor. What are fiscal anchors? Fiscal anchors are things that are driven in rock-solid foundation principles that will be an anchor point, a reference point to hold things together, to provide something of stability on which we can establish policies, and it's the principles of a financial anchor that are missing in this Liberal government. The Business Council of Canada defines fiscal anchors as notional ceilings or caps to the levels of public spending, deficits, and the debt that governments are prepared to reach in their fiscal policy. They serve a variety of purposes, such as retaining the confidence of lenders and global markets, establishing a positive investment climate for business, providing a measure of fiscal discipline for government, and ensuring the government has the ability to respond to future economic shocks and unforeseen crises. In practical terms, this is about creating good jobs for Canadians. It's about creating the conditions for local small businesses to succeed and thrive. It's about moms and dads being able to put food on the table for their families. But it's also about governments being able to sustainably fund the social services that many rely on: healthcare, education, social safety net. Fiscal responsibility, or a fiscal anchor, signals to Canadians that the government isn't merely acting for its own immediate interests today, but for the good of the country and its future. Former Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page told the National Post in October, "There's a cost to having effectively no fiscal plan. And right now, it's fair to say there's no plan, there's no strategy." And he adds, "This is about where the government's rudder is. Where is the policy strategy that guides us through the pandemic and to the post-COVID-19 recovery? We're missing that." In a November piece for the Globe and Mail, Mustafa Askari, Sahir Khan, and Mr. Page write, "All government needs restraints. Politicians do not like to raise taxes. There is a bias towards deficits. Higher debt can create the risk of future economic instability. It can reduce fiscal room to address the next economic downturn. Constraints also signal future policy intentions of governments and are essential to promote accountability." The Liberals' refusal to adopt a fiscal anchor is one such that they continue to avoid accountability for their spending. We're facing a historic deficit of almost $400 billion. The total federal debt will reach $1.1 trillion this year. And the federal debt as a percentage of GDP has risen dramatically. If ever Canadians deserve transparency and accountability, now is the time. With this in mind, I want to speak about Part 7 of the bill. In this section of the legislation, the Liberals propose to amend the Borrowing Authority Act and Financial Administration Act by increasing the maximum borrowing authority from $1.1 trillion to $1.8 trillion for Canada. Even as someone for the federal government in Canada. Even as someone with years of experience in the financial sector, those figures still seem very daunting to me. This increase is considerably more than the government needs to get through this next fiscal year. And moreover, it authorizes a massive expansion to the national debt, all while this government refuses to identify a fiscal anchor and refuses transparency. If the Liberals were swiping their own credit cards, their own personal credit cards during these transactions, it would be one thing. But they're swiping the nation's credit card, knowing full well that hard-working Canadians will ultimately be stuck with the bill. A bill that will likely have to be paid through tax increases and will be passed on to future generations. Money out of pockets of real people, real families, and for not just this generation. There are young parents trying to set aside money for their children's education, the small business owner trying to meet payroll for their employees, and seniors on fixed incomes. All of them will be affected by this increase to our national debt. In the real world, when Canadians want to obtain a line of credit, they have to show the lender that they're good for it. They have to display they'll be able to make payments. They have to show that they're responsible stewards of the money that's being lent to them. That's how it works, the 3 C's of credit: character, collateral, and capacity. I, for one, don't see why this House should authorize such a significant increase of this government's maximum borrowing authority while they can't even establish a baseline for their spending. They haven't demonstrated a need, or they haven't demonstrated the responsibility to be responsible for increased debt. And this is about taking care of Canadians today and tomorrow. We owe it to future Canadians to ensure our public finances are sustainable. Debt is a moral issue. Something is owed to one by another, with the understanding that what is owed must be paid back. This is a basic principle and one that's almost universally understood within the context of business, finance, and even personal relationships. If you borrow money from the bank to finance the purchase of a home or a vehicle, there's an understanding and a binding agreement as to how and when that loan will be paid back. The borrower has taken on that debt, and with it, the responsibility to repaying that amount borrowed from the lender. A commitment has been made to restore the financial situation of the lender. The refusal or failure to do so will result in penalties or at the very least adverse effect after the credit financial well-being of the borrower. To borrow without the ability and a clear plan to repay is foolish. While in our culture some debt is usually unavoidable, it is a reality that most of us try to avoid. We don't want to be in debt. We don't want to be enslaved to interest payments. We want to be free. Government does not have its own money. It only has the money that it receives from the taxation of its citizens. When they need more money, government have only 3 choices: raise taxes, cut spending, or borrow. As my colleague, the member of Carleton, has so succinctly put it, paychecks are the solution. Canadians need opportunities to work. This puts food on their tables, produces tax revenue governments need to provide important services. It's time the Liberals focus on creating opportunities for Canadians. There are many ways to achieve that objective. Stop raising taxes, like the carbon tax, the CPP payroll tax, accelerate project permit application processing for infrastructure, repeal Bill C-69 and Bill C-48. Ideas like this create space for a real recovery. Let's pursue sustainability, fiscal responsibility policies that get Canadians not just through this economic slump, but actually out of it.
Questions and comments. We'll go first to the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to quote something from that fine old socialist newspaper, the Globe and Mail. He said, once the world gets past the worst of the pandemic and growth returns to more normal levels, the economies in most industrialized countries should expand substantially faster than the interest rate on their debt. This means the size of their government debt should shrink steadily as a portion of GDP in Canada. For instance, it makes perfect sense to borrow at 0.7%, the current yield on a 10-year Canadian bond to support an economy capable of growing at 3% or more. Given that our debt service costs today, with the additional deficit, are $4 billion less per year than they were in the fall of 2019, how does the honourable member justify the alarmist narrative that he's been delivering?
Member for Provencher.
Well, I want to thank the member for that question. My response to that would be, let's look at what the International Monetary Fund has to say about the situation of our finances. We know that the forecast for our economic growth has been reduced by 30%. 30%. The Liberal government doesn't have an explanation for that. So if we're reducing our economic growth, we're also reducing the ability for this government to collect tax revenue. And when you incur additional debt without incurring additional ability to pay for that debt, you run into some very serious problems. In the real world, they call that insolvency, when you don't have the means to cover your debts. So yeah, interest rates are low, and we can fool ourselves into thinking that now is the time to amass incredible amounts of debt, and it's going to just all look after itself. I think it was this very Prime Minister that we have today that said, you know what, the budget will balance itself. We don't have to worry about that, and that seems to be the attitude I'm sensing from this Liberal member.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, another fellow Manitoban. He talked a little bit about, trying to assist people during the pandemic, but we know certainly in the province of Manitoba, there's many people who've been left behind. Seniors, Lions Place comes to mind. I have many seniors residing in Lions Place that haven't gotten the proper support for even prior to the pandemic, that are now worried about ending up on the streets. How abhorrent in this country that seniors are not even given the amount to live on that will allow them to be able to keep housed. Students, we know students have been left behind, and certainly in my riding of Winnipeg Centre, people with very severe mental health and trauma supports who were left behind before the pandemic are now even more vulnerable. And as we saw with cases of trench fever that occurred in my riding prior to Christmas. I'm wondering, with knowing all of that, if my honourable colleague would support a guaranteed livable income to ensure that all Manitobans and all Canadians can have their minimum human rights assured and guaranteed.
Well, Member for Provencher.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre for her question, and recognize her passion for the less fortunate and the underprivileged in this world, and certainly her community in the heart of Winnipeg is no exception. I do want to also acknowledge that inside of her riding is an organization called Adult and Teen Challenge. Former executive director was Steve Paulson, now Daniel is in charge there. And they do a tremendous amount of work, and I've talked to them recently, and they've indicated how they're running at capacity. And Adult and Teen Challenge is an organization that offers hope to people struggling with addictions and substance abuse, and they have a program, a very effective program that reaches people in that area, and that's right in her riding, and I know she's connected with them, and that's tremendous. I think we need to give people the opportunity to succeed financially, for them to earn a living, to create jobs, and that's the best way to lift people out of poverty, is to provide a job for them, and that they can look after themselves. And we also need to keep our eye focused, like I said, on Part 7 of this bill that's before us now, because it's going to increase our national debt levels to the point where we're going to have to increase taxation, and we're going to reduce the wiggle room we have to provide adequate social services for folks that really need it, like folks in her riding.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak today on Bill C-14. As you know, the Bloc Québécois has already announced that it will be voting in favor of this bill because, on the whole, it provides much needed, much awaited support to SMEs and families. So the economic statement announced a number of problems. Whoops, that was a slip. A number of programs that would help SMEs and families, but unfortunately there are lots of problems. People aren't getting answers. They need to reach a live person on the phone to find their way through the maze of various programs. So I'd like today to speak about some of the things that are very important, priorities even, to us members, but also to people in my riding, my constituents in Salaberry-sur-Loire. In the fall economic statement, the government recognized that Canadians in many rural and remote communities still don't have access to high-speed internet, and they face barriers in their efforts to be equal participants in the economy. And that's at page 90 of the economic statement. It also says that in 2018, only 41% of rural households had access to high-speed internet. And that's a download speed of 50 megabits per second and an upload speed of 10 megabits per second. In where I live, I think you might be surprised to hear what I have in terms of speed. I think I have 2 speeds, slow and stopped. So I fully understand these figures. It's true. People in rural areas, 98% of urban households in medium and large cities did have access to high-speed internet for this same time. So that's unacceptable, totally unacceptable. It's rural-urban inequality that's inexplicable and unjustifiable. I am a proud member of Parliament from a rural riding. There are some urban core areas, but it's primarily rural. And in my riding, wherever you are, you're 30 to 40 minutes from Montreal. So from my house, I'm about 50 kilometers from Montreal, and I don't have high-speed access. And I'm not telling you this as an example for you to feel sorry for me. Nobody in my riding has fiber access. And so we're not able to enter the same century as people who live in big cities or urban centers. So every week, not every day, but every week I get requests from constituents who are asking, how is it possible that we're still not connected to high-speed internet? When will we be connected? And frankly, I find Quebecers to be very patient because we've been waiting for a long time. And Quebecers and my constituents in Salaberry-sur-Loire simply don't understand the long wait for access. Every time you have to buy new technological equipment, I think I've spent about $1,500 because companies keep selling new versions of their technology, and you need to buy the equipment and all that, and you install it and you hope it's going to work, but it doesn't because we still don't have high speed. And so it's been hellish for people trying to do telework and people trying to do online school. It's very hard to work or attend school virtually when you don't have high speed. In Salaberry-sur-Loire, we're lucky we have 2 companies who know where the service gaps lie, and they're socially conscious, and I'll name them, Cesur, Co-op, and Targo. They know exactly what needs to be done in order to provide across-the-board internet service. And they've submitted projects under various funding programs. But the programs, whether it's with the Quebec government or the federal government, they're not coordinated. They're not a consistent range of programs. So it causes confusion, and there are things that fall through the cracks. So no one from the CRTC or government can say when these projects will be accepted. And what's worse, on November 26th, Mr. Speaker, the head of the CRTC told the industry committee, as part of the study requested by the Bloc Québécois on the accessibility and affordability of telecommunications services. So the head of the CRTC said that for plans filed last June, we've received almost 600 applications from all across the country, representing a total of $1.5 billion. We have a lot of work to do. We are evaluating these projects as we move forward. All of them are in targeted areas where broadband service is lacking. In other words, the need is clearly there. People are waiting, and they're impatient. But we still don't know who's going to get the money because things are backed up at the CRTC. So there has been some progress. In the case of Seasur Co-op, the CEO, Bianca Dupol, told me that in a rural road connection operation done just before Christmas, a rural route connection, constituents cried tears of joy when they saw the arrival of reliable, high-quality internet connection. But not everyone is just as happy. The work has to be coordinated. We have to coordinate the efforts in order to effectively and efficiently connect rural areas. And we also need to bring big companies like Bell into line. Bell is obstructing the deployment of the internet network. And then there's the whole issue of network maintenance. It's not just a matter of connecting people, there's maintenance. For example, Seasur Co-op was asked to pay, they asked for permission to use a pole that's managed by Bell. And Bell charged them $14,000 to use that pole, just for access to that pole. That's very far from being reasonable. It's abusive. We don't know what's going on. How is it possible that they could be made to pay that much for access to a pole? So I've written letters of complaint. There's been press releases. Constituents have written emails to ministers, and municipalities have passed resolutions. But at the federal government, nothing's happening. People are listening, but they're not doing anything. No one is taking this file head on. It's not being treated with the seriousness and urgency it deserves. We have a new minister from Quebec who also represents a rural riding. So he can be sure that the Bloc Québécois will be there to remind him of his commitments so that all rural areas have access, have connection to high-speed internet so we can enter the same century as cities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I am very familiar with Salaberry-sur-Loire, as she knows. I visited the riding some 15 times, and people work hard there. And she talked about the issue of access. It's a matter of justice. People in rural areas often don't get the same amount of investment. And that's why I ask this question. In C14, the whole revenue piece is missing. A lot of people in the NDP and all across Quebec and Canada are talking about a wealth tax, a tax on excessive profits. There are some billionaires during the pandemic who have racked up unprecedented profits. And companies and individuals have gotten rich off the pandemic. Does my colleague believe in a wealth tax and a tax on excessive profits? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and he's right. The people of my riding are hardworking. Unfortunately, internet coverage is a problem. It is a barrier to economic development and access to education and telework. So we have a profound problem here. There's one big company that has a virtual monopoly, and they're racking up huge profits, and they're actually delaying. They're complying with the law, but they're hindering the development of internet, high-speed internet. It doesn't make sense for cable carriers to get huge subsidies and then use that to pay Bell Canada for access to their poles and so on before they can even lay any fiber. So there's a political will that needs to be expressed loud and clear with these big companies who are the owners of the infrastructure. They need to be brought into line, and the CRTC needs more teeth so we can finally get high-speed internet deployed in a reasonable amount of time. This is what people are waiting for in Quebec, and we hope the new minister will bring the CRTC into line so that this gets done. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague for her presentation, Mr. Speaker. I think in all regional ridings we have similar problems when it comes to connection. And when I listen to satellite radio from the U.S., we get that, but our cell phones don't work everywhere. It's just strange when you think about it. I know it's not the same thing, but how it just seems strange that we can get U.S. satellite radio everywhere, but our cell phones won't work everywhere. So I'd like to ask my colleague, I attended a number of the industry committee's meetings, and the companies that own the poles and the infrastructure aren't doing their fair share to see to it that internet is available everywhere. What does my colleague think of that? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I think my colleague raises an important issue. High-speed access in rural areas cannot be done if the tools are not made available. So the CRTC needs greater powers, more teeth, and the government has to do more to bring the big corporations who are the owners of the infrastructure into line. The smaller distributors cannot lay the fiber to deploy the internet in rural areas unless the big companies that own the infrastructure come to the table and do their part. I think that's a very clear illustration that high-speed internet is not a government priority, because if it were, the CRTC would have been able to do a better job a long time ago, but it hasn't been given the tools it needs, the powers it needs to bring the big corporations and owners of the infrastructure into line so that we can have internet all across Quebec.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege and honor to rise today to talk about the economic statement, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that, you've heard me speak a lot about wild salmon and small business, but something that's really dear to my heart and is about affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, because we know that many Canadians finding affordable housing was a crisis well before this pandemic, and this crisis has just made things even worse. In my riding, for example, housing prices have soared while many people have been left behind, and nothing in this legislation actually addresses the housing crisis that's raging across our country, especially for many people that have lost their jobs, young people that are already feeling the pressure from the pandemic on their mental health, many of them working 2-3 jobs just to pay rent, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Liberals have made many promises around housing. It was actually the Liberals that pulled out of the National Housing Strategy, as you recall, in 1993. In the 70s and 80s in Canada, co-op housing, for example, non-market housing in our country was around 10%. In Europe, it's actually around 30%. But today, Mr. Speaker, we're less than 4%. And personally, I know how important co-op housing is because I'm a product of co-op housing. It made a huge impact for me, for my family. I gave my parents a chance. We again can look to Europe and see that they're at 30%. We're less than 4% right now. And the Liberals made a lot of promises that they would, start to invest in affordable housing. We have not seen that promise, Mr. Speaker, delivered on in the community, especially rural communities, Mr. Speaker. I can speak, from a rural lens, and we have not seen those investments, those critical, much-needed investments. And in fact, what the federal government has done is downloaded onto provinces, and in turn, provinces downloaded onto local governments to deal with the housing crisis and this huge vacuum of housing units. And now, as you can imagine, after 27 years, the accumulated need has, become literally hundreds of thousands of units that are needed. And in fact, we hear that there's over 300,000 units needed just for homeless people, Mr. Speaker, never mind working people that are able to barely able to make ends meet and are living in precarious housing. So there's opportunities, Mr. Speaker, and we know that when we invest in local in affordable housing, it helps small business owners. The Chambers of Commerce and my riding are united in that their top couple of priorities, Mr. Speaker, are certainly affordable housing's at the top or near the top of everybody's list. Most businesses can't continue to grow because they can't find employees. Again, the pressure on many working families that are working 2-3 jobs to make ends meet, even small business owners that can't find safe, secure, and affordable housing. And this should be something everybody should have access to, Mr. Speaker. And again, it's about priorities, and governing is about priorities. And this government has, said that they're going to invest in affordable housing, but we have not seen that roll out. We heard their commitment around veterans, Mr. Speaker, and they made a commitment. We all made a commitment in this House in the last Parliament to end veterans homelessness by 2025, but we have not seen an investment in veterans housing. In fact, there's 2 previous rounds of funding that went by, and the Qualicum Legion cited this in an application to get funding to end veterans homelessness. They needed to get some data to start that planning stage to build affordable housing like Cockrell House in Victoria, where they house homeless veterans and give them a safe, secure place to live, but also the supports they need, especially if they've been struggling or suffering from disabilities or from PTSD. That Cockrell House has saved many lives, and there's only one place on South Vancouver Island, nothing north of the Malahat, for example, Mr. Speaker, and they just got a rejection notice from the National Housing Strategy Research and Planning source, Mr. Speaker. And so, they're just frustrated. They want to help protect those that went and put their lives on the line to protect the most vulnerable overseas or signed up to serve our country, and they're not getting the support that they need and deserve. And they're looking to make these really important steps, and they're not able to. The other thing that we've seen, obviously, and again, when we're speaking about overrepresentation of people in the housing crisis, obviously Indigenous people. I live in Port Alberni, where 2/3 of the people living on the streets are Indigenous. The overrepresentation of Indigenous people is clear. You can see it any day of the week. In fact, a week and a half ago, there was 38 people we counted in doorways at night in a small rural city, and most of them were Indigenous, Mr. Speaker. And I was speaking to a lot of them. The next morning I was bringing coffee and hot chocolate and some snacks to people that were living on the streets and having a chance to catch up with them all. And they all had something, in common. Most of them, not all of them, were living with mental health or addictions related issues. They all cited that housing was absolutely number one, that they could not rebuild their lives or get a fresh start without a safe, secure place to live. And, it's so expensive, Mr. Speaker, to have people living on the street. They talked about their struggles and challenges. We looked at the opportunities and what the solutions might be. And we can look at Portugal, who've done a really good job of, putting the most vulnerable, their most marginalized citizens into housing. They've opened up therapeutic treatment centers, facilities to help support treatment, long-term treatment, because we know, Mr. Speaker, that 28 days is not enough for treatment, and that's still what the government continues to bring forward or offer in most cases in terms of treatment, because they simply can't afford to deal with the issue right now. So we've got, again, downloading onto the provincial governments to deal with housing, to deal with homelessness, to deal with the opioid crisis, and we need the federal government to step up to the plate, Mr. Speaker. The provinces just can't be left any longer holding the bag, and Portugal did that. They said, hey, we're going to get involved, we're going to take responsibility, we're going to lead and be leaders in tackling this really scary crisis when they were dealing with addictions, and they proved that through a strategy of making sure that people had affordable housing and they had safe supports, that they could tackle their issues. They had the highest amount of overdoses and addiction in Europe. Now they're the second lowest. So it's proven that it can work. I also want to talk about the cost of it, Mr. Speaker. And I've shared a story before in the House of Commons about a man, I'm going to call him John. He every day he has an addiction to alcohol. He would drink. He would pass out daily. Fire, police, ambulance would get called. He'd get, ferried up to the West Coast General Hospital here in Port Alberni, and then he'd either stay in an acute care bed or put in cells and then out the next day. And this would happen day after day for years. The cost of this, let's just ballpark it at $2,000 a day, and say that 300 days a year this would happen. That's $600,000, Mr. Speaker. They found a place for John in a low barrier housing unit, nonprofit housing. Of course, BC stepped in, who's building half of the non-market housing in the country. They really need a federal partner, Mr. Speaker. And he stayed there for 5 years. And it was $500 a month to house this gentleman, $6,000 a year. So we have a choice: $6,000 a year or $600,000 a year. For those that think that we shouldn't be investing in affordable housing and helping those, and that it shouldn't be coming out of taxpayers' dollars. Well, taxpayers are paying already, Mr. Speaker, and it's critical that we invest in this. There was also a really important study that came out, the report of the Blueprint on Crime. And we know many people that end up homeless, or especially those that end up living with addiction, to feed their addiction. They end up stealing or property crime to feed their addiction, to get by, to make ends meet. And they say 80% of all crime comes from 20% of repeat offenders. And someone in that category, a male in that category, typically costs $1.5 million to society through property crime, through the judicial system, the healthcare system. And I see I only have a minute left, Mr. Speaker, because I could speak all day on this. They say that every dollar spent in prevention, in treatment, in health, in judicial reforms, in helping rebuild people, saves this society $12. So we could be saving literally millions of dollars in helping support these people rebuild their lives. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to housing, we need a robust investment in housing. When it comes to the opioid crisis, thousands of people are dying on the streets of our country. Canada has still not declared, this Liberal government has still not declared it a public health emergency so that the necessary resources are invested. We still have not decriminalized, so people are living with a stigma on what is a health crisis, Mr. Speaker. And we need critical investments in therapeutic treatment centers like Portugal and housing. So, Mr. Speaker, I would love to speak more on the many other issues that I've touched on: small business and wild salmon and seniors and people living with disabilities. But today, I think it's really important that we talk about the most marginalized. And if we're going to have a COVID recovery, it has to include investments in affordable housing. We've got a rapid housing investment application in. We're waiting for the federal government to decide on it. Literally, people are dying right now on the streets of Port Alberni and throughout my riding. And we're looking to the federal government to be a partner, to help save lives, to help rebuild people's lives.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciated the intervention today by our colleague from the NDP. And he raises a very, very important point, which is that housing has to be one of the very basic amenities that people have in order to build a foundation for everything else that they require and that they need in their lives. But we, the federal government is there. The federal government is there with the affordable housing, the National Housing Strategy. I forget the exact name of it right now. And applications are being received daily by CMHC and being reviewed. And CMHC has been directed to work with applicants to make these applications successful so that housing can be implemented. I'm sure that he must be in favor of that program, given the impact that it could have with the $50 billion attached to it.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, we're coming out of a crisis, and the government announced 3,000 units through their rapid housing initiative for the whole country, when we need over 300,000 units, less than 1%. That's about 300 units for BC. There's an application in from Port Alberni. The government was supposed to announce all the details of who the lucky recipients were, which communities got selected by January 31st. We still haven't heard anything, Mr. Speaker. And the other thing is that we don't have reaching home status in most rural communities. So rural communities are being left out when they're still dealing with this incredible housing crisis. I've lost 3 of my friends' children on the streets in my community just in the last 6 weeks, Mr. Speaker. It's not working. They're not moving quick enough.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, you brought up some very good points, and I know housing is a big issue and it definitely needs to be dealt with, the opioid crisis as well. But my concern is more with the mental state, and we definitely need to do more for the mental state of these people, because if it's not good just to give them a house if they don't have the capacity to understand how to manage it and that. So if you could maybe give your perspective of how we need to deal more with the mental crisis, and this way we can alleviate a lot of the other problems as well.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
That's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. And complex situations require complex care. People living with mental health and addictions need more than housing. He's absolutely right. They need therapeutic treatment centers with therapeutic supports, so they can move forward and get the support they need to live a healthy life. And we saw in the province of BC, the previous government, the Liberal government, closed down places like Riverview, support centers. And we still haven't really embarked as a nation, like Portugal has done, and built therapeutic communities to give people the supports they need. And that's what we need. We need the federal government to step up to the plate, stop downloading on provinces, come up with an overarching strategy to deal with this crisis, whether it be the mental health crisis or the opioid crisis. We need therapeutic treatment to help support people living with trauma, Mr. Speaker. And it's absolutely critical. And I want to thank the member for that very good question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the excellent presentation. What really worries me when the Liberals talk about their rapid response on housing, what's that going to turn out to be? Maybe 3 units per community a year? That's ridiculous. In my region, in the city of Timmins, a community of 45,000 people, we have 800 homeless people. When you add the opioid and fentanyl crisis, people are dying at staggering rates, and yet we see indifference. And housing is not just for those who are dealing with the opioid crisis. Seniors can't get proper housing. Families can't get proper housing. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the vexatious way that the Liberals play with people's hopes on housing, but refuse year in, year out to actually deliver a coherent plan to get people proper housing so they can be safe and live a good, decent life.
Well, member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, here we are, and I want to thank my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, who's been fighting the same fight for those people that are the most marginalized, that don't have a safe, secure place to live, need the supports to move forward. We've been hearing from this Liberal government for 5 years, Mr. Speaker, about their robust investments in their national housing strategy, yet we haven't seen that. I'm in Port Alberni. I have the same situation as he has in Timmins, James Bay. People don't have safe, secure housing. They're dying on our streets, Mr. Speaker, and these lives can be saved. Everybody Everybody deserves a right to a safe, secure place to live. It's one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's priority in terms of the list of 14 Sustainable Development Goals. Yet this government likes to talk the talk, but they never walk the walk. And 3,000 units to deal with a crisis with over 300,000 people homeless in our country is absolutely appalling and shameful. And they need to do something quickly. And this is our opportunity for a proper COVID recovery, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciated my colleague's speech. It went off the beaten path by discussing the specific cases in his writing, and I appreciated that. Now, in my speech, I would like to do something similar because we've been talking about economic measures that are very general and generalizing. It's easy to forget the specifics of the various ridings and regions in Quebec and Canada. Now, in Bill C-14, there are various aspects that deserve to be debated, but I'd like to take a more regional perspective. Now, you no doubt know that I very much love remote regions. In the Canadian government's vocabulary, very often when we talk about regional recovery, very often this word regional is used in a very broad sense, like the Pacific, Quebec, Ontario, not specific regions like the Côte-Nord or Gaspésie. And that's very practical for the government because it enables the government to present programs that may seem arbitrary to us because it seems overly general and too much of a one-size-fits-all. That can be problematic, and it still is where I'm from. We saw that with the COVID Recovery Fund. We saw that with this one-size-fits-all approach, some of the money didn't get spent, even though, of course, the money is very much needed. So that's why I wanted to come back to the specifics of regions. Because, for example, if we talk with my colleagues for Abitibi-Témiscamingue or other ridings, they'll be ready to tell us about the specifics of their ridings, forestry, agriculture, other sectors. The Eastern Townships, my colleague for Shefford could tell us about that. She would tell us about maple syrup, agriculture. There's a remarkable reserve of maple syrup in her writing. There need to be recovery programs in her writing. Same thing in Gaspésie. When it comes to drilling projects, we don't believe in that for the recovery that will happen after the pandemic. Now, that's in the future, but right now we're focusing on the economic statement. But it's important to think about the future to decide how we're going to get out of the COVID-19 crisis. So when it comes to the Île de la Madeleine, Gaspésie, and regions like that, where, for example, there's the sealing industry. And again, it's a very regional, very specific thing. Heritage. When we think of lighthouses that need to be saved in Gaspésie, for example, my colleague for Avignon-Midi-Matapédia, whose writing is in Gaspésie, would, I'm sure, be very happy to speak to you about the specifics of that. Same thing for Charlevoix with tourism and culture. The gastronomy in Charlevoix, international tourism. My colleague for Beauport, Côte-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix, or in Montreal, aerospace, artificial intelligence. My colleague, a proud member from Montreal, Pointe-à-l'Île rather, but in Montreal, he'd be happy to talk about it. Or in Quebec City, the capital of Quebec, well, there, of course, we have our National Assembly, And culture and tourism are also very, very important in Quebec City. We have industries like the Davie Shipyard, which would also like some help when it comes to the economic recovery.
Because we have to ensure that the economic update is situated in terms of current needs, but also future needs. I think I could go around Quebec and talk about the regions, because my hope, Mr. Speaker, is to demonstrate that it's difficult to do a single solution when people can't take advantage of the measures, and they want to. So it's too heterogeneous. Of course, there are programs on which we want to work together, but we have to take into consideration the differences and uniqueness of each region. They have their own needs. And when we have these kinds of programs, all the people who are in need are penalized. I can tell you that each region has its own identity, its own deficits, its own potential. And of course, Mr. Speaker, if I talk about the regions, I cannot but talk about my own. I'm from Manicouagan, the MP for that region, and like all members, I am blind and believe that mine is the best. It's really many, many kilometers squared, and I have 6 regions. They all have different realities, and I can tell you that one of mine is the richest in Quebec, and just next to it, it's the neighbor. I also have the poorest in all of Quebec. So I have very different realities facing my constituents, and therefore me as an MP. And I have to adapt, listen, and understand and try to find different solutions for each of the different regions within the North Shore riding that I represent. So I'm very spoiled. We have the sea, we have forests, we have mountains and animals. It's a paradise, but we do have significant challenges that are unique to us. And I would have liked to have talked about the challenges and the desire of the people who want us to work on these challenges. I think it's important to talk about what is different about each of these areas, because people also have to feel that they have been heard and that people will work better for them by putting in place better adapted programs like the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. So, of course, we can talk, or we do talk a lot about different issues. I could talk about the Indigenous issues, which affects me. 15% of the population in my riding are First Nations, Naskapi, Innu, and they are proud to live on their ancestral lands, and I bring my voice to speak for them. We also talk about the issue of language. It's a very important issue for them. We don't necessarily see that in terms of economic development, but it does have economic development potential. They need to keep their ties to the land and to resources. It's not exactly the best way to express it, but their ties to the sea, to the forest. There's also police services that would ask for funding. The funding has been reduced, so there's fewer and fewer such resources. There's also the issue of housing. This was discussed earlier. It's a very important issue. We have a growing population. There is the issue of the fisheries. The communities need that as well. That's part of their development. The issue of health care for First Nations. In fact, I have so many examples that I could give you, Mr. Speaker, and if I limit myself to this, it's because there's not enough time. I can see it running out. So we have many kilometers but no roads. We're next to Newfoundland. There is an interprovincial link, so I think there has to be a way of unlocking the North Shore and creating a road and connecting people. This would be a good development project in my riding. We saw yesterday the possibility of exploratory oil well drilling in the lower North Shore. I think that we should better have a road so that people can travel and there can be tourism or other types of development that are more respectful of our environment as we want it to be in our riding. I believe that I have many pages left to read, Mr. Speaker, but I think finally I would just say that I spoke very generally about the regions in my riding. But if I could give a macro view, I would say that we really have to ensure there are better connections. And this would be good not just for my riding, but for all of Quebec. There's also needs in terms of seniors, healthcare. I would also like the government to be able to hear and listen to what Quebec is asking for, what the different regions in Quebec are asking for, and can really harmonize the programs and the budgets based on what people really need. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I congratulate my colleague for her speech. I'm a bit disappointed, I must say, that she talked about her riding as the most beautiful riding when she knows full well that it's Drummond that has that title. More seriously, though, I heard her talk about the concerns of the regions. Her riding is a huge riding, in fact. It is very rich on many levels. In her riding, there are high-speed internet issues. The member for Salaberry-Serrois spoke about it. I spoke about it as well in my speech. I know that my colleague's riding, that her riding of Manicouagan, has seen some successes in terms of high-speed internet. There are people who developed good projects. There are also some challenges that remain. I'd like to hear her talk about the way in which subsidies for high-speed internet, what would she say about those? What the federal government is doing in terms of helping to ensure high-speed internet? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Drummond, and I would say that, yes, of course, Drummond and Manicouagan are the most beautiful ridings. I think high-speed internet is problematic. I think that it's really important to ensuring economic development and keeping people at home in the regions. We need internet connections. Otherwise, we see the communities getting weaker. And right now, for example, schools are online. For some people, they can't attend. And there are even some witnesses who can't testify in my riding because they don't have access to Zoom. So this is an essential service. I think it's too late. We must give the money quickly. The Quebec government has a faster schedule than the federal government does, and I would invite the government to give those monies to the government of Quebec that will be able to deploy these services because it is urgent and essential, and the people in the riding are waiting for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. The interpreter would indicate that the microphone is not in the position to be able to be heard. I apologize for the interruption. Yes, thank you. Please reposition your microphone. Now I have my microphone in the right spot. The committee chair of my committee often reminds me of this. Dear colleagues, I am also very concerned, and I would say that your region has its unique characteristics. And you have a lot of seasonal workers. When we talk about vision by the government and a specific approach, what would be your recommendations in order to ensure that we can meet the needs? The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Thérèse de Blainville for her question, and she is very familiar with Manicouagan and the issue of seasonal work. I say seasonal worker and not seasonal workers because much of the industry represents economic pillars, be it fisheries, tourism, forestry. Many people work in the seasonal industries because their communities, perhaps 200, 300, 400 people, and there are 45 communities throughout my riding. I think these people are working in this industry and they don't necessarily have access to another job, and we don't want them to leave, to move away. We don't want these villages to shut down. We want to keep them and develop them. Incredibly, today, we tend to say that having access to employment insurance to help them make ends meet is essential. I think that employment insurance has become a way of economically developing a region, and I don't like to say it like that, but it's really, and insurance. It's kind of a play on words, and I'm happy that there is money for people who are sick, people who are caregivers, but I think that we shouldn't reduce the shares being given out, and we should adjust contributions, not reduce them, to ensure that the regions can get this. They need this recognition for seasonal work.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I find it somewhat ironic that on this day, Groundhog Day, that not unlike the movie of the same name, we find ourselves back in this place again, making further adjustments in the government's response to the pandemic. Now, I do not offer that comment as a criticism of the government. I raise that point to serve as a reminder we have been here before. Now, I raise the point because we should all recognize that we may be here again doing something similar in the future. Now, obviously, I believe that all of us would agree that ideally we would prefer that that would not be the case. And I'm certain we would much rather see these troubled times put behind us. However, we know that the vaccine rollout has not, to date, gone well for Canada. We know that new and more deadly variants of this virus are being identified in different parts of Canada, and that should be concerning to us all. For the record, I do not mention the slow pace of vaccine rollout in my comments today to be a political attack. I'm certain that this government, like any government, would want to see a more timely and successful vaccine rollout. I would also add that it is not what we are here to debate in this bill today.
I raise these concerns for a different reason that I will come to. But first, this bill sets out measures that we all agree on. We support the improvements made to the Canada Child Benefit. In fact, the idea of providing direct support to families was put in place by a Conservative government. Despite what the Liberals said at the time, that parents would waste this money on beer and popcorn. Now that the Liberals are in government, they adopted the program and have made other improvements. And I give this credit to the government. During the pandemic, we, as the official opposition, have also supported the CERB, or Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the Wage Subsidy Program, or the Canadian Emergency Business Account. There may have been some disagreement on the best way to deliver these programs, but in principle, we agreed with these programs being put in place. For that reason, I'm not going to focus on the areas of agreement. As many of you know, this bill can essentially be divided into 7 different parts. The official opposition supports the majority of these different parts. But we do stand in strong disagreement with Part 7.
to increase the Borrowing Authority Act, basically to add another $323 billion in incremental borrowing until March 31st, 2024. The official opposition would prefer to split this from the bill so that matters we do agree on can be voted on separately. We believe it's important to have a separate debate on that borrowing that significantly increases our debt. Now, before some of you might say to yourself, typical conservative, I'd ask that you would all hear me out. First, let me summarize briefly where we are at. In 2015, this Liberal government promised to run modest deficits before returning to a balanced budget in 2019. Now, every person, whether you're virtual or in the chamber, knows this did not happen. I'm not here to revisit that, simply to place it on the record, though, Mr. Speaker, as being a factual point. In 2019, given the absence to follow that fiscal plan, a new fiscal plan emerged from the government based on debt to GDP ratio. Now, the Liberal thinking told us so that as long as our debt to GDP ratio remained within certain parameters, everything would be fine. However, every person in the chamber and virtually in this debate knows that the debt to GDP targets are literally now thrown out the window. And I again raise that, Mr. Speaker, because it's factually true. Nous sommes donc maintenant dans une...
We are now in a new situation where the Liberals' latest thoughts are that if interest rates are so low, we cannot not borrow more money. That's because interest rates are so low that it's acceptable to borrow this much money. This raises a question that we all need to ask. What happens if, like previous Liberal financial plans, this proves not to be true? What will happen if interest rates rise? Or should I rather say, what will happen when interest rates rise? We need to ask this question because that's part of our job. We need to ask how the decisions that we make today will impact Canadians in the future. And if we do ask this question honestly, what will the answer be? Now, some people are saying if or hypothetically, those kinds of questions aren't important. We have to look to today, because today we are experiencing a pandemic. To people who say that, I would remind you of 1 year ago.
A health minister who told us border closures would not work, that travel restrictions not only would not work, they could actually be harmful. They could stigmatize others, we were told. On that same note, we were also told wearing masks was not recommended. They would provide a false sense of security and should be avoided. Now, we all know how those policies turned out. Now, I'm not looking to belittle the government or government members. I'm simply looking to point out how spectacularly wrong this advice was. How and why does this matter in the bill we are debating today? Because we have to accept that we have new and more deadly variants of this virus and that we are well behind in the vaccination fight against the original variant. We may be in this fight for much longer than any of us would ever anticipate or want to be. Obviously, we all have to hope and work hard to ensure that that isn't the case. At the same time, we have to be prepared. This brings me back to Section 7 of this bill, fiscally, that proposes unprecedented borrowing to continue the fire hose-like spending.
Perhaps not everybody, but I'd like to believe that most of you will understand that the federal government cannot continue to spend as it is or has spent. These expenditures are not viable in the long term. The parliamentary budget officer said so, as have other economists. Clearly, the government hopes that these record expenditures will help us get through this pandemic. However, at some point, we have to stop and ask whether the rate of spending is proportional to the time that we might really have to fight this pandemic. And then by extension, we need to we want this question to be asked and debated here in Parliament. Or do we want just to continue to sign blank checks and to trust the Liberal government and let it spend the money secretly as it has done so to date? I think that we all know the answer to that question.
We have an official opposition, a third and fourth party, for a reason. It is to hold the government to account. And now more than ever, we need to do that job. I'm hopeful that other members of this House will see the benefits of splitting Section 7 from this bill and will agree. And thank you for taking the time to all for listening to me today. Happy to hear your comments and to answer as many questions as time permits, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention from this member today. I've heard a number of Conservatives over the last week and a half go on about, what we were told back in the day, don't wear masks, it's not important, versus where we are today. And, I think it goes without saying that the entire world learned and adapted to what it came to understand and know about the virus and the way that it spreads. Yeah, in the beginning we were saying just wash your hands, that should be enough. And as the world started to understand more and more about this virus, they changed and adapted their behaviors and made recommendations. I can't understand why Conservatives are continuing to critique advice that was given a year ago versus the advice that we have now based on information that we've come to know now. For example, I'm wearing this mask, and I do even when I speak, because I realize that when I speak, the particles in my mouth might go further than 2 meters, and there's a desk full of people that are sitting right in front of me. So yeah, we adapt and we learn and we change our behaviors as we move along.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank the member opposite for his intervention and question. I would simply say that A, I support health measures based on science. I also would point, though, that the point of my speech was some of the assumptions that the government made decisions on based a year ago by expert advice did not turn out to be true. Look, if a person came to me and said that they were going to do a 2-day trek across the desert, but they were told by someone that they only needed a certain amount of water, and that they would be just fine, I would say to them, it's always best to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Unfortunately, if members on the Liberal side won't question the government, and then it remains up to the official opposition. And like I said, there's various viewpoints. There's the NDP, there's the Bloc, there's the Green Party, there's independents. But the official opposition, in this case, in my speech, I am asking for a particular section of the bill to be cut out so that we can debate it more intensely. We should not be making such large-scale decisions in such a limited amount of time. Every time we've done that, Mr. Speaker, it's turned out badly for everyone.
We'll continue with questions and comments. L'Honorable Député Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My greetings to the member and congratulations on your French. It's too bad we're not always on the HUMA committee together. My English is not progressing as quickly as your French, it would appear. But I understand what you said about future spending. But I'd like to hear what you have to say about beyond the monies that have already been announced. How should that money be spent? It's about quality more than quantity. There are a number of questions that the economic statement raises. They don't talk about whether the health transfers will be on a continued basis and the industry-by-industry approach that the government has to take for industries that are still in crisis because of the pandemic. There are people that are still without employment and even without income. So it seems to me that any recovery plan should have some kind of vision to it. What would be your vision of future spending? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Let me first start, Mr. Speaker, by saying I appreciate the words of the member and miss the opportunity to sit with her on the HUMA committee. Let me start by saying that the fall economic update by the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, presented a lot of eye-popping numbers with very little detail. And it's my hope that we need to start discussing, and that's why I've suggested carving out this particular section, because I think many members on the Liberal side would agree that there was not enough details as to what $100 billion would do for stimulus. Look, doing that over 3 years, when we don't have a good grasp on where we are at or where we will be, based on some of the variants and some of the various issues, I think is dangerous. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that we should be carving out the section so we can have a question. Look, anything that brings value for money is important. But some of my constituents have said, why has there been more money set aside for We Charity than for domestic vaccination production? We see an announcement by the government today. It's going to be far later than what other countries presented. And so that's why I think all of our assumptions, Mr. Speaker, we need to start asking the question, what if we're wrong? What kind of prepare for the worst, but hope for the best thinking can we find collectively? And I think this chamber is built for that kind of thinking and consensus building.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-14, the Fall Economic Statement. I miss being in the House of Commons for these speeches, but it's an honor and privilege to speak in the riding of Nanaimo, Ladysmith in the traditional unceded territory of the Snuneymuxw, Nanawas, Staminas, and Liaxin First Nations. In this House, I represent the constituents of Nanaimo, Ladysmith, but I also feel a responsibility to speak for the 1.1 million voters who voted Green in 2019. If you do the math and average the number of votes by the number of MPs elected, I represent 387,000 Green voters. By comparison, the Liberal Party received 5 times more votes than the Green Party, but elected 50 times more MPs, averaging 38,000 votes per MP. This is not a true representation of the democratic will of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Fall Economic Statement contains a long list of much-needed spending to help Canadians get through the COVID-19 pandemic. The Green Party welcomes many of the initiatives that are listed in the Fall Economic Statement. Our leader, Annamie Paul, is particularly pleased to see the government commit to exploring the implementation of carbon border adjustments to protect Canadian businesses and encourage climate action abroad. This is something Ms. Paul was advocating for. What is remarkable about this Fall Economic Statement is what is being left out. This was an opportunity to implement much-needed reforms and improvements to our social welfare and healthcare systems. There are minor reforms to our tax system, but they don't go far enough to create more fairness in the system. There is program spending for Indigenous people, but not enough to deal with the systemic problems they are grappling with. There are minor programs to deal with the climate emergency, but not enough bold action to deal with the existential crisis. I know that members of the Conservative Party, the official opposition, have been cuddling up with conspiracy theorists with their questions and speeches referencing the World Economic Forum's Great Reset. Quite frankly, the Conservatives should be ashamed of themselves. I'm no fan of the World Economic Forum and their gatherings of unelected billionaires at Davos. These billionaires talk a great game about social responsibility and protecting the environment, but while they continue to press governments for more tax cuts for the wealthy and less regulations for corporations. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's unfettered greed in action. The Conservative agenda has been much the same as the World Economic Forum agenda all along, tax cuts and deregulation while pretending to care about working people. When Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, he spoke at the Davos conference several times, including the 2012 meeting, which planned for the so-called Great Transformation. Same agenda, different title. Canadians deserve better. It's time for bold action. It's time for a guaranteed livable income so we can eliminate poverty by creating an income floor under which no Canadian can fall. It's time for universal pharmacare to complete our universal healthcare system. We are the only country with universal health that does not include universal pharmacare. It could save us billions in healthcare spending. We also need to fund proactive therapies, treatments, and programs that keep Canadians healthy and include these in the Canada Health Act. It's time to fully include the mental health care services and counseling under the Canada Health Act. We need more than half measures to deal with the mental health crisis in our communities. This is particularly true as we near the one-year anniversary of pandemic restrictions. It's time to fund universal childcare and early childhood education. This is especially important to ensure that women can regain the ground they have lost in the workforce as a result of the pandemic. We need to increase funding to deal with the affordable housing and homelessness crisis, and we need bold action to deal with the opioid overdose crisis. It's time for much deeper reform of our tax system to ensure that the billionaire class, the big banks, and the multinational corporations pay their fair share and cannot use loopholes and offshore tax shelters to avoid paying taxes in Canada. We encourage the government to roll out and expand programs such as the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy to ensure that workers and companies could survive the economic lockdown. But we were also very clear that government emergency support should not be used by companies to pay CEO bonuses or shareholder dividends, as has happened in the past. The government did not include these conditions as part of the relief programs, and this has led to abuse and to corporate welfare. A recent report found that billions in wage subsidies was paid to 68 companies, which turned around and paid more than $5 billion in dividends at the same time. For example, Imperial Oil received $120 million in wage subsidies and paid out $324 million in dividends during the same period. The big telecom companies took in almost $250 million from wage subsidies, and Bell Canada received $122 million despite having $5.2 billion in available liquidity. For-profit companies running long-term care homes for seniors have also used government COVID emergency tax dollars to line the pockets of CEOs and shareholders while the death toll in their facilities continued to climb. The Green Party is happy with some of the environmental initiatives, but they are clearly not enough to deal with the crash in biodiversity or the climate crisis we face. There's been a lot of talk about the government initiative to plant 2 billion trees as part of the Canada Climate Action Plan. This sounds great, but I would like to point out a few flaws in this idea. A 500-year-old tree sequesters far more carbon in a year than an acre of seedlings can. If the government is serious about using trees as a carbon sink, they should fund an immediate halt to the destruction of old-growth forests, especially in BC and on Vancouver Island, where only 1% of the big tree old-growth forests outside of parks remain standing. The BC government talks about preservation, but continues to allow old-growth forests to be cut down. This needs to stop. Let's allocate tree funding for old growth. The other trees we need to protect and preserve are in the boreal forest. The boreal forest is Canada's equivalent to the Amazon and provides enormous ecological benefit to the planet. It's time to leave the virgin forests alone and preserve them. There are plenty of places in Canada where second, third, and fourth growth forests can be used for timber supply. But forest companies must be required to replant trees after they have harvested both on Crown or on private forest lands. It's the cost of doing business and should not be subsidized. The Green Party welcomes spending on consumer initiatives addressing the climate crisis, including funding for home energy retrofits and zero-emission vehicle infrastructure. But the climate crisis demands more than consumer initiatives. It's time for the government to take much bolder steps, starting with the cancellation of the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline. Experts have stated that this project is not financially viable and is predicted to become a stranded asset. It will not help finance climate change initiatives. Fossil fuels will continue to be used in the foreseeable future, but in dwindling amounts. We need to end all subsidies to the oil and gas industry. The truth is that if we don't take bold action to address the climate crisis, the spending needed to deal with mitigation and the disasters resulting from climate change will make what we are spending on COVID-19 look like chump change. Canada is a climate laggard. Canadian governments have committed to 9 international agreements and produced 0 plans to meet the agreed targets. 8 provinces and 3 territories representing 85% of the Canadian population met the Copenhagen target in 2020. But 2 provinces, Alberta and Saskatchewan, increased emissions so much that they completely wiped out the progress of the rest of the country. Canada has the worst record of the G7 for climate action. The UK, the country with the best record, has reduced their greenhouse gas emissions by 41% from 1990 levels, while shamefully Canada has increased emissions by 21%. In order for Canada to catch up with the rest of the wealthy countries, we need to set new targets to reduce emissions by 60% by 2030. The average Canadian consumer could take their emissions to 0, and it wouldn't mean a thing as long as we allow the oil and gas industry to continue to pollute our atmosphere with climate-killing gases. The government shouldn't let the conspiracy-promoting MPs continue to intimidate them from taking real action. Be bold. That's what our children and grandchildren expect from you. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-14 contains some much-needed spending and actions. In our view, it needs to be much bolder. The Green Party will support this bill, and we will continue to press the government to take bold actions. Thank you.
We're going to go to questions and comments now. I just ask members to keep their questions, comments, and responses concise. There should be no reason why we can't get at least 3 rounds in a 5-minute period of time. We'll go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Interesting to listen to the member's comments. He seems confused about who he's holding to account, with lots of comments about the Harper government, and a very interesting perspective on conspiracy theories with the history of that member and the 9/11 truther movement, as well as his involvement with looking to free Meng Wanzhou. And he talks about all of the things that the Green Party stands against that this government is putting forward, but says he's going to support their bill anyway. And so my specific question for the member is with respect to the parliamentary leader for the Greens celebrating the demise of thousands of jobs for Western Canadians and billions of dollars in revenue for the Canadian Treasury. So while he's supporting this government's initiatives, they've said that, while standing opposed to their plans for the environment, I'm just wondering what this member's plan is to fund his proposals in the short term, because it seems like they're happy to eliminate jobs.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, to start with, we need a just transition for oil and gas workers, and this is something that's already been looked at. We've done this before with asbestos. We know that we need to take bold climate action, and now is the time to do that. Clearly, the Conservatives don't see things the same way. I see a lot of good things in this fall economic update. I just don't think that it's bold enough, and that we're taking the steps that we should be taking to ensure that Canadians get the kind of support that they need, and to ensure that we deal with the climate crisis. These are existential problems that we face.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A simple question for my colleague. This week, the leader of the Green Party met with Premier Legault to talk about health, and Mr. Legault must have repeated his request to increase to 35% the health transfers. Can we count on the Greens for their support? Will they support the Bloc Québécois and all the premiers of Canada in this request? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I believe that the provinces should get the health transfers that they need. We've seen continual cuts to health transfers, and the way that the Harper government set this up cut it back even further. So we need to go back to the plan that we had originally and ensure that the provinces have enough funding to take care of the people in their provinces.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague across the way. He talked about having a bold agenda. The NDP has actually been doing that in real time. I'm wondering if he supports Bill 213, the Pharmacare bill that we've put forward, Motion 46, Guaranteed Livable Income, dental care, and certainly Bill C-232, my private member's bill that supports a bold climate agenda. The Climate Action Emergency Framework, talking about bold, where NDP is doing it in real time.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, we support all of those things. They're all in our platform for many, many years. Guaranteed livable income is something that the Greens have been putting forward for over a decade. Universal pharmacare, the same thing. Bold climate action is something that we want. And I've actually signed on to a number of these bills, private members' bills and motions, and I would look forward to working with the honourable member to push the government to enact these bold changes for Canadians. Thank you.
That's great. We even have time for a fourth question. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
They took your advice, Mr. Speaker. We're moving so quickly. I want to ask the member, how if he thinks that the investments that have been made in Canadians to date have been the right move for our country. I know that unanimous support came from throughout the House, but the Conservatives seem to be criticizing the fact that we invested in Canadians previously. How important is that to get us through this and out the other side?
Well, member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I think that we have been making the right investments. There have been some mistakes, and that's the nature of a pandemic that is changing. I'm quite confused by the Conservatives. They, on the one hand, want more spending to protect Canadians. On the other hand, they want cutbacks. And I'm not sure if they've talked about this as a caucus or not, but we do need to take bold action to protect Canadians during this pandemic, to ensure that our small businesses survive, and to ensure that Canadians pull through this healthy and safe and economically sound.
We're going to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to join debate today on Bill C-14, which would implement measures put forward in the government's fall economic statement. Many residents of my riding have been very hopeful for some time, Mr. Speaker, that we would see a new plan from this government to get our economy going again. However, time and time again, this government has disappointed, and I'm afraid that this economic statement was no exception to that. We know the pandemic has touched the lives of all Canadians one way or another. Far too many have lost a loved one. Others have been separated from friends and family, and small businesses across the country are struggling to get by if they have not yet closed their doors already. And Mr. Speaker, that is why Conservatives were in favor of new programs to support Canadians through this unprecedented time. Every step of the way, we worked with the government to bring forward very thoughtful amendments to improve many of these unprecedented programs, but much needed programs such as the recovery benefit and the wage subsidy, as many Canadians found that they were falling through the cracks of these programs. But we also know that moving forward, we need a long-term economic recovery plan that will result in jobs and paychecks for Canadians, not just more debt and more uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, we need a return to normal life and not another year or another year plus of more restrictions. As mentioned, this pandemic has devastated small businesses across the country. Many relief programs were not sufficient for many business owners, many seasonal operators in the riding of Kenora in particular, and they weren't able to keep their doors open. And I also believe a flawed rollout of these programs and in many cases poor communication on the part of the government has made this difficult time much worse for small business owners. So Conservatives spent much of the spring and pretty much all of the summer calling for improvements to these programs to help reduce some of the barriers to entry and help more Canadians get the support that they need in this desperate time. But unfortunately, we saw the Liberals drag their feet and what should have been very simple fixes in many cases came far too late, or in some cases still have not come yet at all. But of course, none of this has stopped Liberals from wanting to move to raise taxes on Canadians. Unfortunately, that doesn't surprise me. It shouldn't surprise any members of the House or any Canadians who may be watching, because it is always ordinary, hardworking Canadians who are struggling to get by that have to pay the price for this government's mismanagement. In fact, Speaker, a friend of mine in the riding of Kenora has just recently had to close his business, as did his wife to close hers, and are unsure of their next move, given all the uncertainty moving forward. Also, according to CFIB, 1 in 6 small business owners are in a similar situation, actually considering closing their doors permanently. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this paints a very frustrating picture of the current situation and of the urgent need for a robust recovery plan. Of course, last spring, lockdowns and other restrictions were put in place by governments, not just across Canada, but across the world, and really in an effort to buy us time, to buy the government time to get access to what are more permanent solutions, like vaccines, of course, and rapid testing. We know now, Mr. Speaker, other countries are well on their way to vaccinating most of their populations and are making use of rapid testing as well. But this government has positioned us at the back of the line for vaccines, and of course, without widespread rapid testing. These are vitally important tools that are enabling other jurisdictions to position their economies to reopen, but many Canadians will be having to wait half a year or more before they can even get a first dose of a vaccine. And Mr. Speaker, this is incredibly troublesome for my region, because tourism is a massive contributor to the economy in my riding, whether it's campgrounds, hotels, outfitters, regional airlines, restaurants, you name it. Any local shop has thrived in the past thanks to visitors from outside of the riding, and primarily from visitors from the United States. And to put in perspective, Mr. Speaker, for yourself and for all members of the House, the American clientele in my riding for tourism outfitters is so important, but just based on the sheer population, there are more people living in the state of Minnesota than in all of Northern Ontario and Manitoba, and I believe Saskatchewan combined. You might have to fact check me on that, Mr. Speaker, but we know that the market for domestic tourism is incredibly small when compared to what the American market brings in. So, of course, when the border closed last year, this business dried up, and what made things even more difficult for many in my riding was the uncertainty around what conditions the border may be able to open, or in some capacity open. The business owners didn't know if they should be recruiting staff or paying insurance or setting up their facilities for visitors who, of course, in the end weren't able to come last season. So not only did these business owners lose a whole season with no income, but they also spent thousands of dollars on overhead costs that turned out to be unnecessary because I think of a lack of clear communication and a clear plan forward from this government. And I'm afraid that history may be repeating itself as we get closer to the spring and have yet to see a plan forward from this government, Mr. Speaker. In the House yesterday, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill asked whether people who have been vaccinated against COVID-19 may be exempt from the Liberal government's new quarantine laws. And I believe it's safe to say that the answer from this government was non-committal. And it truly begs the question, if Canadians aren't able to travel freely after they've been fully vaccinated, when will they be able to do so? What criteria is the government using to decide when and whether these restrictions will be lifted, or is our entire plan just to continue with the status quo for forever, for as long as it takes. So I do believe my colleague from Nose Hill said it more eloquently yesterday, but there is a better way of doing things. There is a way that we could begin to return to normal while still protecting the health of Canadians and, of course, keeping those who are most vulnerable safe. Mr. Speaker, I believe strategic use of rapid testing could allow Canadians to go about their business more normally, but of course the government has not deployed them in a way that would allow that. And of course, vaccines, as I've noted, are vitally important, but we know the government has botched that procurement process. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe as of January, roughly 2% of Canadians, only 2% had received a single dose of a vaccine, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we need the government to bring forward a plan. We need the government to have success on bringing vaccines to Canada, because we know until the majority of the population is vaccinated, we'll be faced with more restrictions, more lockdowns, more workers losing their jobs, entrepreneurs losing their businesses, more Canadians struggling with isolation and with their mental health, and unfortunately more Canadians sick and more deaths. Mr. Speaker, I believe my time is shortly coming to a close. So I will say that Canada's Conservatives know that Canadians are frustrated and are looking for hope from their government and a clear path forward. That is what we are fighting for. We're fighting for every Canadian to have access to a vaccine. We're fighting for rapid testing and other measures to alleviate the impact of this pandemic. We're fighting for adequate support for our hospitals and healthcare systems, and we're fighting to ensure that entrepreneurs who make our country stronger will have a fighting chance. We can and we will beat this virus, and once we do, we will have even more work to be done to revive our economy and secure our future. Mr. Speaker, I will end it there, and I appreciate any questions and comments from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's intervention today. You know, he raised the topic that the member from Calgary Nose Hill had raised about when and if vaccinated individuals could travel, and what loosened restrictions there might be around such individuals. You know, I don't have the answer to that, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the government's going to make its decisions around that based on the advice from medical professionals, our Chief Medical Officer of Health, rather than from MPs on the floor of the House of Commons giving their own personal opinions on it. Would he agree that the best people to advise the government in making those decisions would be the public health officials who are spearheading this us through this pandemic?
Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleague from Kingston and the Islands for that question. And of course we know that it's public health officials and the experts have to be the ones that are helping that are guiding these decisions. However, I would say to my colleague's point that the lack of transparency from this government in actually in what they are hearing from public health officials has been something that has caused a lot of frustration. There have been a lot of mixed messages, and I believe in many instances they've allowed their own political rhetoric to get in the way of some of the information that has been coming out from public health officials.
Questions and comments? La députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague on the subject of vaccines, at least with part of what he said. The problem that we see with this government is that it's always one step behind. We don't have the agreements. We know that there are industrial amounts that have been reserved. We could give some to the entire rest of the planet, practically, but the problem is that we can't seem to supply ourselves. We can't seem to get the necessary supplies to vaccinate the population massively In Quebec, we're still waiting. Everyone is ready. The system is ready. Healthcare workers are ready, but we don't have the vaccines that we need. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague from the bloc mentioned, we do agree on this issue that the government has botched the procurement process for vaccines, and we've seen a very slow rollout across the country, and it has resulted again in a lot of frustration and a lot of uncertainty for Canadians. So moving forward, we really want to see the plan from the government on how they're going to move forward and how they will distribute vaccines in a way that can help get our economy going again, secure our health, and secure our future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the members' area very well, having passed through it a dozen times. Kenora is the linchpin between Eastern Canada and Western Canada. And I know the folks are very hardworking in his riding. I know the folks in his riding are as concerned as all Canadians about the very, very slow trickle of vaccines. The new Biden administration just confirmed over the next couple of weeks they'll be delivering 10.5 million doses of vaccines. In Canada, it's just a few thousand, a trickle. And so my question is very simple. What is the impact in his community and in communities across the country that Canada is trailing dozens of other countries in the actual rollout and administration of vaccines?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the NDP for that question. And I think, obviously, as all Canadians are experiencing, the impact of the lack of vaccines is a lot of worry, a lot of people feeling uneasy about what lies ahead. But I think specific to my region, as the member will know, there's many First Nation communities and many remote First Nations in my riding, and many vulnerable populations there who have begun to receive vaccines, but it has not been enough to ensure that all those who are in the vulnerable situation will be able to be vaccinated in a timely manner. So that's something that we're needing the government to succeed on, so that we can ensure all vulnerable Canadians and all Canadians who want a vaccine will be able to get one.
We'll go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore, but I will let her know that we'll need to interrupt just at around the 2 o'clock mark, perhaps a minute or two ahead of that. So we'll only get time for about maybe 3 minutes of her opening remarks out of the 10. She'll have the remaining time, of course, when we get back to debate on this motion later this day. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be here in the House once again. Mr. Speaker, when we saw this fall economic statement delivered some months ago now, I made very clear of my expectations for the airline sector on which this government has yet to deliver. And the pain and the desperation across this sector continues. And I'll start, Mr. Speaker, with a letter of mine, actually a childhood friend of mine right here in Calgary-Midnapore, who is now in the aviation sector. His parents are still my constituents. He asked me personally to read this letter, Mr. Speaker, and so I told him I will. January 12th, 2021, to the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada and Right Honourable Minister of Transport. This letter is a first for me, as I do not usually engage elected officials to convey my disappointment regarding the state of an industry to which I've devoted over 25 years of my life. However, having worked in the Canadian aviation sector in an operations control management capacity and experienced executive leadership which successfully met the challenges of recessions, rising energy prices, 911, SARS, and H1N1, to name just a few, it saddens me to see that in 9 short months, the Liberal government is on track to severely weakening or destroying strong companies that have taken decades to build. Was this intentional? I'm almost certain it was not, but lack of liberal proactivity and collaboration with leaders in the Canadian aviation industry have led the industry on this path. CERB and CEWS are not silver bullet solutions that will fix this problem alone, contrary to popular belief. The industry needs strong leadership in the form of aggressive procurement of expedited COVID testing and results within hours of flight departures and arrivals, not 2 weeks of quarantine upon arrival and testing of Canadian citizens 72 hours prior to their return to Canada. Facilitating conditions for safe travel will help this industry recover, and rapid, reliable COVID testing will play a major role in boosting consumer confidence. It does exist, but the Liberal government needs to aggressively pursue it and have a plan. Currently, I do not see a coherent plan. If Liberal actions continue on this path of reactivity, myopic leadership, and decisions made in a vacuum without consultation with industry, then Canadians may wake up in the near future to view the slow death of our nation's main carriers, a renegotiation of our airspace sovereignty because Canadian-based airlines are not financially able to serve all communities due to poor Liberal policies, U.S.-based airlines operating point-to-point domestically, and other foreign carriers facilitating travel for Canadians abroad. Does the Liberal Party really want to have the legacy of leading to the demise of our aviation industry with proud, innovative roots?
I think we'll leave that question hanging there until we get back to the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore after a question period later this day. We'll now go to statements by members. First off, the honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the amazing seniors who are living independently in my riding of Davenport. In spite of the lockdown, Davenport seniors are doing all they can to stay safe and active, with many taking part in vital programs on Zoom, FaceTime, and other online platforms. I want to thank the many seniors' homes and local organizations who are instrumental in keeping our seniors safe, especially those that are living alone, including Terra Nova, LA for Active Living, New Horizons for Seniors, Harmonia Hispanic Seniors Group, Casa de Zores, Casa del Deju, Abrigo Center, West Neighborhood House, and Davenport Perth Community Center, and so many others. I'm also proud that our Liberal government has given seniors $2.5 billion in top-up payments, launched over 2,000 community support projects, allocated $500 million to partners like the United Way food banks and charities to help seniors and others get essential services and supplies. We will continue to support our seniors and have their back for as long as they need us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a true community hero, Doug Mackey, for being awarded the Manitoba Lieutenant Governor's Make a Difference Community Award. In 2011, Doug founded Men's Sheds Canada here in Winnipeg. He recognized that many in our community were suffering from isolation, loneliness, and depression. In a shed, men get together for activities like woodworking projects, cooking, playing cards, and so much more. Doug expanded across the country and now has 38 locations with over 1,000 members. I visited our local Woodhaven shed with Doug to see firsthand the movement he has created. These collaborative and communal spaces provide a safe place to come together, stay productive, and contribute to the community, all while improving social, physical, and mental health of seniors, or what Doug calls health by stealth. Doug truly embodies the spirit of volunteerism, and I want to offer him my heartfelt congratulations on this very well-deserved award.
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, this year is the 25th year of Black History Month in Canada. It's a time to celebrate the immense contributions, along with the recognition of the resilience and strength of Black Canadians around the country. Although we may celebrate differently this year, we can still connect virtually to honor the incredible achievements of Black Canadians that have done so much to make Canada the culturally diverse, compassionate, and prosperous nation it is today. I encourage everyone to keep an eye out for virtual events related to Black History Month in my riding of Mississauga East, Cooksville, and in your communities. Diversity is one of Canada's greatest strengths, and multicultural Canada benefits all Canadians. Canada's commitment to diversity and inclusion is an essential powerful and ambitious approach to making Canada and the world a better and safer place. We are a nation created by people from all walks of life. As Canadians, we are committed to playing a positive role in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, it is Black History Month, and this year is the 30th anniversary in Quebec. It's an opportunity to highlight the often little-known contribution of all the Black communities in Quebec to our shared history. Obviously, during the pandemic, celebrations will be virtual, which doesn't mean that the programming will be any less rich in terms of concerts, conferences, discussion panels, and more. I invite all Quebecers to join virtually these events that are presented by the Roundtable and offered throughout the month. We cannot forget the history of the Black communities in Quebec, which is being written before our very eyes. This past year has been marked by the Black Lives Matter movement, and it will no doubt continue to shape our future. We are seeing an unprecedented speaking out. Let us take advantage of Black History Month to listen. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we MPs return to work, it's also National Suicide Prevention Week. I would mention the students, the post-secondary students in my riding and across Quebec who are once again going back to school virtually. For months, I've seen the impact of this pandemic on my children, Kayla and Yanko, but also on young people like Christian, Eric, Nadine, Nicolas, and others. I have witnessed psychological distress, suicide attempts, and anxiety among our young people. Universities and cégeps are places where young people socialize and talk. They make memories. They challenge their ideas. They fall in love. I think that everybody in the House agrees with me to say, courage. Don't be ashamed to ask for help if you need it. We have invested in mental health platforms such as Wellness Together and the youth hotline. I salute the exceptional work being done by the health institutes, and I think we all have to be strong mentally in a strong body. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, buy local is important, particularly during times of the COVID-19 pandemic, more so than ever before. Our small business owners, artisans, and farmers need people to support them and buy their products and services. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about how important it is when we talk about the people in the buy local and having contact with the individual. And they provide us with an exceptional quality of life through their work. We need to demand more Canadian products to ensure that we have a secure supply of the goods and services we consume. We have a duty to do this during difficult times and think of the future when it comes to our future supply, Mr. Speaker. The political choices made over the next few months will have a lasting impact on the Canadian economy. Together, let's make the right choices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That might make more sense.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, today, February 2nd, Groundhog Day, is Groundhog Day, where our furry friends across North America give us their prediction on whether we will have an early spring or 6 more weeks of winter. As the folklore goes, if the groundhog does not see their shadow, we can expect to have an early spring. This morning at the Shubenacadie Wildlife Park, Nova Scotia's own Shubenacadie Sam, the first groundhog in North America to report their prognosis, emerged from her burrow. I'm happy to report that today in Nova Scotia, as we're experiencing a blizzard, Sam did not see her shadow and is predicting an early spring, which is welcome news to Nova Scotians that are looking forward to warmer weather. Since 1987, Shubenacadie Sam, the prognosticating groundhog, has had an impeccable track record of giving accurate forecasts with a higher accuracy than many other famous groundhogs, including Wyerton Willie. I want to thank the Shubenacadie Wildlife Park for the work that they do to educate Nova Scotians about our wildlife, and I hope members of this House can agree with me that Sam has an excellent track record, and we're hoping her prediction rings true in 2021.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to speak today to highlight the incredible work of this government. which has allowed the purchase and delivery of more than 1 million doses of the vaccines to the provinces, and millions of others are on their way. We remain on track to reach our objectives. I would also like to pay tribute to businesses in my riding of Vimy, which have contributed to the development of a vaccine, Biodextrous, Nexelis, and Glycovax, in partnership with the Armand Frappier Centre. Thank you for your work and your service to Canadians. We are lucky to have such a strong biotechnological community in Laval. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be proud of the achievements of this government in fighting the pandemic and can rest assured that they are in good hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to speak on two issues. First off, to share the prediction of this country's greatest groundhog, Wiarton Willie. It's official, we will have an early spring. Next, on a more serious message, but one of hope and inspiration despite the tragedy associated with it. Last week, Grace Haynes of North Vancouver, a 17-year-old honor roll high school student dedicated to fitness, was taking a study break by going for a run near her home when she was struck in a hit-and-run accident that has left her critically injured. I have the honor of knowing Grace's parents, Chris and Andrea, from our time together at the Royal Military College. But in the face of this tragic accident, they and their brother Jack are demonstrating bravery and compassion that is an example for all Canadians. As Chris has stated publicly, instead of lashing out in anger at the driver, he is calling for all of us to look inwards at our own driving behavior. More importantly, in Chris's own words, anger won't heal Grace, love will. Mr. Speaker, considering the challenges all Canadians have faced this past year, we should all follow this advice. Grace, I'm sending my love to you and your family.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Right there. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure every one of us here can share stories about the generosity of the folks at home as we've made our way through this dark COVID-19.
Going to interrupt the Honourable Member. I believe his camera is either facing the wrong direction or he's got something in front of it. There we go. Perfect.
Try that. Oh,
we'll let you start right from the beginning again. We'll restart the clock.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, everybody here can share stories about the generosity of the folks at home as we've made our way through some very, very difficult times. And I'm glad to offer examples of just those kinds of people in Fleetwood, Port Kells. Flavio Marquez and his amazing Christmas light show, and his wonderful Fraser Heights neighbors who donated 1,427 pounds of food and nearly $1,800 in cash to the Surrey Food Bank. People like Narinder Singh at that big Gurdwara at 152 and 68th, who turbocharged their Langar Hall and delivered thousands of meals to seniors and people having tough times. The Muslim Food Bank, helping thousands more. Our Filipino community in Narima de la Cruz, Michelle Liu for our Chinese community, Sergeant Mike Spencer of our Surrey RCMP, Brian Woodster from our faith community, and so many others. Our constituency office has honored as Fleetwood Port Kells hidden heroes. The worst of times can bring out the best in so many. And to all who've done their best, thank you.
Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, this February we respect Black Canadians by recognizing and participating in Black History Month. It is a time to show special appreciation of Black contributions to Canada histories beyond the usual lip service and virtual signaling frequent in this chamber. When we honor Black History Month this month, we learn from an intersectional understanding of separate communities across our great nation, each one demonstrating tenacity and bringing unique experiences which contribute to our cultural mosaic from coast to coast to coast. I would highlight Robert Sutherland, Canada's first Black lawyer, whose estate saved Queen's University from bankruptcy, a simple act which has now allowed countless Canadians since to receive quality post-secondary education. I would encourage all to seek out and improve our knowledge of Black history in Canada. On behalf of Her Majesty Loyal Opposition, we wish you a respectful and enlightening Black History Month.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great concern over Michigan Governor Whitmer's attempt to shut down Enbridge Line 5 in violation of the Transit Pipelines Treaty. If this important line is shut down, more than 20,000 jobs would be impacted in my riding alone. Thousands more would be in jeopardy across Ontario and Quebec's energy industries. Line 5 supplies fuel to both the Pearson and Detroit airports, as well as 30% of home heating to these regions. Refineries, downstream processors, farmers, and businesses on both sides of the border will be impacted. The alternative methods of transportation, like trucks or rail cars, are not more environmentally friendly, and there are actually not enough of them to handle the capacity. The Prime Minister needs to seek President Biden's assistance on this issue. To help avoid the shutdown of Line 5, let Governor Whitmer's office know of your opposition by sending the proposed email available on my MP website. Together, we can help keep Line 5 open and secure jobs on both sides of the border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, for nearly 50 years, communities along BC's north coast have been working together to keep oil tankers out of our coastal waters. An oil spill here would damage our coastal economy and the world-renowned ecosystems of the Great Bear Rainforest. For First Nations who have called the coast home for thousands of years, such a disaster is unthinkable. In 1972, on a motion tabled by former Skeena MP Frank Howard, this House unanimously agreed that oil tankers on BC's north coast were inimical to Canadian interests, especially those of an environmental nature. That remains as true today as it was then. Tomorrow, we will again vote on this important question. Since Bill C-229, which would repeal the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, was first tabled, I've heard from community leaders and residents across our region. In a matter of weeks, our petition received hundreds upon hundreds of signatures. On behalf of the people of Northwest BC, I ask that this House support a vibrant, sustainable future for our coast.
L'honorable député de la
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to announce that starting in September, the University of Quebec in Montreal, or UQAM, will offer courses in Saint-Constant in my riding. Already in 2012, as a member of the Quebec National Assembly, I saw that the availability of post-secondary programs was not keeping pace with our region's rapid development. I immediately started working to provide an antenna allowing more access to college courses, a project that came to light in 2018. Back in federal politics, I promised to add a university to the CEGEP. Promise made, promise kept. The young people in Roussillon, starting with my own children, will now be able to do all of their courses at home. I would like to highlight how efficient the team at UQAM is. It's ably led by the Dean, Magda Fusaro. Also thanks to Marc Remillard, the principal of Valleyfield CEGEP, and my old friend and partner, the mayor of Saint-Constant, Jean-Claude Boyer, for whom every problem has a solution. Long life to UQAM in Roussillon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Throughout this pandemic, we've seen people, families, and small business owners left behind by this government's response. Now, Canadians are locked down and left behind because of the Liberals' failure on rapid tests and on vaccines. Instead of focusing on vaccine delivery guarantees and securing the ability for domestic production, the Liberals spent the fall filibustering across multiple committees in a grand effort to cover up the Prime Minister's role in the WE scandal. Each and every day, Canada falls further and further behind our peers who have enough doses of the vaccine, while our elderly and our most vulnerable continue to be at risk and businesses remain closed. Conservatives want this government to get vaccine rollout right. We know that Canada cannot secure jobs, secure our economy, or secure our future without vaccines. We need vaccines to end the lockdown, and we do need to end the lockdowns. Canadians can count on Canada's Conservatives to secure health care, secure our economy, and to secure our future.
The honourable member for Pickering, Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has greatly impacted veterans and the resources they rely on. Legions across the country have had to close their doors, leaving many veterans isolated and without these community-led supports. Legions provide supportive spaces and valuable assistance for our veterans and their families. Our government understands the important role Legions have in our community and responded by creating the $20 million Veterans Veterans Organizations Emergency Support Fund. Through this fund, Legion Branch 170 in Uxbridge received $10,000 in support. Not only does Branch 170 honor and support veterans, but they bring together the entire community in their efforts and teach future generations of the sacrifices that veterans made for us. The work our community does with Branch 170 is incredibly special, and I am glad our government supported this to ensure veteran supports will continue in Uxbridge and in so many communities across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 weeks, the Prime Minister has failed to specifically raise the issue of Line 5 with any senior American officials he's talked to. 3 calls, no action. 30,000 direct and spin-off jobs in Ontario depend on Line 5. These workers want to know, Mr. Speaker, when is the Prime Minister finally going to stand up for their jobs?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past many years, this government has consistently and effectively stood up for Canadian interests across the table from the American administrations. We've demonstrated our ability to protect steel and aluminum workers, to secure supply management, to protect our cultural exemptions, to renegotiate NAFTA. We will always stand up for Canadian workers and Canadian energy, and we will continue to do engaged actively with the United States administration.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, all the jet fuel at Pearson Airport, jobs at refineries in Montreal and Lévis, 66% of the crude used in Quebec, and zero mention from the Prime Minister in 3 calls with senior U.S. officials. Yesterday, the Natural Resource Minister talked about a Team Canada approach. So when is the Prime Minister finally going to get on the field, talk about Line 5, and stand up for workers in all parts of this country?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we saw this consistently from Conservatives over the past many years, armchair quarterbacking, telling us what we had to do, what we should do, what we would do. We just went ahead and did it. We kept protecting Canadian jobs. We kept standing up for Canadian interests. We delivered on NAFTA. We're delivering on protecting Canadian interests, and we'll continue to do so on Line 5 and on every other issue facing Canada and the U.S.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, you want to know who really did it, showed some leadership? Northern Ireland. In a few hours, they were able to obtain written exemptions from the European Union with respect to vaccine export controls. Friday night, the EU had changed their rules to guarantee vaccine supply to Northern Ireland. It's Tuesday, and all we've gotten from this Prime Minister and the Trade Minister are some verbal assurances that they've raised the matter. With Canada falling further and further behind every week in vaccines, can the Prime Minister get to it and guarantee in writing our supply of vaccines from Europe?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to take this opportunity to reassure Canadians that we indeed received strong assurances from the EU leadership, including Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, that Canada's deliveries of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines would not be disrupted by these new transparency measures that they're bringing forward. We know that we are relying on vaccines from European production plants, and Europe will continue to protect Canada's supply.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons...
Mr. Speaker, we learned that Novavax will probably be able to produce vaccines here in Canada if Health Canada approves the vaccine. The Prime Minister said that the new facilities should produce vaccines by the end of the summer, but the Innovation Minister said by the end of the year. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians who's telling the truth? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I was very pleased to be able to visit the facilities last September to announce the federal investments in vaccine production here in Canada. As I said, the construction of that factory should be completed during the summer, and then there should be approval and production of vaccines by the end of the year. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the investments in a partnership with China, there were investments made, and there was the possibility of a new vaccine being produced in Canada was slow but positive. Canadians are tired of waiting for vaccines because we need the vaccine before we can have an economic recovery. The Liberal government should have a clear and specific plan on vaccine delivery. Why is the Liberal government still behind other countries? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are completely out in left field and they're just scaremongering. We have made sure by negotiating a lot of contracts with different companies to have more doses per person than any other country. And we will get millions of doses, 6 million by the end of March, as expected, and 20 million by summertime. And everyone should be vaccinated by the end of September this year because that's the commitment we made. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All of the territories and provinces, including Quebec, of course, have called for an increase in the federal contributions up to 35% of what it takes to take care of our seniors and people who are sick. The Liberals said no, and what's more, they've imposed Canadian standards. The Conservatives said, let's have a meeting within 100 days of the next election, and obviously the NDP acted like a branch plant of the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, is there no party in Canada that's willing to accept a unanimous request from the territories, provinces, and Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I have said a number of times in the House, and my colleague refuses to hear what I said, yes, we will increase health transfers. And as a matter of fact, we've shown a willingness to do that by increasing investments in an unprecedented fashion. Investments in seniors, in students, in Canadians, in workers. We recognize that there's more to be done in this pandemic, and we will continue to do more. Yes, in the short term, in the immediate, but yes, in the long term as well. And I look forward to those discussions in due course once we get through this crisis. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, what is this all about? National standards. The federal government does not administer any hospitals, any doctors, any nurses. That is not a matter of federal jurisdiction in any sense of the term. Why is it better to have a Canadian standard than a Quebec standard? What can a Canadian do that a Quebecer can't? What is intrinsically superior about being Canadian than a Quebecer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Perhaps I could point one thing out. Most Canadians and most Quebecers, with the exception of the leader of the Bloc Québécois, know full well that the Canadian Armed Forces had doctors sent in to long-term care facilities in Quebec, and Canadian soldiers worked alongside Quebec doctors, and they helped a lot of seniors. So to say that the federal government has no doctors is completely wrong. It's just a political argument, the lowest form of political argument. We will be there to work with all provinces to protect seniors. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent report indicates that 65% of Greater Toronto Area workers are essential. In fact, Dr. Naheed Dosani indicates that these workers who get COVID-19 are, quote, working in close proximity and with inadequate access to paid sick leave. This is very clear. Paid sick leave will help us stop the spread of COVID-19 and will ensure that we save lives. Now, the Prime Minister says the job is done, that it's already good enough, but the existing program has problems. So will the Prime Minister commit to fixing paid sick leave so it covers all workers who need it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we brought in paid sick leave for Canadians who aren't covered by their jobs because we know that during this pandemic, people need to be able to make the choice to stay home if they start exhibiting symptoms and know that they can still put food on the table for their families. That's why we moved forward with federal sick leave, but why we're also happy to see many provinces step up to improve the system and to adjust it so it's right for their provinces. We will continue to work hand in hand with the provinces on delivering for Canadians right across the country, because protecting our most vulnerable workers is part of the way not just to keep us safe, but make sure we recover well.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Merci.
Thank you. I had a meeting with Premier Legault, and he shared a message as president of the Council of the Confederation, and all premiers all across the country would like to see an increase in health transfers. It's more important than ever during a pandemic to have more investment in health care. So my question is simple. Will the Prime Minister boost health transfers, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes. That's the commitment we've made to all premiers. I know we'll have to increase transfers, and we will continue to increase them as we have done every year. But during the pandemic, it's also the time to provide immediate assistance, and that is why we sent tens of billions of dollars to the provinces to help their healthcare systems get through this pandemic. In the long term, we're very open to holding this discussion, and I have said, yes, we will increase health transfers. When it comes to the details, I look forward to those conversations, but I have said that we will be there to support Canadians. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the government was slow responding to the pandemic at the border. They didn't shut it down fast enough. And then not enough direction was given for screening travelers. So Quebecers were astounded yesterday to hear the president of the Treasury Board saying on LCN that the Quebec Provincial Police had done a poor job of enforcing the quarantine. When will the government show some leadership and admit its mistakes on the border issue? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, but let us be very clear. There was no delay, and we actually took very timely action in not only stopping all non-essential flights into Canada, but also closing the largest undefended border between ourselves and the United States. We've also been working very closely with the provinces and territories, most of whom, the police of jurisdiction, have been very effective in their enforcement of the quarantine orders. We've been working with the province of Quebec. I'm very pleased to advise that they now say that the Sûreté de Québec is prepared to take over their responsibility for enforcing the Quarantine Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to believe that the government's trying to blame the provinces for its own incompetence. Is it the province's fault the border wasn't shut down fast enough? Is it the province's fault the Prime Minister is unable to secure vaccine supply? Mr. Speaker, the minister's accusations, the member for Quebec City, show a flagrant lack of leadership. His government has to take responsibility. When will he apologize to the SQ and Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues' accusations are baseless. He knows full well that in the past we had the most strictest border controls, and we've strengthened them, we've beefed them up even further. People coming to Canada have to take a pre-arrival test. They have to pay $2,000 to stay in a hotel. They're going to have to take another test on arrival. They're going to have to isolate for 3 days in a specified area. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the strictest measures in the world, and it would be nice if my colleague at least had the decency to recognize that.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
The European Union's export controls on COVID vaccines are adding to uncertainty, Mr. Speaker. The Trade Minister says she has verbal assurances from her EU counterpart, but has no written agreement confirming we are exempt. A trade expert told the Toronto Sun this means, quote, the EU can say this doesn't apply to Canada until they decide it does. Is the minister working to get a written exemption, just as other countries have, for our millions of doses of COVID-19 vaccines that would be coming from Europe?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government and I have been in contact with our counterparts at the European Union as well as with the member states on this very important issue. Over the past week, I've reiterated to my counterparts that our expectation is that their mechanism will not affect vaccine shipments to Canada. Our next vaccine shipments remain on track for delivery. We're going to continue to work with the EU and our international partners to make sure that, as we have throughout this pandemic, to ensure that critical health and medical supply chains remain open and resilient. We share the urgency of Canadians to ensure that vaccines get to Canada, and we're operating every day with this urgency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that over 100 countries are exempt from these measures, and we are not. The government has no written assurances that the EU's exports controls won't affect Canada. Whether a week from now or a month from now, we simply do not know if the EU can implement these measures on Canada's vaccine contracts. Verbal assurances are simply not enough. Why is the minister not pushing to get Canada on this exemption list?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the exemption list largely includes developing countries and states from the European single market. Many of our longstanding international partners, including New Zealand or Japan, were also not included on this list. But let me be clear. We have been repeatedly assured that the EU's measures will not affect our vaccine shipments. In my discussions with my counterparts, in the Prime Minister's conversation with President von der Leyen, our government is going to continue to work closely with the EU and with the member states to ensure that Canada's access to vaccines are not disrupted.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Over a year after COVID-19 started to spread, the world has learned a lot about how to fight it. But Canadians are still being asked to sacrifice with no end in sight. Canadians need vaccines, deployed rapid tests, and information to secure our future and rebuild our economy. By now, the Prime Minister should be telling Canadians what's being done to eventually safely lift restrictions, not just putting new ones in place. How many million Canadians need to be vaccinated before restrictions are lifted?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there for provinces and territories as we have fought COVID-19 together, whether it's through provision of billions of dollars to ensure that provinces and territories have the capacity to test, to contact trace, to safely isolate, whether it's to provide personal protective equipment, to purchase testing or vaccinations. That's what we have been doing, Mr. Speaker, supporting provinces and territories every step of the way. Vaccines are an important tool in seeing the end of this pandemic, and I thank all Canadians for trying so hard together to protect each other.
I just want to point out, I want to remind the honourable members, je m'excuse, vous avez un appel au règlement, c'est par rapport à...
Do you have a point of order?
I want to remind all the members who are joining us virtually today, the arm on their headset, sometimes it's too close to your mouth, sometimes it's too far. Rule of thumb is 1.5 centimeters away from where your mouth comes to an end right here. So that's probably a good one, just below or just above, and that works out well for those who aren't quite in the metric yet, about 1/2 inch. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
It's actually interesting you said that, Mr. Speaker, because I'd love to be having this debate in the House. But the minister couldn't answer my question. And it's a question that relates to when life gets back to normal. And, you know, limiting Canadians' charter rights, limiting their movements, preventing them from entering their own homes and having to go to quarantine facilities are extreme measures that should have clear end criteria. They must be temporary. And a year into COVID, the Liberals must start telling Canadians how and when they will be safely lifted. So no word salad. How many million Canadians need to be vaccinated before restrictions are lifted?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way as the science and research has evolved around COVID-19, Canada has been guided in our response by that science and evidence. And in fact, quarantines are an important measure in protecting Canadians from the importation of the virus and, of course, now the importation of variants. Every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, we have followed research and evidence. We'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all Canadians for the sacrifices they're making to keep each other safe.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good news in the long run that Novavax vaccine will be produced in Montreal, but only in the long term, because these vaccines will arrive too late to help us get through the second wave. It will be useful in the event of a future pandemic, but not for the 20 million people the government has promised to vaccinate by June. What is the government doing today to ensure the necessary doses are available? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the early days, our government's goal has been to ensure access to vaccines and to invest in vaccines and the most promising treatments, and third, to invest strategically to rebuild Canada's capacity to manufacture vaccines. That's precisely what we've done, and we knew from the beginning that we had to base this on the best scientific advice. We are there for Canadians with biomanufacturing. It's on the way. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, 3 objectives, but are we reaching them? I don't think so. Producing Novavax vaccine in Montreal will help us only in the future. We need vaccines today. We've been in a vaccine race for 11 months, and it's only today that the government is announcing an agreement to produce a vaccine domestically, but not before the summer of 2022. The government should have negotiated this 11 months ago so we could start producing vaccines the second Health Canada approved them. 11 months, Mr. Speaker, that's a long time. Why did it take so long? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I remember listening to the Bloc a couple of months ago saying they'll never be able to vaccinate anyone. Well, we are vaccinating people. And now they're trying to scare people by saying that the global demand is greater than the global supply. But we have so many contracts with so many different countries, and the goals are the same, and we're going to reach them. 6 million by the end of March, half of Quebecers by the end of June, and all Canadians by the end of September. Those are our goals, and we're going to meet them.
Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, this government asked Canadian carriers to suspend flights to both Mexico and the Caribbean, yet American carriers are still carrying Canadians to these sun destinations. Mr. Speaker, the airline sector in Canada has already been put through the ringer. So why is the PM putting American jobs first when he should be standing up for Canadian airline workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our domestic airlines carry the vast majority of Canadians traveling to sun destinations on vacation. However, we are aware that some foreign carriers also operate between Canada and sun destinations. The government is working with foreign airlines on this issue. But, for example, Aeromexico already announced that they are suspecting flights between Canada and Mexico. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while American carriers continue to carry Canadians to sun destinations, Canadian carriers are parked right here at home. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian aviation sector has already lost significant market share as a result of this government's incompetence and inaction, while foreign carriers have received billions of dollars in sector-specific aid. So when will this Prime Minister put Canadian jobs first and deliver a plan for the airline sector?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that a U.S. carrier cannot transport Canadians to a sun destination without first stopping in the U.S. And she probably also knows that the Biden administration has already implemented new measures on all travelers coming to the U.S. And by the way, there are additional measures that we are working to coordinate with the U.S. So I ask my honourable colleague to join me in calling on all Canadians to suspend or postpone non-essential travel. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska.
Vous êtes en sourdine, par...
You're on mute, apparently.
On recommence le relais.
Voilà. Start over. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has announced an end to southbound flights by Canadian carriers. Meanwhile, U.S. airlines are still offering Canadians service to all-inclusive sun destinations. This is completely ridiculous. When will this government take responsibility and manage the border properly? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, no U.S. carrier can carry a Canadian to a sun destination direct without stopping in the U.S. I also stated earlier that the Biden administration has implemented new measures on all travelers. So I ask my colleagues to join me in calling on all Canadians to postpone non-essential travels. And I want to take a moment to thank the airlines for voluntarily agreeing to help prevent the spread of COVID, and that our government is currently working on a support package to help airline carriers and their workers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. For the minister, Mr. Speaker, here's what the CEO of the Air Transport Association of Canada said. Of course we're frustrated by this absurd situation. The fact that the government couldn't find a way to prevent American competitors here from doing what it won't allow Canadian carriers to do is unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister is always in reaction mode, unable to make good decisions quickly. Why isn't he protecting our border and Canadian jobs? What's he waiting for? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, jobs in the airline sector are incredibly important for our country's safety and economy. We are currently working with the airline sector on providing a support package for them. What I would like to ask my honourable colleague is to please join me in understanding first the importance of these travel measures, and second, in encouraging all Canadians to avoid non-essential travel. And let's recognize and acknowledge the sacrifice of the workers of the airline sector. We will stand by them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John East.
Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians don't have access to the dental care they need. More than 1/3 have no dental coverage at all, and the numbers have increased because of the pandemic. Young people, seniors, precarious workers, families with a low income endure pain and suffer avoidable health and social consequences because they can't afford dental care. Last February, the Liberals voted against a dental plan. Will they change their minds and support my private member's motion to implement the federal dental program now for all uninsured Canadians with family income less than $90,000?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for advocating for low-income families and for access to dental care. As I've said in this House, this seems like a worthy area to investigate, and I certainly would be more than happy to review any recommendations that might come from the Health Committee or other committees that study the issue.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Robert Major is a 62-year-old mechanic in my riding who was unable to work because of health issues during the pandemic. Like thousands of Canadians, Robert was asked by the CRA to repay the CERB money he received in good faith. Robert has worked for over 40 years, paid his taxes, paid into EI, and yet he can't get the help he needs. Robert and his wife cannot access other supports, and they cannot afford to pay the clawback. Why is it when Robert needed help the most and Liberals promised to have his back, he got a knife instead?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the pandemic hit, we quickly introduced the CERB, helping 9 million Canadians put food on the table and keep a roof over their head. We know this continues to be a difficult time for many, and we will continue to be there. No one is required to make repayments at this time, and we're actively looking at options to support Canadians who may in fact be determined ineligible. As the Prime Minister has said, we're going to work with Canadians who need to make repayments in a way that is flexible and understanding of their unique circumstances. There won't be penalties or interest for anyone who made good faith mistakes.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, the new highly affected sectors credit availability program was introduced yesterday. The program is being directed towards companies who have already qualified for and received the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy or the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy. My question for the Minister is, on behalf of businesses throughout Canada that have not received either of the subsidies, will their applications be at a disadvantage compared to the companies that have?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Surrey Newton for his strong voice for small businesses. We know many small businesses continue to be hard hit by this pandemic and continue to face restrictions and are protecting the health and safety of their employees and their customers. HASCAP is another way our government is stepping up to provide this critical lifeline for Canada's hardest hit businesses. Applications, of course, are open at Canada's financial institutions, and no businesses that do not receive the wage subsidy nor the rent subsidy are not going to be affected. But I would encourage them to please apply.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Buy America rules announced by the Biden administration allow exceptions only under limited circumstances where there's an overwhelming security, humanitarian, or emergency need in America. Canadian businesses could be shut of U.S. government procurement. In 2010, the Conservative government dealt with Buy America requirements by signing an agreement with the Obama administration to allow Canadian companies to participate in the U.S. infrastructure projects. Why has this government done so little on a file that means so much to Canadian businesses?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to Canadian businesses and workers, I want you to know that we are actively engaging with our American partners at all levels, and we will always stand up for the interests of Canadians. The President raised in his call with President Biden that workers in both our countries benefit from the integrated resilient supply chains. The Prime Minister also spoke to Vice President Harris this week about strengthening our trade relationship and avoiding unintended consequences of the Buy American policies for the benefit of people in both countries. We're always going to take a Team Canada approach, working with Canadian businesses and exporters, manufacturers and industries, just as we have done in the last 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce says that the new Buy American rules will make it more difficult for Canadian businesses to secure contracts in the U.S. This will put a significant chill on investment at a critical time when Canadian economy is very fragile. The government can't blame their trade problems on the previous administration in the United States anymore. What is the plan to ensure Canadian businesses can participate in U.S. government contracts?
Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, nous défendrons toujours les intérêts.
Mr. Speaker, we will always defend Canadians' interests. The Prime Minister has spoken with the President and the Vice President, and he underscored that workers need to be able to benefit from our integrated supply chains. The Prime Minister and the President agreed to consult each other in order to avoid limiting trade between our two countries. Will we be working closely together in order to support a sustainable economic recovery? Thank you.
For Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, last year gun seizures at Canada's border spiked, and 80% seized by Toronto police came from the U.S. while shootings went up. Yesterday, the Prime Minister talked to the U.S. VP about gun trafficking. But last week, this exact same Prime Minister defeated a Conservative bill to crack down on illegal gun smuggling. As usual, this PM is all talk and no action. Why does he target law-abiding firearms owners and retailers, but reject solutions to criminals and gangs that terrorize Canadians?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're moving forward to strengthen gun control, including addressing all of the ways in which criminals gain access to guns. We've promised Canadians that we'll strengthen gun control, while the Conservatives have promised the gun lobby that they will weaken it. Mr. Speaker, it's important to listen to police chiefs like the chief in Edmonton, who advises that only 5 to 10% of the guns in his city come from across the border. The rest are obtained legally through straw purchase or they're stolen. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to doing the whole job of keeping communities safe.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, police across Canada have been very clear. Smuggled firearms, illegal firearms, and criminals are the real problem in this country, not legal gun owners. If the Liberals actually took gun crime seriously, they would have demonstrated that last week on Bill C-238. But what did they do? The Liberals voted against one of the root causes of gun violence in Canada, and that is illegal firearms smuggled into this country from the United States. They didn't even want to study the issue at committee. This government continues to fail Canadians at every turn. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, I would thank the member for the question, but I would remind him that we've made a commitment to deal with all of the ways in which criminals gain access to guns, including strengthening our response at the border, but also dealing with guns that are stolen and illegally diverted into the hands of criminals. Mr. Speaker, let's listen to the police chiefs. The police chief in Saskatoon told us that crime guns in his city come primarily from theft. The police chief in Regina said that they're not being brought across the border, but are coming from break-and-enters in his city. And as I've already said, the chief in Edmonton has said that only 5 to 10% come across the border. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to address all of the ways criminals get access to guns, and that's the work we're doing.
The
Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pandemic or not, there is one industry that can always count on the federal government, the oil industry. In the spring, the federal government eliminated the environmental assessment for 100 drilling sites off Newfoundland. Last week, it authorized 40 more in Newfoundland, and now the federal government has its eye on Quebec. An Albertan oil company wants to carry out exploratory drilling in an area of 1,500 square kilometers off the lower north shore in a marine refuge. Will the Minister of the Environment say no to this drilling? The Honourable Minister.
Ministre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La santé de nos...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The biodiversity of our protected marine areas is a priority for our government. That is why we have taken action to protect 5% of the oceans by 2025. And we have joined the Global Alliance for the Oceans. Our government respects the Quebec moratorium in the St. Lawrence on new oil and gas exploration in the Gulf of St. Lawrence as well. The permits in question were issued in the 90s. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, are acting like doormats to the oil companies. They took advantage of the pandemic to help out their friends in the oil industry while the population's attention was elsewhere. And now the minister doesn't seem to know how to answer. He seems to be saying that he might be thinking of authorizing oil drilling in the Saint Laurent region. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers don't want any of it. Our future is not in the oil industry. Let me repeat my question. Will the minister today stand up and say no to oil drilling in Quebec once and for all? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What my honourable colleague said is simply false. As I have said before, the permits in question were issued in the 90s by the Quebec government and are under provincial jurisdiction. They respect the Quebec. We respect the Quebec, the provincial moratorium on the exploration and drilling in the Gulf of St. Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, NAV Canada has made the unilateral decision to close 7 of this country's air traffic control towers. Last week, it was revealed at committee that NAV Canada paid out $7 million in executive bonuses at the same time it was making the decision to close the towers. The federal government holds 3 seats on the NAV Canada board. Can the minister tell us if the federal appointees voted for or against these executive bonuses?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague knows that NAV Canada operates at an arm's length from government and operates independently. NAV Canada is currently undertaking several studies to assess the level of services it needs. It is important to note that any changes in the level of service proposed by NAV Canada will be subjected to a rigorous safety assessment. Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, the safety is the main concern of mine and my department. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has not given our seniors who are struggling a clear plan to help them through this pandemic. But they are raising their taxes through the carbon tax. Tripling the carbon tax will cost seniors even more for essentials like gas, groceries, and home heating. And for many seniors, their budgets are already stretched further than they can manage. Mr. Speaker, will a Prime Minister give them a break and cancel his failed carbon tax?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. Certainly, while COVID is the challenge of our lifetime at the present time, we cannot forget that climate change is an impending existential threat to humanity. Putting a price on carbon pollution is a critical plan of our part of our plan to attack climate change and to reduce emissions, but we do so in a manner that ensures affordability. And if the honourable member would look at the plan, those that actually are in federal backstop jurisdictions, the vast majority of Canadian families get more money back than they pay in the context of the carbon price. It is the most efficient way to reduce emissions. It is an important part of fighting climate change in a manner that is affordable, and certainly it is something.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week at Public Accounts Committee, this government stated that the GST was not taxable to the carbon tax. That is patently false. There is GST charged to every dollar of carbon tax, federal carbon tax. If you have any doubt, Mr. Speaker, just ask the farmer. They'll tell you. Why did this government mislead Canadians about their tax on a tax?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, addressing and fighting climate change should not be a partisan issue. Now more than ever, I think we all need to work together to bring together the best ideas to fight climate change. Our plan put a price on pollution to ensure that there is certainty for businesses and for individuals going forward, to ensure that we reduce emissions, and we do so in a manner that is both efficient and affordable. We certainly hope that the party opposite will come to the conclusion that addressing climate change is actually important and bring forward a plan that's a credible plan of their own.
L'honorable député de Brome-Missisquoi.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, our government has worked hard to protect Canadians' health and safety. From implementing a mandatory 14-day quarantine for international travelers, to the fact that passengers must now receive a negative PCR test result before taking a flight to Canada, our government has implemented measures that will address Canadians' concerns about COVID. Can the Minister of Transport tell this House about the new measures taken to better protect the health and safety of our communities?
Le Ministre.
Merci à ma collègue pour sa question. Each new case of COVID-19 is one too many. That's why, since March of last year, we've enforced some of the world's strictest border measures. We recently introduced new restrictions which involve an agreement with airlines to suspend flights to and from Mexico and the Caribbean. Additionally, all travelers will soon have to book 3 nights at a public health facility and get tested upon arrival. We will continue to do whatever it takes, and for as long as it takes, to protect and support Canadians during the pandemic. Thank you, Ms.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, on my desk is a picture of Rogers Stadium in Toronto. I'd show it to you, but you'd accuse me of using a prop. So I'll just tell you the picture is a stadium full of 50,000 people. Now, coincidentally, that's the same number of people that were being vaccinated every day in Canada up until about 10 days ago. Now, 10 days of no vaccinations, do the math, that's 500,000 people. I would like to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, what modeling has the government done to determine how many Canadians' lives could be lost because of this 10-day gap in their bungling of vaccination procurement?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, our government has worked to protect the lives of Canadians from COVID-19 from the beginning with, as my colleague has mentioned, some of the strictest measures on the border with a mandatory 14-day quarantine, most recently strengthened. The support for provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker, $19 billion, supports for long-term care, ensuring that provinces and territories have what they need to deliver health care in their jurisdictions. And will continue, Mr. Speaker, whether it's buying tests, buying vaccines, distributing with provinces and territories the vaccines to the most vulnerable, will be there for Canadians.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to border closures, mask mandates, protective equipment, and vaccine procurement, this government has been a day late and a dollar short. The UK realized the necessity to make vaccines domestically months ago, and their facilities are ready to go. We are an embarrassing 38th in the world in vaccinations per capita. Our ad hoc Made in Canada solution was finally announced today. Canadians deserve better. This is the most important intervention we have to save lives. Why did the minister wait so long?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And by no means did our government wait at all. Increasing our country's biomanufacturing capacity has been part of our recovery plan since the very beginning. It's in our interest, both now and in the future, to have this capability within our borders. And that's why at the beginning of this crisis, at the beginning of the pandemic, we made immediate investments with biomanufacturing projects in Quebec City with Medicago, Vito Intervac in Saskatchewan, with the National Research Council, of course, and with AbCellera. We've moved quickly to make sure that our biomanufacturing is much, much stronger after years of disinvestment. And today's announcement with Novavax is just another bit of good news. Our government is taking a step-by-step approach with advice from our National Vaccine Task Force.
The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, vaccines are critical to reopening the economy and securing jobs for Canadians. This government has said all Canadians will have a vaccine by September, but the numbers just don't add up. The government needs an average of 2 million doses every week to meet the September timeline, but there's an expected 1.93 million dose shortfall this week alone. Does the government have a real plan to secure these doses, or will this shortfall simply balance itself?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when Canadians needed PPE, we procured over 2 billion items. When Canadians needed rapid tests, we procured over 40 million rapid tests. When Canadians needed vaccines, we procured the largest number of doses per capita from 7 different suppliers. Vaccines are arriving in this country, Mr. Speaker, and every Canadian who wants one will be able to get one by the end of September. We always have Canadians' backs. We will not play politics with vaccine procurements, unlike our colleagues on the other side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, despite the pandemic, many of our business sectors in Hamilton are performing well, contributing to wages and tax revenues, including our steel industry, which I'm proud to help represent. With the current round of pre-budget consultations now underway, can the Associate Minister of Finance tell us how the government plans to ensure vibrancy and sustainability for steel and steel-related industries as we navigate the complex issues of a post-pandemic economy?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it was a pleasure to hold a pre-budget consultation with Hamilton stakeholders last week. With my colleague, I heard many excellent ideas on how we can make historic investments in Hamilton.
Hamiltonians of their ideas to make Canadian steel the most sustainable in the world as we strive to be net zero by 2050. I also heard that we need to create opportunities to support our youth who have been particularly hard hit during this pandemic to get the skills they need through investments in skills training. Les Hamiltoniens peuvent être confiants que notre gouvernement fera tout ce qui est en son pouvoir.
Hamiltonians can be confident that our government will do everything in its power to support them.
For Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, an abusive employer can damage one's career, one's health, and one's dignity, and some of those scars never heal. This Prime Minister failed to undertake basic due diligence in vetting Julie Payette, and he failed to lay down clear rules on her entitlements. She does not merit a pension or perks because she failed in her duties to Canada. This Prime Minister needs to send a very clear signal that our institutions will not be a safe haven for employers who abuse their workers. Will he tell Madame Payette she's simply not entitled to her entitlements?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has, from the very beginning, made it clear that no Canadian should work in a place that's not respectful, safe, and healthy. The Prime Minister has made that commitment to all people who work in Canada's public service, and we've taken action in legislative ways to ensure that that's also the case in other workplaces. We continue to say to all Canadians that this is a fundamental right they have to work in a safe and healthy, respectful workplace, and Rideau Hall, Mr. Speaker, is no exception.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, we all want to know when we will be vaccinated. However, vaccine nationalism has become a real concern as nation states compete to procure vaccine for their citizens. We are a part of this competition. While politically challenging, the hard truth is that until such time as all of the planet is vaccinated, none of us are safe. We are all interconnected. The virus will continue to mutate in unvaccinated populations, will become more virulent, and will inevitably come here. I know we are understandably focused on vaccinating Canadians, but what specifically are we doing to ensure successful global vaccination?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Honourable Member and all members of this House that while we have the most diverse portfolio of vaccines in the world and the most number of doses per capita of any country in the world, we are also very committed to multilateral alliances, including the Gavi Alliance of the WHO and the COVAX facility, of which we are a part. Once we have vaccines in this country to vaccinate Canadians, we will be sure to share our doses with the rest of the world. We believe that until everyone is vaccinated, no one is protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. I would like to take a few moments to revisit an issue that has been raised on both sides of the House in recent days. The use of props in the House and committees to illustrate a point or promote positions that has always been contrary to our rules and practices. With respect to member statements, the Chair has shown some flexibility and as long as the statement was not disruptive. However, speakers have not hesitated to interrupt deliberations and even votes to ask certain members to comply with this rule.
Confronted with an unprecedented situation almost a year ago, the House decided to allow members to participate in deliberations by video conference, while always respecting our traditions. The Chair has, moreover, intervened on several occasions to remind members to maintain a background that is neutral in nature, respecting the Chamber's tradition, and that the normal dress code remains mandatory.
We must recognize that the rules and practices that govern us remain in force. Regardless of the circumstances, the same is true when we follow the recommendations of public health authorities by wearing a mask in the House. In the Chamber, members express their opinions through their words they use and the way they vote. not through the use of props, whether they have the floor or not, as stated on page 617 of the House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, and I quote, "Speakers have consistently ruled that visual displays or demonstrations of any kind used by members to illustrate their remarks or emphasize their position are out of order. Similarly, props of any kind have always been found to be unacceptable in the chamber." End quotes. This also applies to masks. While the chair encourages members to wear masks, they should not be used to deliver a message or express an opinion. Simply put, they should be plain and neutral. J'invite donc les députés à tenir.
I would therefore like members to take account of these parameters in their choice of masks to wear in the House. Your cooperation is essential to maintaining our long tradition regarding decorum. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-14, Economic Statement Implementation Act 2020.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindapore has 7 minutes remaining. The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to begin, I'll just conclude the letter from my childhood friend I grew up with in Calgary-Mindapore, who's now in the aviation sector. So where I left off prior to question period was, does the Liberal Party really want to have the legacy of leading Canada to the demise of our aviation industry with proud, innovative roots in history? For the sake of 500,000 aviation employees right now out of work and the future of our industry, the time to act decisively and collaboratively is now. I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Member, well, not quite Mr. Speaker, Stephanie Kusie for reading my concerns. As the Shadow Transportation Minister for the Conservative Party and an old school colleague, she has well represented Canada's aviation industry in the past since the start of the pandemic. Sincerely, Grant Caswell. And I'd like to say hello to his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Caswell, who are actually on the same street I grew up on, Lake Bonavista Drive, Mr. Speaker, in the riding. But my point, Mr. Speaker, is that for months I have been advocating in the House support for the airline sector. And this is something that was announced yet again in the fall economic statement. And, Mr. Speaker, I will add, was also in the supplemental mandate letter to the Minister of Transport. So it is long past due that this sector receives some type of support. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated in recent days, the inaction and the incompetency of this government is going far beyond the airline sector now and is now reaching out to touch all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're very well aware, on our side of the House, we pushed extensively for rapid testing in the fall in all facets of life, which would have facilitated so many things within our communities and within our society. But I, as the Shadow Minister for Transport, specifically in regards to air travel, I'm very proud of YYC, Calgary's airport. That was an airport authority that took the initiative to have a pilot project, an on-arrival pilot project. And that is something that we could have seen duplicated across the nation. And initially, instead of the sledgehammer response, which we have seen, this could have been avoided if the government would have listened to our calls for rapid testing and then rolled out testing on arrival. And we spoke of this and again to the deaf ears of the government. And now, Mr. Speaker, very frankly, we're seeing this with vaccines, just the inability to have recognized the necessity to be at the head of the procurement line. This is not an excuse, Mr. Speaker, or something that is acceptable. The government should have foreseen this, and they should have had a plan B as well, which they did not. And it is not only the airline sector, which has suffered terribly, as I've mentioned over and over again, but now all Canadians. You know, Mr. Speaker, I even also question the pharmaceutical approval process, and I'm very glad that my good colleague, the member for Foothills, brought this up last week specifically in regards to Solstar Pharma, who has an incredible antiviral project. And in fact, my own leader mentioned it in a leaders round, a question period last week. I know I have sheepishly led many individuals who have contacted me about the approval process. I have given them the website, perhaps written a letter of support, and left them in the queue to the wish and hope that there will be some good outcome for Canadians because we need it so desperately. So I am happy to see that we do have the advancement with Novavax here today. But Mr. Speaker, I think really I want to talk to Canadians today about why they should care about the loss of the airline sector, because that's the direction that we're going, Mr. Speaker, is a complete demolition of the airline sector. It won't be there. And why should Canadians care? Because, Mr. Speaker, we will come out of this one way or another through the stumbling and the falling of this government in their attempt to manage this. We will come out of it. But what will be there? Mr. Speaker, Canadians gave up their summer vacation. They gave up their winter vacation. They're giving up their spring break, and it looks like they'll be giving up their summer vacation once again, according to this government. But when the time comes for them to travel again with their families, will there be an airline sector to take them there? I'm not sure today, Mr. Speaker. If for Canadians who want to visit their families in remote parts of the country, in any part of the country, places where we've seen loss of service, St. John's, Gander, Goose Bay, Fredericton, Quebec City, Prince Rupert, Kamloops, Yellowknife. This is a result of this government's inaction. And these routes won't be available when Canadians, they're not available now, and they won't be there when they want to travel. To my friends in the 905 and to Vancouver and all across Canada, when you want to go see your extended family in India or in Hong Kong, those flights won't be there the way that we are going right now. So all Canadians have an interest in the survival of this airline sector. Also, Mr. Speaker, Canadians should be asking, is my sector next? Let me tell you, as a member of Parliament from Alberta, I have seen this government single-handedly destroy the energy sector here. One sector. I've seen them single-handedly destroy the entire airline sector. 2 airlines, every Canadian, the ones on CERB, the ones who have jobs, the ones that are Uber drivers, ask yourself, is my industry next? They will come for your industry as well. They came for mine. They came for the airline workers. They will come for yours. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues have mentioned this before, when does this end? When does this end? It is a year later. I thought my life would be a lot bigger and a lot more open, and my family's, and it's not, it's smaller. And it's a result of the incompetence and the inaction of this government on so many things I've mentioned here today. For me, Mr. Speaker, it started with the airline sector. It's far beyond that. It reaches all Canadians now. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for talking about airlines. They're important to us. The Northern Airlines are the small Northern Airlines service the northern communities, but to be able to do that, they need the revenue from the flight that goes south, and to get that revenue, they need to interline with the big airlines. And I'm wondering, and that hasn't occurred yet. There's not reasonable interline agreement. So I wonder if the member and hopefully all members in the House would join me in encouraging the large airlines to make meaningful interline agreements with the small northern airlines that are so important to us.
Honourable member for Calgary-Bindapore.
Well, I want to thank the member from Yukon for that question. It is great to see him after serving for some time on the House Procedures Committee with him. The member from Yukon is actually, in my opinion, very fortunate because the North is possibly the only specific region that has received any attention from this government as far as airlines are concerned. But he raises an excellent point, interline agreements. And I've had many conversations with carriers who are interested in interline agreements. I will say way, to the point that my leader, the leader of the official opposition, was on a call with me. And I will have you know, Mr. Speaker, that he also supports interline agreements in an effort. Pardon me for pointing with the pen, Mr. Speaker. I don't mean for it to be a prop. He also supports interline agreements. So I think this is a wonderful idea brought forward by the member for Yukon, one we have also been asking for and one we also support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her speech. And one thing, I just want to pivot a little bit to a subject that we haven't touched on. And Mr. Speaker, we know that CBC Marketplace just outlined that over 9 million Canadians right now have low credit ratings. They're going to alternative lenders that are charging outrageous amounts of between 30 to 50% annually for interest, that people are caught in that trap. Someone identified it as being in a hamster wheel. It's absolutely outrageous, since the Bank of Canada, floor right now is less than 1%. Does my colleague agree that there needs to be a better process and that the federal government needs to intervene? Right now, it's on the backs of the provinces and actually cap these rates, because we know more and more people are going to be falling into this trap, especially with COVID, with job losses, people losing their businesses, struggling to make ends meet, to pay their bills, and they're looking for help and they don't qualify for financing. Does my colleague agree that the federal government needs to step in? Because I'm sure, like in every riding across this country, you can find these alternative lenders preying on everyday Canadians that are in trouble.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, I really believe at the root of all of this is the economy, and what is the necessity that Canadians have been brought to these positions of which my colleague speaks of. It's the economy. It's the loss of good paying jobs. And now, Mr. Speaker, we have added billions of dollars to the debt, where we're at over $1.1 trillion, $400 billion deficit projected for this year. And looking forward, no way out of it, as I've talked about for the last 12 minutes. So I definitely share the concerns that the good member raises, but I think more importantly is why were Canadians brought to this place where they have to consider these conditions for loans, and what are we all going to do to get out of it?
Questions and comments? We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. A 30-second question.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Midnapore. I just wanted to talk and just ask a good question about, we've seen this government's bumbling of the lack of testing in airports when they said they were testing, and really, missed the boat and really treating the COVID crisis the way it should have been. But looking in a positive way, as I know the member understands, what do Canadians need to look forward to? I see there's a hopeful future for us, but it really, there's a change that's necessary for that to happen. What does the member see as the big change that needs to occur for us to again, hope once again in Canada?
Well, member for Calgary-Midnapore, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague who I know shares the same sunny disposition as I do. And we should be positive, because there is so much opportunity for us as Canadians and families and workers coming out of this pandemic. And I believe that my colleague is right when he says a change is needed. Canadians have to ask themselves, who will best lead this nation forward for the best economy possible and the most jobs possible? And my answer, Mr. Speaker, is my party, the official opposition, the Conservative Party of Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been some time now that the Bloc Québécois has insisted on the importance of economic recovery. We need to think about the future, think further than the next election. There are many federal mechanisms to help Canada get back on track, but in Quebec, it's local initiatives, regional economies, and the development on our territory, the small cities and villages that help get things going. That has to be at the heart of our actions, including economic and ecological innovations. These need to be adapted to the realities of local municipalities. That's what we believe in at the Bloc Québécois. Every nation needs to take charge of its own future with the measures that are adapted to its own reality to meet tomorrow's challenges. So that the economy can recover, we're going to need more than low-interest loans. And we need a broader vision. I dare to dream about what the government might do to help with economic recovery. First of all, Quebec's interests must be kept in mind. Infrastructure is a way to stimulate the economy and to develop projects to help our villages. In Quebec, we have over 1,800 cities and villages in the 18th largest territory in the world. Nearly 80% of Quebec's cities and villages have fewer than 3,000 people, whether it be by land, by air, or digitally. Infrastructure could connect our communities, but the government needs to invest long-term. Cities and villages know their own needs. That's why federal funding dedicated to infrastructure of $100 billion over 10 years should be transferred to Quebec and to municipalities, which will be able to manage it very well. In the same idea, access to the internet is essential. It's shameful that there are people who are isolated and not connected. I'm thinking of business people, of farmers who are limited in their access to technology and innovation, and many other sectors like tourism, culture, social development, knowledge. Those are all sectors that could lead to recovery. Quebec is ready to complete connecting its territory over the short term. Access to internet is essential to give access to technology so that entrepreneurs may be able to innovate as they know so well to do, especially when they're given the tools to do so. One way to get there is to require telecommunications businesses to cover 100% of a territory. Since not every First Nation is able to connect their communities to the digital world, it's important to focus on that. It's important to focus also on other infrastructure that they require, including drinking water and housing. Quebec has many villages all over its territory that are well known in the tourism sector because of their warm welcome, their fine food, local products, cultural dynamism, and the emergence of many festivals. It's where the quality of life is incredible, with infrastructure for sports and for other leisure activities. We need to conserve and value these types of economic activity for our collective future. We need to cultivate our pride and recognize our heritage. We need to protect our lakes and our forests. Individual and collective entrepreneurship is an important source of development for our regions. We need to avoid having our regions become devitalized, maximize initiatives that will lead to more wealth and value added for the future. We need to invest in the genius of the Quebec people in recovery. That means getting youth involved so that we can benefit from their creativity. We need also to develop the eastern regions of Quebec for our maritime economy, including the St. Lawrence. That means fixing ports and other infrastructures. They are the source of a great deal of revenue for many families in the middle class. Davie is just one example. For the development in the Greater Metropolitan Montreal area, which is an important source of innovation in North America, we need to set up a national aerospace strategy. And when it comes to the Greater Montreal area, innovations for the Port of Montreal, one of the most important ports in the world, needs to be supported. We need infrastructure for transportation of goods. We need to invest in supply chains and make the circulation of goods easier, more durable, and ecologically sound. We need to fund research for heavy vehicles to make them more eco-friendly. We need to modernize digital platforms for sharing data. In general, it's important to support our industries that practice a circular economy and evaluate the environmental impacts at every stage of a product, which is from extracting the raw materials to the processing, distribution, use, repair, and maintenance. We need to make our industries more eco-friendly and efficient. To get there, we're going to need low-carbon energy sectors.
760,000 square kilometers of forests exist in Quebec. That's nearly half of its territory. We don't lack for forestry resources. Quebec needs to benefit from forestry innovation to develop the regions. Forests are forestry is one of the most innovative sectors in the world, and it's renewing itself in Quebec with very little investment from Canada. We need to innovate in processing different high-quality forestry products. Forest fiber can lead to thousands of different and innovative products, for example, by using leftover matter from forestry to turn it into low carbon footprint energy. To get there, we need to improve the Forestry Innovation Program to support research and development and adequately fund the research and development in supply chains in forestry biomass and the production of bioenergy. And then there's aluminum. Quebec is one of the most important and the most ecologically sound aluminum producers in the world. Its transformation to a carbon neutral sector needs to be funded. And to revitalize our villages, we need to support agriculture by promoting organic agriculture, agriculture in greenhouses, and the use of green energy. Local products need to be made accessible so that we can discover them. This would also promote local purchasing of high-quality products that are fresh and organic. We need to encourage the development of the seafood sector, by modernizing processing and by looking for more innovative products. This expertise that Quebec has in innovation needs to be maintained and developed constantly. That's why we have to invest in R&D in centers of research in Quebec, especially in the regions, in colleges, universities, and promote and acquire green technology to benefit our SMEs. To relaunch the economy, Canada is proposing a $70 to $100 billion plan. But I don't know where the government is heading. Everything seems so uncertain. But I do have an excellent idea. We need regional funds that are administered rather by and for the regions, by regional roundtables with Quebec's cooperation. It needs to be managed by citizens, by researchers, private institutions, those representatives of social economy, organizations, institutions. The SADC would be able to intervene in these types of regional roundtables, be able to work with businesses and organizations to contribute to setting up new innovative projects. What we need is a real program to support innovation over the whole landscape, with local people who will be able to leverage their talent in order to find better solutions to revitalize economies and ecosystems. Through their creativity and innovation, communities themselves are the ones that are the best placed to identify relevant areas of innovation for their territory, as well as opportunities for further commercial development. It's important that these innovations meet not only the needs of the market, but also the needs of people who are living there on their own territory. People who live in the regions also are the losers in the pandemic. And so that means that they have to be winning when it comes to economic recovery. When it comes to regional funds, the participation of civil society will lead to a stronger feeling of belonging, of pride, and stimulate creativity and collaboration. These regional funds will have an impact on our ability to innovate. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Madam President. Quick questions. So one, he mentioned reducing carbon in mining, and I hope he would support the idea of supporting getting mines that are off-grid support, having them use less carbon, supporting them to get off diesel. Secondly, I was delighted he mentioned nature, clean areas, and hopefully he would also help us celebrate President Biden's efforts to protect the Yukon-Alaska porcupine caribou herd. And finally, I assume he agrees with Canada's recent record investments in nature and protected areas on land and water. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable
member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his awareness of various issues, including reducing the carbon footprint of mines. He mentioned clean diesel. In Témiscamingue, in Malartic, I heard about 100,000 liters of diesel is used by different trucks. Obviously, this is an immense site. It's bigger than the city even. We need to find solutions, and the electrification of means of transport is something the government should be investing in. That is a powerful driver. And the mining industry could promote the recharging of these types of vehicles by having charging stations. And clean spaces and the impact of Joe Biden. Indeed, I am satisfied with what Joe Biden said when he opposed Keystone XL. I don't have time for the third point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. And in addition to the member's very distinguished tie, his speech at length about municipalities is near and dear to my heart. As a former city councillor, I heard multiple times in which the federal government would make big announcements about supports to municipalities, but they would often come at a third funding agreement. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member, would he not agree that we ought to have a program in place, as he's identified, that would provide predictable, direct funding to municipalities so that it's not either held up at the province or shortchanged at the city level?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to tell my colleague that I could have spent 10 minutes just talking about entrepreneurs who are tired of only having access to loans. What they need is subsidies. They need access to liquidities. For them to be part of the recovery, they need access to liquidities because the elastic is being stretched a little too far. Many businesses are on the edge of bankruptcy. To get out of loans and promote subsidies, well, Ottawa has the responsibility of transferring money to Quebec and allowing Quebec and its municipalities to take themselves in hand. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague if he agrees with me that the federal government has an important role to play in economic recovery in Canada and Quebec with economic development programs. He mentioned the SADC, Canada Connects, and the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Does he agree with me that the federal government does have an extremely important role to play even in Quebec? The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. On my territory, barely 2 years ago, there was an activity for the Conference of Prefects. The role of the federal government is there because we pay half our taxes there. And what do we get back? In my opinion, we're not getting fair value. This pandemic is such that expenditures are happening in Quebec. They're talking about increasing 35%, transfers by 35%. It's the federal government's responsibility to help the provinces in this current situation. One of the federal government's responsibilities would have been to close the border, which it didn't do. It should have helped Ontario. Quebec has taken its own initiatives because it's tired of waiting for Ottawa when it comes to vaccines and other issues that undermine our economy. Yes, the federal government has responsibilities if he wants to ensure local development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise virtually to debate Bill C-14, an act seeking to legislate elements of the Liberal government's long-awaited fiscal update announced last fall. I would like to mention that it is my granddaughter Avery Chapman's first birthday today, and I care very much about the Canada she is inheriting as she goes from walking to running to embracing her future. As proud Canadians, let's first consider where we are and how we got here. For the past 5 years, the Liberal government has opened Canada's pocketbook, running up our national debt to historic levels. Despite revenues being at an all-time high because of the strong fiscal foundation left by the previous Conservative government, year after year, the Liberals ran deficit after deficit. Deficits of $19 billion in 2016, another $19 billion in 2017, $14 billion in 2018, and $26 billion in 2019. Liberal campaign promises in 2015 of a balanced budget and a $1 billion surplus have been dropped entirely from the Trudeau Liberals' vocabulary. The Liberals spent so freely before the pandemic that instead of being prepared...
I remind the honourable member to not refer to names about current members of parliament, please.
I didn't know I did that. I apologize. Instead of being prepared for the possibility of economic downturn, and economies are always cyclical, the cupboards were bare long before the first case of COVID-19 was known. The pandemic has demanded more spending, but should also demand transparency and explanations as spending priorities are rolled out, workable solutions that benefit the most needy and support the survival of Canadian small businesses, new and established, should be at the top of the list. The Liberal government racked up a $381 billion deficit in 2020. This deficit equaled 17% of our GDP, which made for a higher debt to GDP ratio than we realized in World War I, the Great Depression, or the Great Recession. With the addition of this $381 billion deficit to our balance sheet, our national debt recently surpassed a tragic milestone, a debt of $1 trillion, a first for Canada. That's 1,000 billion for those counting. This all from the party whose leader famously stated the budget will balance itself. While these numbers may seem too big to comprehend, let me speak plainly. This is money that we, the taxpayers of Canada, collectively owe. It is debt that accrues interest each and every day. It is money that you and I have an obligation to repay, that our children will be on the hook for, and in all likelihood that our children's children, like 1-year-old Avery, will be paying off decades from now. Is this to be our legacy? We can do better, and we must do better. What does all this debt really mean for Canadians? It is not just a number on a balance sheet somewhere. It means that Canadians could face higher taxes to pay down the debt and its interest, taxes that could further stifle the economy. It means the social supports and programs that many Canadians rely on could falter. It means that we could face another economic crisis with decreases in the value of homes, a declining stock market, loss of people's savings, reduced pension values, and the rise in unemployment lasting far longer than was necessary. I hope members on both sides of the aisle recognize the human toll that another financial crisis would have on mental health, substance abuse, depression, domestic violence, and homelessness. These are tragedies unfolding around us that have already increased at alarming rates this past year, issues that my constituents and I feel deeply about, issues that we are already studying in the Justice Committee, of which I'm a member. That takes me to where we are. Finally, at the end of 2020, after months of calls from our side of the House for a comprehensive budget to show Canadians where their tax dollars and all this debt finance spending is being spent, the Liberals gave Canadians a budget light, a budget really light, called their fiscal update. That fiscal update included a proposed $25 billion in new spending measures and a $100 billion stimulus plan, but again, few details about how the money would be spent or how and when it would be paid for. The day after it was presented in the House of Commons, the Deputy Minister of Finance, the highest-ranking bureaucrat in the government's finance ministry, abruptly announced his resignation. Add this to the growing list of high-profile resignations under this government, which now includes Julie Payette, the Governor General, Bill Morneau, who was Minister of Finance, Jane Philpott, who was President of the Treasury Board, the member for Vancouver Granville, who served as Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Michael Wernick, Clerk of the Privy Council, Gerald Butts, the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary, and the member for Mississauga-Malton, who served as Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. To replace the Deputy Minister of Finance, the Liberals appointed Michael Sabia, an architect behind the GST, introduced in the 90s, a tax that was lowered by the Harper-led government thanks to sound financial management. Does Mr. Sabia's appointment signal to Canadians that the Liberals plan to raise taxes? Will this government really start taxing the equity in Canadian home ownership, as widely reported? Only time will tell. One thing I know for certain as an MP and the former Minister of National Revenue, the lack of a federal budget is simply unacceptable. The budget isn't just a planning tool for government. It is the means by which the government announces in detail to Canadians from coast to coast to coast what it plans to do with billions of hard-earned taxpayers' dollars. According to the government's own website, quote, the budget is a blueprint for how the government wants to set the annual economic agenda for Canada, and it's the job of the Department of Finance to prepare it, end quote. The last federal budget was presented on March 19th, 2019, 686 days ago. So much for an annual budget, so much for promised transparency. As for some of the specifics Canadians were given, the most troubling part of the bill before us is the amendment it proposes to the Borrowing Authority Act. This amendment seeks to increase the government's maximum borrowing authority from $1.1 trillion to $1.8 trillion, a new maximum limit on the nation's credit card. This sets another record, the biggest increase in borrowing authority ever sought in our nation's history. Let that sink in for a moment, more than in World War II or past global recessions. At this point, why should Canadians trust this government? We've all seen the headlines. CRA admits unclear CERB communication led to mistaken applications. CERB repayment frustration continues. More than $636 million in CERB benefits paid to 300,000 teens aged 15 to 17, documents show. Troubled pandemic rent subsidy program expires today and there's no replacement ready. Exclusive golf course books $1 million surplus aided by federal COVID-19 relief. And $150 million to SNC-Lavalin. Really? SNC-Lavalin, mired in scandal and ethical challenges? Conservatives want to help Canadians make ends meet and recognize that the virus has affected millions of Canadians in a variety of ways, my family included. I know far too many constituents who've been laid off in the hospitality sector, tourism industry, retail businesses. I've heard from countless South Surrey White Rock businesses that they're struggling to keep their doors open. Our once bustling restaurant and shopping scene throughout the riding, including many shops along our picturesque White Rock Pier, are enduring catastrophic drops in patronage and revenue. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Our airline industry that employs many in my riding is hemorrhaging. Of course, I'm in favor of the emergency response benefit, the wage subsidy, and the emergency business account. But we need to ensure these programs are rolled out right, that funds are timely, spent effectively, and spent in Canada to help Canadians. We need to ensure that through these billions of dollars in spending, no Canadian is left behind. So far, that is not what we've seen. There's many new businesses in my community whose investments were all made before the pandemic hit that aren't eligible for current subsidy programs because they opened their doors after March of 2020. Who's looking out for them? Given the astronomical size of our country's debt, we really can't afford to get this recovery wrong. We need to spend, but spend responsibly. We need transparency, and we need a true comprehensive budget. More than anything, Madam Speaker, we need to get Canadians back to work and a clear roadmap to recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for the Yukon. I'll go to you after.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to remind people that most of the Harper years were in deficits. Liberal governments, although they had the governments most time in Canadian history, the Conservatives had built up the biggest debt. And in fact, coming into this pandemic, Liberals had the best debt servicing cost to the size of the economy than any time in the last 100 years, including all the Conservative governments. And member of her party, she talks about cutting expenditures, but members of her party, actually including herself at the end of the speech, asked for more expenditures for business. So which of the major expenditures that she mentioned she supported and her party supported that have led to the particular debt that people and businesses really needed, does she disagree with?
Honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate that the honourable member didn't really listen to what I was saying, so I'll repeat it. I said that I was in favour of helping Canadians, as my Conservative colleagues are, and as he knows, we took a Team Canada approach and supported many measures to help Canadians. What we do believe in is doing it responsibly and not giving flagrant amounts of money, huge amounts of money, to those who don't need it. SNC-Lavalin's $150 million this past year is a good example of that. And I take issue with him talking about the formal Conservative government and deficits without talking about the circumstances of deficit, which was to slowly build out of a global recession, which that government did successfully, leaving surplus.
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, which was very interesting. However, she's painting a very dark picture of the situation, unlike my colleague who stood and presented innovative solutions. Here's my question for my colleague. Does she feel that Quebec's model, as presented by my colleague, could be implemented in the rest of Canada? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. Actually, I'm a great optimist. That is my personality, and I really believe that Canada and Canadians will build their way out of our present situation through Canadian innovation, through Canadian ingenuity, and through being responsible with our spending and with our programs. We need to help, but we can't do it without transparency. We certainly can't do it without a proper budget and a proper plan. And right now, we don't see that from this government. And that's what I'm commenting on, what this government has put before us with its fiscal updates as opposed to budgets. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of Canadians are suffering right now, and of course, we've just seen the government bring in some very strict measures when it comes to people who have to travel abroad and coming back, and with figures as high as $2,000 to spend in hotels. Now, as health critic for the New Democrats, I'm very much in favor of strong measures to protect public health. But I've been contacted by some constituents, some of them working class and of limited means, who have to do essential travel, perhaps a death in the family or something similar, and they find the $2,000 three-day bill to be quite high. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague has any thoughts or comments on that, about whether or not there should be some form of relief for working class or low-income Canadians who might find the payment of the $2,000 hotel bill to be excessive.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you to my colleague for that question, and I know him to be a very caring member of Parliament and of high regard and long standing. So thank you for that question. And, this is where we should never really have one-size-fits-all policies like this. You have to take into account specific circumstances sometimes, and I agree that that seems like a huge bill for people who can ill afford it, who may have to be put in that situation. But this government also is not being consistent across our borders. In my own riding, we have a park, Peace Arch Park, where people are being allowed to come from all across Canada and the United States to meet up with each other because this government has not addressed the opening of the Washington State side.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-14 regarding the Fall Economic Statement, which is incredibly important in the pandemic context. This economic statement would enact some measures in the November 30th, 2020 Fall Economic Statement. I would like to cover three topics. First, I'd like to talk about seniors, then some measures which are making it such that some businesses are falling through the cracks. I will end by saying a bit about women, how they have been affected by the pandemic and how we need a more feminist economy. Now, for the financial year ending on March 31st, 2021, this bill would allow the payment of funding, which is necessary for many initiatives, health initiatives, as stated in the bill, totaling $900 million, including an investment of just over $500 million for long-term care. The Safe Restart Agreement between Canada, Quebec, and other provinces will have to be modified to include long-term care. In the Fall Economic Statement, sums are earmarked to create a fund to prevent and manage spread of COVID-19 and to help Quebecers, especially those living in long-term care homes. Now, in the economic statement, one can read that the government will spend up to $1 billion to create a fund for preventing the spread of infection in order to help provinces and territories protect those who live in long-term care centers and to help with prevention and management of infection. But this funding will be conditional upon presentation of detailed spending plans and will be allocated on a per capita basis if and only if the province or territory demonstrates that spending meets the spending plan or is as set out in the spending plan. But in fact, in the 1867 Constitution Act, in Section 92(7), Quebec and provinces have the jurisdiction over setting up, managing, and running hospitals. Moreover, provinces are responsible for, in fact, administering most medical services. So clearly, Quebec and the provinces have the expertise and the experience necessary to run long-term care homes, not Ottawa. Quebec and other provinces also fund the lion's share of healthcare services. In fact, in 2014, the Canadian Institute for Health Information found that 73% of costs and funding for long-term care homes were funded in Canada by the provinces, by provincial organizations and provincial systems, and the same goes for territories as well. It also found that only 23% of costs were funded by residents or through private insurance. All funding from the federal government comes with conditions, and these conditions are unacceptable for the Bloc Québécois. Now, let's not forget that healthcare funding is problematic year after year. In 2019, Quebec and other provinces and territories covered 40% of healthcare costs, while Ottawa only covered 22%. According to the Conference Board of Canada, the escalator rate should be set at a rate such that the federal government covers more, but that it will fall to less than 20% by 2026, which is unacceptable. Quebec and the other provinces are requesting, as of now, immediately, and for future years to come, that Ottawa cover 35% for health care in Quebec and the provinces through its annual contribution. Moreover, the Quebec Federation of Specialist Doctors also supports this request by Premier Legault. Recently, the Canadian Armed Forces had to help out in Quebec's long-term healthcare centres, so it's very clear, even if we have rules and standards about PPE or spread, that wasn't enough to stop the virus.
The big question is far more with regard to the ability to respect these standards and rules that are in place and apply them. The main reason why it is hard to do this is the shortage of people to do so. We need workers. So according to us, we've heard in this report by the armed forces that there is a crying need in long-term care facilities for people who have medical training. It is not federal standards that the facilities need in Quebec and other provinces. What Quebec and the provinces need is the means to be able to ensure decent service for seniors. It is time for the federal government, through the Liberal government and respective Liberal and Conservative governments, to end this power to not spend. Another thing that the federal government can do is to provide an adequate supply of vaccines. And we know that seniors who are alone at home need to break their isolation. And we know that the $300 check for people who receive the old age security payments and $200 for people who are entitled to the guaranteed income supplement is not enough. So this is something, what we need is something that will be recurrent, and that's not in the economic measures before us. Second, a number of the people in the riding of Shefford work in the areas that are most affected by the pandemic: tourism, hotels, restaurants, cultural events as well, all essential sectors for the economic vitality of Shefford, of my riding. And I think of the International Festival of Song of Granby, the Granby Palace, the cultural house of Racine, just to name a few. This situation really brings a question to us. How is it that after 2 months after announcing a measure to help these sectors, we can't get any details? The Bloc Québécois has said again and again that it's important to have assistance programs that are adapted to the needs of each sector. We can't have a one-size-fits-all solution. On May 13th, 2020, the Bloc was asking very clearly for targeted assistance to help seasonal industries and the tourism industry. There are certain programs, such as the rental support program, were not properly designed for certain sectors. And so it was a fiasco, in fact. And so we wanted to have a real program with fixed costs. And we even told the Chamber of Commerce of Yamaska that it was on the way. But a number of months later, we can see that there's not enough that has been done. There are a number of concerns that remain, particularly with regard to the sugar shacks in Quebec, which is a strong symbol of our heritage. And we want them to be able to benefit from the wage subsidy. The tourism industry in Quebec is a vital sector in Quebec. There are over 400,000 workers that are linked to the tourism industry, and it generates $15 in the Quebec economy. And there are over 2/3 of the businesses in the sector that are outside of the big city areas of Quebec City and Montreal. And businesses with fewer than 20 employees are the hardest hit. The federal government has to show more empathy for all of these hard-hit sectors and businesses. I would like to say that I would like to see a feminist economic recovery, because women have been the hardest hit in the pandemic. They've been harder hit than men, and we need programs that are better adapted to the needs of business women. We heard it last week from a representative of the Bank of Montreal, that it would be good to have programs that take into account the reality of women entrepreneurs, because women need to be able to get out of poverty. It's one thing to help them get out of poverty, but they should also have a means of blossoming in the economy. Because women are working hard and they cannot get ahead. We need measures for seniors, for the tourism industry, for the cultural industry, for restaurants, and for women. And they all have one thing in common. They were harder hit in the pandemic, so we have to act.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Montcalm.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for her wonderful speech. We know how determined she is, how devoted and passionate she is, and how committed she is to the well-being of seniors. The pandemic has shown that chronic underfunding in health has consequences. The Conservatives, as you may recall, cut by 3 to 6% the indexed financing, which did not at all cover the costs for the health system, and the Premier of Quebec and the premiers of the other provinces, when they met with the Canadian Prime Minister, said that it was a missed opportunity. And the Canadian Prime Minister said, yes, well, we will increase transfers for healthcare, but I'll do it when I am ready to do it. But we know that now is the time. It is time to tell the provinces in Quebec what they have in terms of funds to get out of the pandemic. I would like to ask my colleague how she would characterize this attitude on the part of the Prime Ministers. Honourable Member for Shefford. I'm sorry, I have no explanation, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Montcalm for asking me the question. It has been far too long that there's been inaction. That was why I was talking about the power to not spend in my speech. Since Paul Martin and Chrétien, there have been a succession of Conservative and federal and Liberal governments that have cut in health care spending. And so here we have a situation where national standards are being imposed, and then I listened to the Prime Minister this afternoon, and he was saying that he would wait until after the pandemic to invest more in healthcare transfers. That's unacceptable. It is now that the healthcare system needs assistance.
To whom I would, Westlock, I'm sorry. Could you please lower your camera? We can barely see you. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Let's try this. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. It's always a pleasure to work with the honourable colleague from Quebec, working from across the country on a number of issues. I was just wondering, this particular bill lifts the debt cap or raises the debt cap for the country of Canada. I'm wondering if she is at all concerned about the new levels of debt that this government is taking us to, and if the Bloc Québécois has any plans to help repay that debt. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je remets...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague with whom I have been sharing the issue of modern-day slavery and the traffic of persons. So we'll come back to that. Thank you very much for your question. From the start of the pandemic, the Bloc Québécois has been asking the Liberal government to be accountable. Gabrielle Sainte-Marie, my colleague, has stood in the House to get an update on the economy, to know where we're going. Sometimes we need to know where we are to know where we're going. The economic statement arrived late. We would have had to get an update much earlier. And then there's the question of transparency in financing and programs, and it's a concern. It's a recurring theme for the Liberals. They don't want to tell us everything, and they want to invest and help their friends through the wage subsidy, for example. Liberal members say that political parties need help too, and they say it's as much as businesses in Shefford. I find it insulting.
Madam Speaker, we know that pre-pandemic, 1 in 5 Canadians were not going to see the dentist on a regular basis. 6.5 million Canadians actually had no dental coverage at all. And the expectation is that there's going to be 2 more million Canadians that have lost their benefits because of COVID-19 and the economic impact of that and them losing their benefits. Madam Speaker, we spend about $246 billion a year on healthcare, and the NDP plan to cover all families that have an income of $90,000 or less to ensure that they get dental coverage would cost about $1.5 billion versus the $246 billion we spent on healthcare. Does my colleague agree and support that healthcare, universal healthcare, should cover everything from head to toe, including dental coverage? And does she support the proposal that was tabled today by my colleague from St. John's East?
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The member for Shefford, 10 seconds or less. Yes, very quickly then, I would remind my honourable colleague that healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction. They can make their own choices.
The honourable member for Langley Eldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. $1.1 trillion, that's a lot of money. That's what the national debt will be at the end of this fiscal year, in accordance with this fall economic statement that we're debating today. But it becomes very intimidating when we measure that national debt against gross domestic product, the GDP. That would be an analysis of how well the economy can manage the debt. Just a few years ago, it stood at 30%. And by the end of this fiscal year, March 31, 2021, in accordance with this fall economic plan, it will stand at 55%, uncomfortably close to the 67% level during Canada's debt crisis in the mid-90s. Now, we've heard many times from the Liberal side of this House that we can afford it. We have the fiscal room. We have the muscle power to be able to manage this debt. That's true, because after the 1995 debt crisis, when we managed to get that under control, we had a series of good fiscally responsible governments that managed the economy, including the Harper through the Harper years. But today, it is the big debt, $1.1 trillion, is going to be affordable only because interest rates are as low as they are. The federal government can borrow money at less than 1%. It's almost free. Money is almost free. Why wouldn't you borrow as much as you can? But any economist will tell you that interest rates will not stay low forever. Central banks will respond to inflationary pressures. That's happened throughout human history, and that's not going to change. Now, an earlier debate in the House a couple of months ago, my colleague, the member for Carleton, the Conservative Party's shadow minister for finance, asked the question what a 1% hike in interest rates would cost the Canadian Treasury. It was a rhetorical question because obviously the math is very simple. $1 trillion is a 1 with 12 zeros. You multiply by 1% is now a 1 with 10 zeros, which is $10 billion. That's every year, $10 billion, if interest rates go up only 1%. That is $10 billion that is not available for the federal government to spend on other important programs, health transfers, and just giving the Canadians the help that they need. That money is now going to be taken away from Canadians who need the help, who have learned to come to rely on these programs, and that money is now going to go to international bankers and pension funds, going to make them richer. Now, Madam Speaker, I know that in the middle of a worldwide pandemic is not the time to talk about cutting costs. The Conservative Party recognizes that the federal government has a big role to play in a time of crisis to keep liquidity in the marketplace and confidence in the minds of the public, to keep the economy going so that people can keep on working, earning paychecks, taking care of their kids, paying for university, paying the mortgage and the rent payments. So we recognize that this is important. The Conservative Party has stood right along with the Liberal government to support these programs that Canadians need so badly to get through this economic crisis. But where do we go from here? We're happily seeing a light at the end of the COVID tunnel. We're not there yet, but we are optimistic that there is a post-COVID world that we need to plan for. Canadians want to get back to work, and they want to see their government get the fiscal house back in order. We need to see a plan that will move us away from a credit card economy to a paycheck economy. Well, the problem with this Liberal government is that it does not have a good record of managing the economy. You will remember, many people do, back in the election campaign leading up to the 2015 election, the Liberal Party campaigned on a promise of a few small to medium-sized deficits, somewhere around $10 to $15 billion per year for 3 years. But by the fourth year of their mandate, they were going to balance the budget. Well, they didn't even come close to that. The deficit was multiple times higher than what they had promised. And by the 2019 election campaign, they had given up all pretense of ever wanting to manage to balance the budget. So Canadians, Madam Speaker, are rightly concerned about this government's record of poor fiscal management and its ability to manage a post-COVID relaunch of our economy. Now, Madam Speaker, there's another aspect of this government's response to the COVID-19 crisis that I want to highlight and why so many Canadians are frustrated. Even though our COVID relief spending is the highest amongst all our trading partners on a per capita basis. We also have the highest unemployment rate. So how could that be? We're spending almost $400 billion more this year than we're taking in government revenues, and yet millions of Canadians are being left behind. I've got just a couple of examples from my riding. I was talking to a husband and wife, family business operators who run a dance studio. Like, the business was pretty good until the provincial health officer shut them down. They were happy that the federal government came with a emergency rent subsidy program. It looked like they would qualify. Certainly, if you looked at their bank account and their balance sheet, they qualified. But when they filled out the application portal, they realized that because of their corporate structure, like tens of thousands of family-owned businesses across the country, they have a dual corporate model where one company owns the land and the building, and the other owns the operating company that operates within the building. That's required by many bankers to mitigate risk and to manage the commercial operation. Because of that, because they could not answer that they were operating at arm's length, they were disqualified. I can hardly imagine that the government had intended for that to happen. Another example is operators of a hotel chain here in British Columbia who also qualified for the rent subsidy, but they had to share the subsidy across the whole group of properties. And so they complained to me saying that if each of us was an individually owned hotel property, we each would have individually qualified. But because we had to share the rent subsidy across the whole family, the rent subsidy became almost meaningless. They said to me, it looks like this Liberal government is taking the M out of SME, small and medium-sized enterprises. Medium-sized enterprises like them, I'm sorry, they don't qualify. And I'm just going to quote my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, who said, this government is a day late and a dollar short. And a lot of Canadians are suffering on account of that. Madam Speaker, just one more thing. This Bill C-14 has 7 parts. My party is going to support most of it, but we have trouble with Part 7, which is about future spending. And we're wondering why we need to, why the federal government feels that they need to have a total debt ceiling of $1.8 trillion when all they really need is $1.1 trillion to get through this fiscal year. Do they not trust Parliament to do the right thing at the right time? I would say to them, come back when you need more money, and we will respond, as we have in the past, as we have throughout this crisis. We will look at your legislation, your proposed programs. We will question it. Of course, we're the opposition. That's what we do. We question what you do, what the government proposes. But I submit that the emergency programs that Canadians are now relying on are very much better because of the work that we and other opposition parties have done. Canadians want transparency. They want to know that bills are being debated in Parliament and that the government doesn't have unfettered power to do as it wishes. When you need more money, come back and ask for it and prove to us that your spending plans will actually help Canadians who need it most and in the most efficient and balanced way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure what world that the member is living in. You okay? Not me. Is there feedback? Is that better? I'm not sure what world that the member is living in, Madam Speaker, when he said that this government had a poor record of managing the economy. Before the pandemic, we had the lowest unemployment rate since we started recording it in the 60s. We had one of the fastest growing economies in the G7. Yes, it's true that our unemployment rate is 2 points higher than the US and the UK, for example, but their death rates per population are 3 times what it is in Canada, because this government took the position that we need to invest in and protect Canadians. So it's one thing to, say that the economy wasn't in a good position, but it doesn't mean that it's right because he's saying it, Madam Speaker. The reality is we had one of the fastest growing economies in the world. We had the lowest unemployment rate in over 40 or 50 years, and we are investing in Canadians now so that we can get back to that on the other side of this.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, thank you to my colleague opposite for that question. I would just remind Canadians that this Liberal government ran on an election platform in 2015 of balancing the budget in year 4, 2019. And by the time we got to the end of that mandate, they were nowhere near that. They had given up any pretense at all of ever aspiring to balance the budget. Yes, the economy was strong during their first 4 years. That is the heritage of a lot of good fiscal management leading up to them being elected in 2015.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked a question earlier of another Conservative colleague of the member who's speaking right now, Mr. Speaker, and I talked about the 9 million Canadians who have had to go to predatory alternative lenders that are charging between 30 and 50% annually of interest, despite the Federal Bank of Canada's base rate of less than 1%. And the response was that from the member was that we needed to create better paying jobs. I can't agree more that we need to make sure that there's more jobs, a better living wage for Canadians, and that we're tackling inequality. But what I want to know is, do the Conservatives believe that we should be putting in federal legislation to safeguard and protect vulnerable Canadians from these predatory lenders? I would call them vultures, actually, Madam Speaker, to ensure that they're getting protected and they're not paying these abhorrent rates, Madam Speaker, that are completely out of control. And anyone who's in that cycle, refer to it as being on a hamster wheel, knows exactly how difficult it is to jump off. Doesn't matter how good the job is. And the government needs to intervene. And I hope that my colleague will support the call for the federal government to implement legislation and cap these predatory lending rates.
Honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. I want to thank the member for Courtenay Alberni for that very thoughtful and important question. I'm happy to agree that to hear that he agrees with the answer that my colleague from I think it was South Surrey White Rock gave. I listened to the answer. I thought it was a very good answer. We want to get Canadians back to work. We want to get away from a credit card economy to a paycheck economy. And I'm sure that all Canadians agree with that. People should not have to go in debt just to stay alive, just to keep their families operating. Now, that said, I'm sympathetic to anybody who ends up in a debt cycle. And I would certainly be interested in carrying on that conversation with my colleague from Courtenay Alberni. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would my honourable colleague consider that there were disastrous effects of the pandemic that have been related to underfunding of healthcare for years, and the cut of around 6% of his government at the time was inappropriate, and the Prime Minister of Canada said that he will take care of health transfers after the pandemic. Does he believe that this is a responsible attitude?
Aldergrove, 15 seconds.
Good. Well, first of all, thank you for the question. Healthcare is obviously a very important aspect of people's lives, certainly during a pandemic. I think there's a misconception that the Conservative Party would cut health spending. They will not. We recognize how important that is, and we will be there to help Canadians when they need it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Wet'suwet'en.
Edmonton, Wetaskiwin. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's great to have this opportunity to participate in the debate today. I've listened intently as previous speakers have come up. Very interesting to hear the Liberal questions, in terms of the debate and the different types of points that they're trying to make. We hear heard the member from the Yukon, for example, a little while ago talking about the Harper record and going back to the economic slowdown or meltdown in 2008 and criticizing the Harper government spending many times less than what we're talking about right now. But if I was elected in 2006. The honourable member was around during that time as well. And you might recall that during that time, we could not spend enough to make Liberal members of Parliament happy over that time frame. And certainly one of the things that we did that was absolutely critical at that time was that we laid out a roadmap during a very difficult time to get back to balanced budget. So we had a surplus leading into that point, very different than the circumstance that we find ourselves in at this point. And we laid out a plan, a 7-year plan to get back to budget balance. I had the opportunity to serve on the cabinet subcommittee that evaluated plans from departments and ministers to get back to balance, and pleased to say that by 2015 we maintained that schedule and we got back to balance. There's no conversation right now happening with this government in terms of the long-term impact of the spending that we're undertaking right now. And so I also hearken back to, because there's lots of talk about deficits and previous governments' deficits. When we take a look at the deficit cycle of governments from 1968 until today, it's easy to trace back exactly why we wound up having the fiscal situation that we have right now and the debt that we have right now. You can go back to 1968 when we had almost no debt in this country. We had a Trudeau government at that time, the government of Pierre Trudeau, and that government made the decision, a very deliberate decision, to run deficits in 14 out of 15 years. And so we ran those deficits in 14 out of 15 years. And then by 1984, the country was in crisis. Interest rates were through the roof. We were in the high teens and 20s in interest rates for the previous years. They had, similar to this government, run an absolutely disastrous plan on energy, something that was devastating to the people in my province, in my constituency in Alberta. And yes, the Mulroney years, the deficits were even higher. But if you take a look at those Mulroney years, the deficits were actually almost entirely interest on Trudeau's debt. So very, very important to understand that because the interest rates were so high, that the Mulroney deficits were almost entirely the interest on Trudeau's debt. And then you fast forward to the late 90s, another Liberal government, the Chrétien Martin government in the late 90s. And that generation of Canadians had to pay for the debt that had been accumulated back in the 70s and early 80s under the Trudeau government. So it was a generation later. And you can see there's a parallel here, I think, and a predictor of the future when we take a look at what we're accumulating right now. The impact then was that the Trudeau-Martin Liberal government cut $35 billion from healthcare, social services, and education transfers through the Canada Health Transfer and the Canada Social Transfer. So devastating cuts down the road because of spending that happened in the 1960s and 70s, late 60s, 70s, and 80s. When you listen to question period today, it doesn't seem to matter what question gets asked. We can ask questions about, and all three main opposition parties can ask questions about vaccines, legitimate questions, about testing, about spending programs, very legitimate questions, and they're almost always answered with derision and condescension from the Prime Minister and other ministers in the government, but particularly the Prime Minister. Almost every question is met with an accusation of, not being, playing political games. And again, it doesn't matter which party. And then we get this sort of throwaway line without ever really actually answering the question in terms of when vaccines might be coming, or, a legitimate question today about how many Canadians would need to be vaccinated. What does the evidence show before we can start to come out of the lockdowns? Things that my constituents desperately want to know. We hear this throwaway line that this government has Canadians' backs. But what does that actually mean? First of all, it's a line that gets used for almost every question without actually giving a response to the question. And it's very calming. It's presented in a very calm fashion by someone that clearly has been trained on delivering lines, but it doesn't say anything. And if you look closely at that, when you say this government has Canadians' backs, it's not really the government that has Canadians' backs. It's not the Prime Minister that has Canadians' backs. It's my kids, our kids, and our grandkids that ultimately have Canadians' backs right now, because it's our kids and grandkids that are going to be paying for the deficits that we're running right now. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing it. Absolutely. I think members from all sides, all parties believe that we should be spending, that we would be running a pretty significant deficit right now. But as we're putting forward these plans for spending, there needs to be some hope, some vision for the future, and a consideration, an acknowledgement at least, that the spending that we're undertaking right now is a trade-off. There's going to be a trade-off for that spending down the road. In other words, future generations of Canadians are going to forego a certain level of their quality of life because this money will have to be paid back, or money will have to be spent to pay for the interest charges related to the debt that we're incurring right now, and that money won't be able to be spent on other things. You know, when we and the previous speaker eloquently brought up the member from Carleton asking about interest rates, and I remember that question's been asked a lot, but I remember the night that we had the debate with the finance minister and had the opportunity to ask questions. And there was just a complete refusal to acknowledge that interest rates can go up at some point in the future and that there might be a cost to that. If you take a look at the interest rates, the situation that we saw in the 70s, there is a clear lesson in this. Back in August of 1971, the interest rate in Canada, the overnight rate was 5% in August of 1971. By August of 1976, the interest rate was 9.25%, but that, and very high, obviously, but that was nothing, because by August of 1981, the interest rate had risen to an astonishing 20.78%. So the lesson here, in August of 1971, the Trudeau government would never have envisioned an interest rate of 20.78% as they were just starting on the road of ramping up the deficits they were running. By 1976, things had started to get out of control. Things had changed in the energy market. There were all sorts of factors that were leading that interest rate to go up, but the government had kind of lost control a little bit. By 1981, we were in a spiral. And of course, at the same time, there was a national energy program that was devastating on the revenue side. And I won't have enough time to get into that. Maybe someone can ask me a question about that and the parallel with our policy today. I'd love to have that. But by 1981, we had a 20.78% interest rate. And ever since that time, governments have run deficits, or we've had a significant debt in this country. We've been making interest payments on the debt that was run up during that time and foregone the opportunity to pay for things that we could have used those revenues for. So, Madam Speaker, I have lots of other things that I could say. I could talk about this government's absolute inability to generate innovation or take advantage of the substantial innovative capacity here in Canada around testing and the development of rapid testing, the development, procurement of vaccines, and the impact that maybe spending on those things early on might have resulted in a decreased need to spend the money that we're spending, the $30 billion a month that we're spending on the support programs that we're spending right now. But I will wrap up here and look forward to taking questions from my colleagues.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Talk about cherry-picking your data, Madam Speaker. You know, this member decided to talk about the debt that Liberals ran during the last 3 or 4 decades. Well, for the nearly 2 decades that Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper were in this place, they only ran 2 surpluses out of the nearly 2 decades. And I just got a real kick out of how this member justified that by saying, well, they had to pay the interest payments that the previous governments had started for. No, they didn't have to. And as a matter of fact, Stephen Harper decided that he wasn't going to. He wasn't going to run a deficit. And what happened in his minority parliament? He almost got taken down by the balance of the members of this House. And then he decided, well, maybe I need to play ball. That's actually what happened, Madam Speaker. But my question for the member is, if he's so concerned about the supports that have been given to Canadians over the last 10 months and the debt that it created, why did he vote in favor of it? And quite often through unanimous consent motions. All he had to do was stand up and say, no, I don't give unanimous consent. But he never did that. He voted in favor of them. Why?
Honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
I love the question. I love how he talks about cherry picking data, and then cherry picks his own data, criticizes the Harper government for running deficits, and then in the same sentence accuses the Harper government of being reluctant to run deficits. It's almost like he's talked to some of his colleagues who were around at the time who may have reminded him that, yes, it did go against the DNA of the Harper government to run deficits. We did it anyway because it was the right thing to do at that time. And as I mentioned earlier, we could not spend fast enough to satisfy Liberal members of Parliament at that time. In fact, they threatened to band together with the separatist bloc and the NDP at the time to bring down the government because the deficits just couldn't possibly be high enough for them.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I'd like to my colleague to explain the thoughts of the Conservatives in terms of health transfers. His party says that there will be transfers that will be foreseeable and stable, but when they cut health transfers from 3 to 6%, it wasn't stable, and we saw the disaster that caused and the chronic underfunding. What does that mean for Conservatives, stable and foreseeable? Does that meet the requirements of Quebec and the provinces?
Well, I can say that I was in government for almost a decade, and having actually been there, you can take a look at the Conservative record is only stable the entire time. It's stable increases of 6% every year through the entire time that we were in government. So if you want to take a look at stable funding for healthcare, let's avoid the rhetoric, let's avoid the talking points and the sort of revisionist history. The fact of the matter is that under Stephen Harper and our government at that time, we increased health transfers by 6% a year.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. And Madam Speaker, we hear the new President Biden talk about a Buy America strategy. We see the UK, they've got a COVID recovery strategy that implements the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of 2030 when it comes to procurement. In fact, every dollar they spend has a strategic, social, economic, and workforce analyzed impact on how it's going to play out. Now, we've seen in Canada, and the member's spoken a lot on vaccines, and I really appreciate his commentary on the lack of capacity and the importance of building capacity here in Canada. But also we saw what happened to distilleries here in Canada when the government flooded the Canadian market with foreign sanitizer. Does he agree that part of COVID recovery should be a really strong domestic procurement strategy that is ensuring that we're protecting social, environmental, and workforce impacts and analyzing all of it and doing it quickly?
A very short answer from the honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Well, the honourable member talks about supporting Canadian business. Let me give an example that hits really close to home for me. The fact of the matter is right now in Atlantic Canada, every single day we're importing 600,000 barrels of oil. The second, third, and fourth source countries for that oil are Algeria, Nigeria, and Saudi Arabia. That oil is not subject to the same strict regulatory regime that oil from Alberta, Saskatchewan.
And we have to interrupt. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire...
Now, we will inform the House of questions for tonight.
Thousand Lakes and Rideau Lakes Ethics, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith Housing, the Honourable Member for Kenora Indigenous Affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for l'Honourable Député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government's fall economic statement from November gave us a lot of food for thought. Isn't that so? And now we are debating C14, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement. We have discussed many of these provisions. My colleague have thoroughly investigated and spoken about them, and I thank my colleagues. Now, expenses are really piling up. Many are necessary in a pandemic context, given that havoc is being wreaked on so many sectors of our economy. Our caucus is thrilled by many of the measures because our party proposed them and the government decided to move ahead with them. Helping workers, helping SMEs, helping families in Quebec, that has a price tag that's normal, that's expected. Now, the government, though, is calculating that the deficit will be over $381 billion. So it's incomprehensible that the government is, in fact, turning a deaf ear to the Bloc Québécois' request that a special committee be set up with the mandate to study all COVID-19 related spending. Each and every single expenditure must be studied, no matter how small or how large. And once these expenditures are studied, well, everyone will understand what the Bloc Québécois has been speaking out against and why we are insisting on this committee. For example, hundreds of millions of dollars have been thrown away. For example, We Charity. Then there was a shady contract deal given to a former Liberal MP. Not to mention, in fact, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that there is a lack of transparency and accountability with Ottawa's spending. The government did, in fact, promise to create such a committee, but on this side of the House, we are not surprised that this promise has not been followed through on yet. Madam Speaker, Quebecers and Canadians need to know that everyone is making an effort, including politicians and political bodies. Now, creating such a committee is absolutely essential. We need to review all programs, all support programs. We need to also understand the nature of planned spending in order to determine whether measures are necessary and to what extent they're necessary. We must also ensure that there is full transparency in this unprecedented economic recovery. Now, my colleagues and I have been receiving many calls from concerned citizens whose identity has been usurped by fraudsters who have claimed CERB payments in their name. The CERB has now become the CRB. There have been many flaws, leaving families in the dark, experiencing stress that we cannot ignore. Taxpayer money is more precious than ever. In this pandemic, we have all made a lot of sacrifices. Families have made sacrifices. And so governments and elected officials need to treat taxpayer money as carefully as possible. Workers, entrepreneurs, and families are so very important. The state must look after its people fully and totally. Now, why do I say totally? Well, because since March of 2020, it seems that the government has been taking care of those who have certain special interests. Now, why? Well, I can cite, for example, the fact that the government has not been keeping its climate commitments. EDC, Export and Development Canada. We have done a lot of research. We've had the Library of Parliament analysts do some research, and we see EDC coming up again and again and again. And I will take time to talk about them.
The government has taken a lot of action, implemented a lot of programs for the environment throughout the pandemic, Madam Speaker, but not positive ones. No, not investments, for example, for renewable energies. No, rather, the government has taken action which harms our environment and which contributes to climate change. For example, investments to protect the nuclear sector, the oil and gas sector. All the while, citizens, Canadians who have real projects to help with climate change haven't had the minister's ear. We will need to keep our climate goals after the pandemic, and we can do so because EDC has a big budget, but what it doesn't have is transparency. In fact, many observers and experts, including the Globe and Mail, have condemned EDC's practices. For example, in the Globe and Mail, they published articles about a culture of secrecy, a lack of transparency in this government agency. In fact, before COVID, EDC spent each year up to $14 billion for oil and gas, which is 13 times more funding than renewable energies received in 5 years. We should really look into the act of incorporation of EDC. Now, why am I bringing this up? Why am I bringing up EDC? Well, because the money of Quebecois and Canadian taxpayers is used for EDC through the Canada account. Because the Canada account is run by ministers. Ministers approve loans and payments when it is in the national interest. So sometimes the EDC wouldn't support, but the ministers can insist on going ahead. An example would be Trans Mountain. In fact, ministers have been very busy and active, but they are meeting often with lobbyists who have been very active this past year. So we have good reason to be worried because with the Canada account, environmental risks and financial risks are being ignored. We could call upon the ministers to do better. In fact, EDC's funds have gone from 45 to 90 billion and the Canada account from 20 to 75 billion. That's the data we had in October 2020. The Canada account is run by the Treasury, so taxpayer money. But if we really wanted to call things by their name, we would say that it's a discretionary account belonging to the government. Now, what is complete and total management of public funding and care for people? Well, it's responsible management of public coffers rather than mismanagement. We need to think about the future. Will it really be necessary to earmark or spend $70 to $100 billion in additional deficit without providing justifications or explanations? Well, taking care of public money also means transparency, accountability, taking responsibility. However, our recent experiences have shown us that the current government, does not value transparency or probity when it comes to the action it takes. The government doesn't seem to know what accountability or transparency are. In fact, the government spends and plans to spend hundreds of billions of dollars for oil and gas projects, like, for example, $500 million for Coastal GasLink in British Columbia, projects for offshore drilling in the Maritimes, insisting on going ahead with Trans Mountain. This is totally unacceptable. This is unacceptable spending. Even while the government says that it wants to be a leader in the fight against climate change, it is unacceptable because this is public money, yet it's being spent on enriching foreign companies and people who are already multimillionaires. It is unacceptable because this is being done at the expense of workers and Indigenous communities. The Bloc Québécois will insist on transparency and accountability. We want modifications of regulation. I already mentioned offshore drilling. Well, there has been a decrease of 25% in surveillance and oversight for the oil sands industry and increased activity in offshore. So we also don't want the government to be interfering with Quebec's jurisdiction.
Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, as I was listening to the member talk about the environment, what comes to my mind is, number one, if she was to read the throne speech, she'll find many substantial financial measures. And that was back in September. In November, we introduced Bill C-12. The Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act will hold the federal government to its commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and exceeding our 2030 Paris target. Net zero is not just a plan for a healthier environment, it's a plan to build a cleaner, more competitive economy. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide her thoughts on those two statements. On the one hand, she tries to give a false impression as if the government is not doing anything, but the reality seems to be quite different.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. He's right that there were positive things promised in the speech from the throne, a lot of lovely things said and promised, especially as concerns the fight against climate change. But it's time to walk the talk. Now, let's talk about Trans Mountain once again. It was purchased for $4.4 billion a few years ago, and then the costs just keep going up. In fact, in December, the parliamentary budget officer said that it would cost about $18 billion, and that's just for Trans Mountain. I also mentioned offshore drilling. There is a lot of spending for fossil fuel energy and so much less being invested in renewable energy.
Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. One of the terms that she used was responsible management, and I just want to pick up on that term. I think that is what all the opposition parties are trying to hold the government to account. Every time we bring up the fact that the deficit is at all-time highs and that they want to raise the debt ceiling, the government comes back and says, well, like, don't you support us helping Canadians? And we do support the government helping Canadians. What we are hoping for is that we're getting good value for money. We're hoping that we're getting a Rolls Royce for that money, not a K car. Would the honourable colleague have any comments to that?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, we want a Rolls Royce with that is electricity powered, electric vehicle, even better. But yes, indeed, that's why, and I spoke a lot about it in my speech, that's why we want transparency. The Bloc Québécois proposes that we set up a special committee that can review all spending. That's how we'll really be able to tell whether we have a Rolls-Royce or a little Volkswagen, a polluting Volkswagen, because things weren't honest.
Center.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Honourable Member, we heard the Honourable Member talk about the need to shift away towards a post-carbon economy. And I know that Quebec is making significant investments in transit. So I'll ask the question to the Honourable Member that I tried to ask the member from her party. Would she support direct investments from the federal government to municipalities in Quebec for sustainable, predictable, operational funding for infrastructure projects like transit, like public transit?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you for this question. I'd like to remind my NDP colleague that the government of Quebec should be receiving funding and should be able to distribute it to municipalities in accordance with their needs. That's how it works. The government of Canada does not have a lot of jurisdiction when it comes to infrastructure other than sending money to the government of Quebec. In fact, it's quite interesting because the gas tax, well, Quebec gets along very well with its municipalities and doesn't need Ottawa for that. So there we have it.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin my time here with a thank you. And I hope the members across the aisle don't get too excited, because it's not for them, okay? It's for my constituents. For voting me in 14 months ago and sending me here to be a voice for them and to work on their concerns and on their behalf. And who could have predicted that we would have been in the situation that we're currently in? We'll say that my office has been open the entire time during this pandemic to serve and to work and to help constituents. And obviously, we're not able to attend events, but I've looked at ways to be able to connect with constituents and to hear from them, to respond on their behalf. And I've been seeing a lot of successes. It's a lot of work. And I want to say thank you to my staff that work both here in Ottawa and also in Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge. Canadians have made a lot of sacrifices for health and safety to control COVID. I know many who have had COVID, including my extended family and an uncle who passed last year from it. We all have stories during this time. It has been difficult. It's also been a time when people in my community have come together to help each other, whether it's staff and volunteers and Friends in Need Food Bank who have gone the extra mile, putting in the hours to make sure that no one goes hungry, and to organizations, many organizations, including the Seniors Network, which is actually a number of organizations that meet to look for ways to support thousands of seniors in Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge. Or 12-year-old Quinn Callender from Maple Ridge, who innovated and began making ear guards with his 3D printer at home for healthcare workers and was an inspiration for all of us. And of course, all the frontline healthcare workers, their efforts day in and day out for nearly a year now is very much appreciated and valued. And I want to say thank you to the teachers in the schools that are continuing to instruct classes. I was in the classroom actually myself prior to getting elected. So it's just kudos to them and thank you so much for what they're doing. Who could have imagined, as I said, that our world, our nation, community would be turned upside down as it is? Closure of tens of thousands, probably maybe hundreds of thousands of businesses across country from coast to coast to coast. The decimation of our hospitality and tourism sectors. I'll be presenting a petition later this week on behalf of travel agents who have tens of thousands that have really been impacted. On the way flying here to Ottawa, I sat with a flight attendant and told me that there were thousands that had been given layoff notices over the weekend. The wearing of masks, the closure of places of worship. And that's important, I know, for so many, I know of my constituents and across this country. It's the inability to gather for weddings and for those who are passing, those that we care for. It's not wrong to talk about this, and it's right to want to see an end to it. I know that we understand the health concerns and people are doing their part, but we do want to see an end to it. And it's been frustrating and disturbing to watch the Johnny-come-lately approach of the Liberal government. And I get tired of hearing their talking points day in and day out. And what would that be? We've secured commitments for more vaccines per capita than any other country in the world. You ask a question about vaccine, we've secured more vaccine per capita than anywhere else in the world. Well, it's not how many you have secured or for the future, it's how many people are being vaccinated today, this month, and we are behind. We need 2 million dosages to reach the goal of what the Liberals have said by September per week. Where this week alone, we've fallen $1.3 million vaccines short alone. Now, there's no doubt that eventually, we'll get the vaccines. And then the Liberals will call an election, or maybe sooner. But we didn't have to be in the situation that we're in. And the situation that we're in right now is because of Liberal incompetence. Incompetence. While the Liberals were betting all our chips on the Chinese vaccine last year with CanSino, our allies were signing deals with AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer, but Canada wouldn't sign deals until months later. And all Canadians are paying a price for this failure, Madam Speaker. Let me read a message from Rocky. I received this about an hour ago while I was just preparing some notes. And he says, "Good morning." He sent it in the morning. It's a 3-hour difference. "Good morning, Mark. Did I correctly hear that Canada didn't even get their orders for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines till late? I would expect the manufacturer to fill orders based on orders in which they were purchased as they came in, or else they could expect severe backlash if they are shown to be given favorites on quantity. Did our country not know that? Or did they expect special treatment because we're in Canada? That's downright juvenile and ignorant if they did. Second, why were all our vaccine eggs in one basket at the onset? I have more faith in Pfizer, which didn't send us any last week or this week, than to get it done by CanSino. This is an unmitigated disaster, and I'm so disappointed that while I've put our savings and house online for our business, the people we elected were unable to take off the political glasses long enough to see what was going on. This is infuriating. Then to blame it entirely on retooling. I was born at night, not last night. And that was from Rocky. Our collaboration working tightly with China, a country that is holding our 2 Michaels in hostage, that's banned many of our exports, that's persecuting Uyghurs, putting them in concentration camps, suppressing human rights in Hong Kong. What gives, Madam Speaker? Recent news that the Liberal-appointed Canadian ambassador to China, Dominique Bolton, he provided advice on sales of OxyContin for their sales to Canada, States. This is very sensitive, especially in British Columbia, where I come from. Thousands have died from overdoses, including there were 500 overdoses in the community of Maple Ridge, which I represent, last year alone. The Liberal COVID action has been pathetic. The health minister agreed to pay $237 million to Baylis Medical for 10,000 ventilators, even though the devices were not approved in any jurisdiction in the world. Baylis Medical, of course, is owned by Frank Baylis. And who is he? A Liberal MP until last year, or till 2019 election. Why was there a fast track for Mr. Baylis's device, but no fast track for rapid testing that every Canadian needs right now? We're finally getting them, but it wasn't fast, and we've suffered from that. We're suffering the consequences today because of this. Why is this former Liberal MP with technology that has no track record been approved? It hasn't been approved anywhere in the world, getting a special deal, and on top of that, was able to pocket an extra $100 million that was sold, the vendors selling for twice as much as the competition. It's not right, Madam Speaker. It's not right. What's going on? What's going on? The Auditor General would like to know what's going on. He's been an unprecedented time when unprecedented amount of money is being sold. What's happening? We like to know what's going on. The Auditor General would like to know, but the funds are being starved. He's not able to do the reports. Because what happens when you start to dig into the reports into the finances? What do you start to see in the liberal expenditures? Now, I know this is old news, Madam Speaker, very old news. It's called the WE scandal. I know it's last year. You know, $500,000 was given for speaking fees for, I'll conclude here.
I have to take questions now. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a lot to take when you start giving out conservative spin of that nature in terms of what it is that we just listened to. Seriously, Madam Speaker, you know, we had a national vaccine committee with health experts that relied on research and so forth, that actually did a fantastic job at protecting Canadians' interest. The reality is we will have 6 million plus doses by the end of March. Where was this conservative concern back in August and July when they had thousands of questions regarding vaccines and the other issues, rapid testings? Madam Speaker, hindsight is 2020, and the Conservatives have dropped the ball when it comes to holding government accountable. But our focus has been the coronavirus and minimizing the damage, and that's exactly what we continue to do by working with Canadians. I'm wondering if my friend would like to provide his thoughts on what he thinks about the National Vaccine Council.
Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I will say that hindsight's one thing, but how about just some foresight, which was tremendously lacking, and just some sight. That's what we like to see, is some sight into more of the liberal expenditures. The Parliamentary Budget Officer certainly would like to know what's going on with the many expenditures. The Auditor General would like to know what's going on. We would like to know what's going on, and it's been hidden to the public and to members of Parliament. I was mentioning about We Charity. The Prime Minister prorogued Parliament so that we couldn't go in to see committees to see what exactly is going on. There's a lot more going on that meets the eye. What about SNC-Lavalin, by the way? That's older news, except for they were just given a $150 million contract for COVID expenditures, for equipment and all that. What's the details with this company that has been involved with impropriety?
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières. Vous êtes en sourdine, madame. Vous êtes en sourdine. Et il faut baisser votre micro.
Excusez. Alors, merci, madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague for Pitt Meadow Maple Ridge talked about a number of topics that are very significant during the pandemic. But what is his point of view on the economic recovery? Does he think that the economic recovery is linked to the environment and the measures that the government will take with regard to its position on the environment in which we live right now? So I would like my colleague to tell me about the possible economic recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Maple Ridge.
Merci au député pour.
I would like to thank the member for her question. Yes, we need an economic recovery. It is essential to move forward. She mentioned the environment, and I think the Liberal government has really made mistakes there. The government has the new coal tax that has an impact on farmers at such a hard time for people. The government is creating an even bigger burden.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for months we've been hearing from the government that they're going to be there for the transportation industry, for the aerospace sector, and they keep talking about delivering a plan. They've been saying this since the spring, Madam Speaker. We have not seen them roll out a plan to ensure that part of COVID recovery and getting through the recovery, they're going to help protect workers, whether it even be the wage subsidy. There's no stipulation that those jobs are actually tied to the wage subsidy and securing those jobs. We've been hearing from the workers in that sector, and they've been looking for support. We met with Unifor last week, and they're talking about 11,000 workers that are at risk right now, and they need a national aerospace industrial strategy that creates high-quality jobs, a strong supply chain, and a thriving commercial and defense sector, but also by promoting Canadian-made aircraft in Canada and abroad. Does my colleague agree that the government's been dragging their feet, and the importance of this sector, especially in his riding, like my riding, we both have aerospace, jobs at risk?
I have to give a few seconds to the honourable member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, to answer.
Yes, the aerospace industry is so important. I know in my region also that there are many employees that work in it, and we need to do all that we can, and but it seems like that the opposite is actually happening. And I will just finish with the infrastructure spending is, where is it? There's supposed to be $100 billion committed. We don't see it. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an opportunity to speak today on the Bill C-14, which is the government's economic statement. As we all know, this economic statement was released late last year and is a substitute in the government's mind for not bringing forward a budget. We are now approaching 2 years when we've not had a budget. Canadians do not know what the future holds with their budget, with their dollars. And I think it's, first of all, let me say that it's an improvement, this finance minister, over what we had last summer, which was the economic snapshot, or as some called it, the economic selfie by the former Minister of Finance, Mr. Morneau. So this is an improvement. What is also an improvement is the fact that this finance minister has probably come a little closer to the chaos that is being created by this government in the financial future of our country, Madam Speaker. Let me say this, that I think in the economic statement, the estimated deficit for this fiscal year, which is rapidly drawing to a conclusion, was somewhere in the range of close to $400 billion. I predict here today, because of the bungling of this government, by the fact that we've got this delay in vaccines, which is now causing Canadians to be out of work for longer periods of time than anticipated. It's also going to affect significantly the revenue picture of this government, because Canadians are not paying taxes if they're not working. Corporations are not paying taxes if they're not open. And so the financial picture of this government, when they ever get around to bringing a budget into the House, I would say is going to be much closer to $500 billion. Now let's talk about what $500 billion actually looks like. If you take all of the spending of government, normal spending in a year, of some $350 billion, the government is spending that plus another 1.5 times that on this, in this particular fiscal year. Now, how is that sustainable? Now, I know that the Prime Minister has said on a number of occasions, well, it's better that the government take on the debt that individuals take on their credit card. Fair enough. Let me be clear, because I know the Liberals will try and say that the Conservatives don't care about helping Canadians in the pandemic. Nothing could be further from the truth. But the question is, where is this money going? We have seen no indication, no ability by this government to be transparent with all of these dollars. And let me come back to the Prime Minister's statement that somehow it's okay to run a debt as a government versus individuals. Well, who does the Prime Minister think government is, if it isn't a collection of 35 million Canadians? It's 35 million Canadians who are going to be shouldering this debt as we move forward. And so it would be really helpful if this government would become more transparent, show members of the House where this money is being spent, because clearly that hasn't happened to today. I wanted to sort of spend my time. I get a lot of emails, as I'm sure most MPs get, from constituents saying, why don't you ask the Prime Minister this? Why don't you ask the Prime Minister that? Well, Madam Speaker, in the last 3 months, if I was to stand here and ask the Prime Minister all of the questions that my constituents have asked me to ask him, we'd be here all night. So I'm going to try and focus on 3 areas. One is vaccines, one is the Governor General, and one which is the most important to my province, and that is jobs. First of all, we've heard a lot about the vaccines. Madam Speaker, I asked a question of the Minister today in typical fashion of this government. There was no answer. But I used the example of a picture of Rogers Centre in Toronto. Rogers Centre being full, which it hasn't been obviously for well over a year now, but 50,000 people is what Rogers Centre will hold. 50,000 people is what Canadians, provinces were vaccinating on a daily basis 10 days ago. Everything stopped 10 days ago. Now that means 500,000 Canadians have not been vaccinated in the last 10 days. Why? Because this government has bungled the vaccine purchase. I get emails every day from Canadians who are in the U.S. and they're getting vaccinated in the U.S. Well, how is that? How does that make any sense at all? When we can have Canadians go down to the U.S., get vaccinated, and our Canadians here in long-term care homes, seniors are not getting the vaccine. Something is wrong, and the government has to own this problem. Now, I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about something that my constituents keep asking me about, is how could we be in this situation where we have a Governor General who has effectively resigned for all of the right reasons, and yet is collecting, going forward, expenses and pension after just 3 years in the job. Canadians cannot accept that. This government needs to fix that problem and fix it soon, because they will pay a price at the polls when they ever have the courage to go there. Because this is something that when Canadians are fighting the pandemic and they see this kind of entitlement going on, exactly, and yet we have a government that's not prepared to, they just basically say, well, that's the way it is. That's what the legislation says. They are in a position to change the legislation, and if they don't, I'm saying here today, that will be an issue in the next election. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about jobs and about the effect this pandemic and the, in many ways, inappropriate programs that have been introduced by this government have had on jobs in my province. There were a number of things that happened well before COVID that have impacted my province directly as a result of government action. I start with one of the first things this Prime Minister did when he was elected is he canceled the Northern Gateway project. That would be a project that today would be creating thousands of jobs in Canada, not just in Alberta, but across Canada. But the Prime Minister, who always talks about making decisions based on science and data, decided one day in flying over the northern British Columbia that was going to be a campaign promise. A bad choice, Madam Speaker, because today that project would be wrapping up. We'd have had people employed for the last 2 or 3 years, and we'd now be shipping a product that is in demand internationally. So that's number one. Then, of course, we had the so-called Energy East project, which was canceled. And I could go on with the kinds of bad decisions this government has made that have affected jobs in my province. But we have a major issue in Alberta, to a lesser degree probably in Saskatchewan and other parts of Western Canada. But I don't know where 40-year-old geologists are going to find work in this transition to a new green economy. But, Madam Speaker, this new green economy is not going to create the wealth that the energy industry has created for this country over the last 2 or 3 decades. So I would just ask this government, as part of this economic statement, to think about going hell-bent for leather into making sure that they transition out of oil and gas to a green economy. But I know that they're not going to worry too much about it because they've got their farm team over there, which used to be called the NDP, to support them on all these initiatives. And neither one of those two parties care what happens to this country. It is a mess, and they are doing nothing to fix it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Very disingenuous, Madam Speaker, when a member would say that parties in the House don't care about what happens in Canada. But nonetheless, when he talked about the Prime Minister's comment of the government shouldering the debt. Well, when the Prime Minister says the government will shoulder the debt, what the Prime Minister is saying is he's saying we recognize that it's in society's interest to go through this together, to shoulder that debt together. And I see the member laughing, and it makes sense because the Conservative motto is no. Every person for themselves. So you take on the debt you need to. I'll take on my debt, and we'll see how everything comes out on the other side. Well, that's just not the reality of how this government wants to approach a situation. We believe we need to get through this together to get to the other side because we will be stronger later on when we come out on the other end.
The honourable member for Calgary Single Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That just proves that this member doesn't understand. I don't know if he's like the Prime Minister who's been a trust fund baby or not. I don't know the background of this particular member. But I know that the Prime Minister has never been responsible for signing a paycheck in his life. I know the Prime Minister has not been responsible for meeting payroll. It's when you believe that the Canadian government somehow isn't Canadians shouldering that debt, then I don't understand the rationale.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanawik, Askey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the member is about the concerns he's expressed, as well as many of us, on the vaccine rollout. People here in northern Manitoba are very concerned about the lack of vaccines in our country, and especially here where we know we're especially vulnerable. As a result of intense advocacy, many Indigenous elders have received the vaccine, but we know we need much more. Does my colleague agree that the federal government must step up urgently to ensure that Canadians across our country are getting the vaccines they need?
The honourable member for Calgary Single Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. As a matter of fact, I was just watching the news last night, and I noticed a story about some vaccines that were in Thompson, Manitoba, and I believe that's the hometown of the member who's asking the question, and it was reassuring that at least some vaccines are getting to these communities. There's no question that, as I said in my remarks, in the last 10 days when this government has failed to deliver vaccines to the provinces, we've had 500,000 Canadians have not been vaccinated. There are ways to fix this problem. This government just seems to have no plan, and it's not surprising considering who's leading the government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And thank you to my friend from Calgary Signal Hill for a speech. I did pick up on a couple of the comments around pipelines, and I'm very concerned that it's been repeated in the House many times, and certainly that the Liberals or the NDP, or for that matter the Greens, don't care about the economy in Alberta or workers in Alberta. And I agree with the member for Kingston and the Islands. Nothing could be further from the truth. But there are, in fact, changes that transform economies. This is one that's coming whether the honourable member wants to hear about it or not, global markets are moving. They're moving away from fossil fuels. Investors are moving towards renewables. And I just wanted to make the point that when Energy East was canceled, it wasn't canceled because of government regulations. It was canceled because of a decision of the company itself. And even what we now call the Canada Energy Regulator, that was the NEB, has said we don't need additional pipeline capacity in this country.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill has 53 seconds to respond.
Well, Madam Speaker, I watched with pleasure the other night when we had the emergency debate, and my colleague from Calgary Forest Lawn put this particular member in her place by chastising her for her comments saying Yahoo to jobs in Western Canada when President Biden canceled Keystone XL. My colleague put it so well that if this member really cared about Western Canada and cared about Western jobs, she would apologize for her tweet saying Yahoo when that was canceled, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to resuming debate, I do want to remind the honourable member that she'll only have 5 minutes for her debate at this, for her speech at this point, but we'll be able to take it up the next time this matters before the House. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much. It is an honour to be here in this House to continue with this debate. I have been listening to the comments from all sides on here, especially from many of our members of our Conservative caucus and the concerns that we do see in Western Canada. I'm going to just kind of attach on to some of the discussion that was after question period with my colleague from Calgary Midnapore. She was talking a lot about the transportation industry and the most recent closures and lockdowns when it comes to coming into Canada, this international travel ban, the impact that it's going to have on its airlines. And I wanted to take that one step further because there are people that are booking these tickets. And I'm sure many members across this chamber have had people from this specific travel and tourism sector contact their offices. And I wanted to read this letter into the Hansard so that people could understand what is happening to businesses that are a part of the travel and tourism. And this letter comes to us from Marion Rose. I have known Marion for a number of years. I can say that 25 years ago, she hired my best friend to be a travel agent there, and they're a very respectable company. And what she started off with was the regular, how's your family? Elgin Travel and Cruises have been in business now for 32 years at the Elgin Centre and have been a huge contributor to our community. In March of this year, we employed 7 full-time staff. As you're aware, once COVID hit, we were virtually out of business. And as no one is traveling or can travel with the present Avoid All Essential Travel Advisory and the 14-day quarantine in place. Now, just to let you know, so she talks about back in March of 2020, the impacts to that. We're talking now 10 months later, and there still has not been any work for this recovery. Continuing back to her letter, this, however, does not mean that we are not working. As clients, we're still repatriated. Cancellations for bookings throughout 2020 and now into 2021 are being processed and either rebooked for the second time or insurance claims filed. Our staff are still working 40 hours a week just to process the above. The wage subsidy to the end of August was a welcome assistance to allow us to keep our staff. However, with the new reductions and are still under 100% decrease in our sales, we are flailing. So this letter was written to me back in November. And this was from 3 months ago today. So today being February 2nd, 3 months ago today, and this government still has not stepped up. We know that they have just put forward a new program. Application started on February 1st, but I'm talking about a business that in March 2020 was closed down. By the time that this company is looked at, by the time that this government provides the supports, this company may not be there. And these are the types of challenges that Marion Rose from Elgin Travel have shared with me. She's been working very, very closely as one of the independent travel agencies that are across Canada talking about this. And we have to understand the impact on this, the impact to these livelihoods. And in my case, I look at the demographics of the people that are working in that sector. And we know that over 85% are women or members of the LGBTQ community. So we have to look at the fact that we've talked about a she recovery, and I say there is no recovery, so how is this a she recovery? This specific group has not been looked at. And yes, they're going to be looking at high priority and issues with travel and tourism, but my concern is the money has not come out of the door yet, and it's going to be a year. They have looked at some of the travel restrictions that we have coming into Canada and the impact that's going to have on them, and they're just asking for a break. I've spoken to many other members of our community, and because I have such a short period of time, I wanted to talk about some of the things that they've changed with the rent subsidy. I understand that the rent subsidy has changed, that now as small businesses you're able to apply, but I don't know if this government has considered, what if you are a hair designer and you are working and not having that lease agreement? You're being asked to pay $500 to $700 a month so that you can rent that chair. But that chair is not open to the public because no one can walk into your facility. But you still have to pay that rent. And it's because those persons who are making less than $30,000, who may not have a CRA account, are still having to pay for this lease. Our government has supposed to have a simple tax return, and so many of these small businesses with small incomes are still doing it on their personal tax returns and not through CRA. So what we have done by doing this, we have closed them off as well. Madam Speaker, I am so pleased to be able to speak here, and I hope that this government will start getting it right, because we're going to continue to lose more businesses in this country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have just a little over 5 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Private members' business.
Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-215, Climate Change Accountability Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the House Leader, the government's House Leader, has 9 minutes left in the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to be able to address the Chamber on the important issue of our environment. And when I was looking at Bill C-12, the first thing that came across, C-215, the first thing that came across my mind was, in fact, back in November, just last year, the government introduced Bill C-12, which is the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. And I think that if you were to take the two pieces of legislation and look at them side by side, one can easily understand why it is that we should be moving forward and supporting Bill C-12. And I look forward to having that debate on Bill C-12, or to see that ongoing discussions in regards to C-12, because it does cover so much more. When you think about it, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which is that C-12, will hold the federal government to its commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and to exceed our 2030 Paris target, Madam Speaker. Now, that's the essence of what Bill C-215 does. Having said that, there are some significant differences between them, certain things that Bill C-215 does not have. But before I provide comment on some of those differences, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that we must take advantage of the opportunity, the economic opportunity that the climate action presents in order to provide the world with the cleanest and most cutting-edge innovation. I think, for example, of my home province of Manitoba and hydroelectricity and the potential that's within the province of Manitoba when we talk about the development of clean energy and being innovative. There is so much potential in my home province, but equally, Madam Speaker, I suspect that if you were to go to all regions of our beautiful country, you will find opportunities that are there. And that's why it's so critically important that we actually take the whole idea of net zero emissions and the goal of 2050 to heart, and to take the actions today that is really going to make the difference going forward. When I made reference to some of those key differences between C-215 and C-12, I'll give you a couple of specific examples. In C-215, the government bill, you would see that there's a requirement for consultations with provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, experts, and Canadians as a whole, Madam Speaker. That is something that's absent from C-215. 215 would only require a publication of a single action plan, Madam Speaker. Contrast that to C12, the government legislation, which would require that the publication of an admissions reduction plan for every milestone year. Madam Speaker, which is a significant difference. We could talk about how it is that Bill C-12 would require the government to set each target at least 5 years before the beginning of the related milestone. Now, Bill C-215 would require the government to set all of its targets up front, Madam Speaker. And these are the types of differences that I believe clearly demonstrate that what we should be doing is looking at ways in which we can get C-12 not only through the House of Commons, but encourage through committee some form of consultation and encourage the Senate to recognize the true value of C-12. And I would say to my Conservative friend, the introducer of Bill C-215, that he review the bill and see maybe if there's aspects of the legislation that could in fact be incorporated possibly during second reading. I shouldn't say second reading, during a committee stage. When I thought of the Bill C-12, where it requires, for example, the Minister of Finance to publish an annual report describing how departments and crown corporations are considering the financial risks and opportunities of climate change in their decision making, whereas Bill 215 does not include any such provision. And that's why, in as much as a positive way, I would encourage members of the Conservative Party that are looking at supporting Bill C-215 to seriously look at ways in which we could see C-12 pass through. I've had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, at least Madam Speaker, I believe I have already had the chance to speak on Bill C-12, and members can look at some of the content that I put on the record back then. But since then, one of the things that I wanted to provide a perspective on is the issue of other initiatives. We have through the throne speech that was introduced back in September, not only just talked about green policy, but we've put into place literally hundreds of millions of dollars that are being committed to ensure that we are on the right track, Madam Speaker. And I look forward to a budget, when the budget does come and being presented to Canadians, in terms of many of the initiatives, some of the specifics that will give Canadians reason to be optimistic that we finally have a government that's taking the environment seriously. Because as a government, we have recognized right from the very beginning that in order to have a healthy economy, we also need to strive for that healthy environment. That, in fact, you can develop policies as a government that complements both the environment and the economy. We have a government that has recognized the true value when you talk about major projects going through the Department of Environment or those independent commissions that are out there, whether they're provincial in some areas or national in other areas, that it's important that we do the research, that we do the consultations, because at the end of the day, that particular project will have a better likelihood of seeing success. you know, there is something, Madam Speaker, you say 1 minute to go, that I want just to very quickly. I'm excited about the 2 billion trees. As a government, as a prime minister has made it very clear, we are committed to planting 2 billion trees. That is a great filter for our waters. It ensures that the air we breathe is healthier. These are the types of initiatives that people can understand, relate to, and I believe are going to make a difference and get Canadians even that much more excited about working to improve our environment. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to share a few words on this legislation and elsewhere.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start out by congratulating my colleague, the member for Avignon La Métis Matapédia, for her putting forward her first private member's bill, C-215. The climate emergency is the greatest existential threat of our time, and we are running out of time. Executive Director Inger Anderson of the UN Environment Program stated, the science is clear that if we keep exploiting wildlife and destroying our ecosystems, then we can expect to see a steady stream of these diseases jumping from animals to humans in the years ahead. A direct correlation between the climate emergency and the current pandemic in which we find ourselves. She went on to say, to prevent further outbreaks, we must become more deliberate about protecting our natural environment. It is clear that the climate accountability and climate action is essential to preventing even future pandemics. And it's clear that without acting on this emergency, we will increasingly experience food and water insecurity, income crises, conflict, and even further global conflict. It's the infinite cost of climate change that will continue to rise unless we act now. The climate emergency poses a serious threat to our environment, our economy, our health and safety, and at the forefront of this issue are Indigenous peoples. And the government has even acknowledged that, Madam Speaker. In fact, preambular paragraph in Bill C-15 acknowledges this. It states, whereas the implementation of the declaration can contribute to supporting sustainable development and responding to growing concerns relating to the climate change and its impacts on Indigenous peoples, in reference to the full adoption and implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And these impacts of the crisis are already being felt in Canada, particularly in the Arctic and along our beautiful coasts, disproportionately impacting Indigenous nations, rural communities, and marginalized and racialized communities. This is what you call environmental racism. Indigenous and northern communities, farmers, and food producers and others have been sounding alarms about the impacts of climate change on our ecosystems, on deaf ears of consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments who have failed in their duty to protect our beautiful Mother Earth. The climate emergency, we know, is now impacting our food security, and Indigenous people across these lands are amongst the most impacted, disrupting traditional ways of life and food security, especially in remote northern communities. where the warming up of our climate at a much faster rate is impacting traditional food sources. Not only that, when you take away people's subsistence, you force them to find other ways to acquire food, forcing remote communities to rely on expensive imported food alternatives, leaving individuals only being able to afford unhealthy food options. That has a negative impact on health. So it's not surprising that there is a correlation between physical wellness and the impacts of the climate emergency. And in addition to this, it goes beyond just climate, but the kind of violence, the increased rates of violence against Indigenous women and girls as a result of resource extraction projects that bring workers into our communities, perpetrating violence against Indigenous women and girls, a crisis that was confirmed in the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. We need to act now to respond to the calls to justice. Indigenous people have experienced the greatest impacts of the climate emergency, and so it's not surprising that many Indigenous peoples from across this country, even as we speak in the House today, are on the front lines fighting against the climate emergency. Reconciliation and fundamental Indigenous rights, the rights that are articulated in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and environmental justice go hand in hand. So, with all due respect to my colleague, the fact that she didn't even mention the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in her bill is shocking. Not only that, I think we see the impacts of climate change. We see the impacts on emotional health, particularly of young people that are fighting to keep our world healthy. And people are tired of governments committing to targets and then missing them again and again and again. And we are running out of time to turn things around. With Bill C-12, we will not be on track to meet our international climate obligations. And we need an action plan that honors our international climate commitments and obligations. And we need a plan that addresses the urgency of the climate emergency. So although the current government proposed Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Accountability Act, it is not consistent with agreements we've made with the international community. There is, for example, no target for 2025 and no real accountability measure for the next 10 years, even though we know the next decade is the most critical. The accountability mechanisms, including the advisory committee, are weak and relies on the Environment Commissioner, whose office is already underfunded. We will not achieve climate justice without accountability. So it was surprising to me, although there's many good parts of the bill, that there was nothing in that the accountability measures put far too much power in the hands of ministers that have a history of destroying our environment and not taking environmental stewardship seriously. Now, the NDP has a long history of pushing for greater accountability of governments pertaining to their actions to fight climate change. I put forward, for example, Bill C-232, which provided a clear accountability framework, which calls on the federal government to take all measures necessary to address the climate emergency. For the first time, it's a piece of legislation that pushes forward a clean, safe, and healthy environment as a human right, which would be enshrined in law with the federal Environmental Bill of Rights. We have other examples: Linda Duncan, Jack Layton, Megan Leslie. We need to work together to push forward a bold climate agenda. We are running out of time. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The objective of this bill, C-215, from my colleague, the member for Avignon, L'Amitis Matane-Metapédia, is to hold the government to account for its climate action. This bill is asking the government to take sufficient and realistic action, as well as to create oversight mechanisms. Through this bill, the Bloc Québécois wants to compel the government to be accountable to the House of Commons and to Canadians with regard to its climate and environmental actions. In that vein, the Bloc Québécois proposes that the Environment Commissioner review action plans in order to confirm that they fulfill the objectives that have been set, or recommend that the federal government modify the plan in order to meet goals previously set. We want the minister to take the recommendations seriously and implement them. C-15 is a tool that would allow us to succeed with climate action rather than representing an obstacle to climate action. Madam Speaker, Quebec is a true leader in North America when it comes to the environment. In fact, Quebec's CO2 emissions per capita are lower than the rest of Canada's because Quebec started investing heavily in hydroelectricity 80 years ago. For 30 years now, Quebec has understood that it is important to act to ensure sustainable climate action. The same cannot be said for the rest of Canada. That's why we, the Bloc Québécois, feel strongly that meeting our environmental and climate goals shouldn't rest only on the will of the federal government. In fact, we need to enshrine action in law. The law and legislation must ensure that the government is accountable to Canadians. It's really time that we walk the talk. We need to reduce the impact of human activity on the environment. This is essential for the future. We need green energy and a green economic recovery, which would be good for the environment and for the economy. Now, what do I mean by green economic recovery? Well, we need to support renewable energy, such as forestry and hydroelectricity. We need to invest in R&D in our CEGEPs, universities, in order to foster the acquisition and adaptation of green technology in a way that is beneficial for our SMEs. We, the Bloc Québécois, feel that it's essential that we meet our GHG reduction targets. We also need to stop tax incentive programs for fossil fuel energy. We need to encourage innovation and research. We need to do more, and we really need to take action. We are all going to participate in our economic recovery, so it has many opportunities for us. We need to take action in a way that will have a positive impact on future generations. Madam Speaker, Quebec's Anti-Atmospheric Pollution Association feels that the government's bill is very vague, not sufficiently binding, and shows that the Government of Canada has not done its homework since 2015. In order to help Canada with tangible solutions, I have a few suggestions. First, Canada should invest in goods and freight transportation infrastructure in supply chains in order to ensure that goods can circulate effectively, sustainably, and in an environmentally friendly way. In order to achieve this, Canada should help businesses modernize their data sharing platforms, digital platforms. Canada should also finance research of heavyweight vehicles to make them more environmentally friendly, or even electric vehicles. Why not start as of now? Why not purchase, for example, electric ambulances and buses? That would be a good start. Quebec and Canada have an abundance of forest resources. Canada needs to invest. Canada's regions benefit from forest innovation that allows us to produce very environmentally friendly products, which are very low carbon. We need to develop our innovative forest product markets. Canada should really do more for research and development of supply chains, which are run with forest biomass and bioenergy production. It's necessary. And why doesn't Canada do more to support Quebec's aluminum, which is the most environmentally friendly aluminum in the world? In order to continue our efforts to reduce GHG emissions, Canada must invest in R&D in research centres, colleges, universities. We need also to adapt our technologies to have green technologies, which it will be good for businesses, regions, flora and fauna, but most of all, it will be healthy for all of us. Canada needs to invest intelligently in electric transportation. Canada needs to facilitate the purchasing zero-emission vehicles or hybrid vehicles and start to replace older models of vehicles. The federal government needs to build sufficient car charging stations in federal buildings. It's all over Canada, in fact. The Bloc Québécois proposes the application of the polluter pays principle, which supports those who make the right environmental decisions. We can do this through green equalization, a carbon tax for provinces who are heavier GHG emitters, more than the Canadian average. It's a great idea. Canada should also stop direct investments through subsidies or through tax advantages in the Western provinces' fossil fuels. We also need to be friends with Alberta and help them with their green transition. C215's goal is to make the government accountable for its climate action. With this bill, requires the government to take realistic and sufficient action and to ensure oversight mechanisms. We need to rethink the way we do things. In order to do so, we need to give ourselves solid accountability mechanisms. I feel that my colleague's bill, Bill C-215, is an excellent one. I would also like to mention a few aspects of the bill. First, adaptation and mitigation measures in order to limit GHG emissions in the fight against climate change. This is missing from C12, in fact. The key words are what's most important for me, Madam Speaker. This bill contains mechanisms to reduce GHG emissions, as well as oversight mechanisms. This bill would compel the government to table, within 9 months of adoption of the bill, a GHG emissions reductions plan with detailed measures, as well as follow-up, and then a thorough review by an independent third party who will be able to review and evaluate the government's action. Then the report of that would be tabled in the House. This would ensure full and total accountability. If the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development feels that the government's plan is not serious enough, then he will be able to propose recommendations. We are enshrining action and oversight mechanisms in law in order to ensure that Canada meets its climate objectives. In other words, the Bloc Québécois Climate Change Accountability Act was drafted in a way that makes it possible for all parties, for members of all political stripes to support it. So we are reaching out to all other parties in this House and to independent members. Is the government serious? Does it really intend to meet the climate goals that it set for itself? If that is the case, then the government should absolutely support this bill, which is totally synchronous with its own goals. We need to do this for future generations. Climate change has an impact, many impacts, including on safety, on the food that we eat, on our health, immigration issues, the economy, employment, national security, defense, and transport infrastructure. We often discuss developing a green economy. That is exactly all of that in that list, what we're referring to. We want a green economic recovery. I will conclude in saying that we need to take action to ensure that our climate action is sustainable and that our climate remains sustainable. We cannot simply depend on the government's goodwill or lack thereof. We need to enshrine in legislation government accountability. The objective of this bill is to ensure that the Government of Canada respect its own commitments, fulfill its commitments with regard to GHG emissions reductions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages, as well as to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-215, an act respecting Canada's fulfillment of its greenhouse gas emission reduction obligations. And I would like to thank the member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, and Matapedia for raising an issue of urgency and importance, climate change. Canadians know climate change threatens our health, way of life, and planet. They want climate action now, and that is what the government will continue to deliver. Canadians continue to face the impacts of climate change during the COVID-19 pandemic, from forest fires and floods to ocean pollution and coastal erosion. Canadians are experiencing the impacts of climate change each and every day. Canada's climate is warming at twice the rate of the global average. In the north, warming is happening at nearly 3 times the global rate. The effects of warming are already evident in many parts of Canada and are projected to intensify in the near future. Madam Speaker, Bill C-215 aims to ensure Canada fulfills its obligations under the Paris Agreement to reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. It would recommit Canada to achieving our current Paris Agreement target of at least 30% below our 2005 GHG levels by 2030, and enshrine in legislation Canada's commitment to ensure that greenhouse gas emissions are reduced to net zero by 2050. Our government has committed to 2 key climate change mitigation objectives, exceeding our 2030 target of 30% GHG emissions below 2005 levels, and legislating Canada's goal to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. While the government supports the intent of Bill C-215, and thanks to the honourable member bringing this important issue forward, it will not be supporting the bill, as it has introduced Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. BC-12 would codify the government's commitment for Canada to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. And while Bill C-12 and C-215 share similarities, they have important distinctions and differ in key respects. Both share a common purpose and objectives. They both require the establishment of a pathway for Canada to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and achieve its international commitments with respect to mitigating climate change. Bill C-12 requires that the federal government set national emissions reduction targets at 5-year intervals for 2030, 2035, 2040, and 2045. However, Bill C-12 goes further than C-215 by requiring the government to develop emission reduction plans for each target area, as well as explaining how each plan will contribute to reaching our long-term goal of net zero in 2050. This process ensures that each plan will be tailored to its target and will be built upon previous plans when applicable. It also ensures that other federal ministers that have duties and functions related to measures that may be taken to achieve a target will be consulted when establishing emission reduction plans. While both bills require reporting to provide updates on Canada's progress in reducing emissions or achieving the GHG targets, Bill C-12 goes further than Bill C-215. It enshrines in legislation reports that must be prepared to provide an update on the progress that has been made towards achieving the GHG emissions target, and furthermore, on the implementation of the federal measures, sectoral strategies, and federal government operation strategies described in the emissions reduction plan. Bill C-12 also requires that the minister prepare an assessment report in relation to a milestone year or to 2050 that states whether the target has been met or not, and an assessment of how the federal measures contributed to Canada's efforts to achieve the target. If Canada fails to achieve a target, the minister would have to explain why and describe actions the government will take to address the shortfall. Bill C-12 goes further than Bill C-215 by establishing an advisory body whose mandate is to provide the Minister of Environment and Climate Change with advice on achieving net zero emissions by 2050, and to conduct engagement activities related to achieving net zero emissions. This advisory body will be composed of up to 15 experts who will draw on research and analysis to identify actions that Canada can take to set the foundation for 2050. It will engage with stakeholders, Indigenous peoples, other experts, and the public. In terms of accountability, Madam Speaker, both C-12 and C-215 include a role for the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to examine and report on the Government of Canada's implementation of the measures aimed at achieving the greenhouse gas emission targets. Bill C-12 includes robust transparency mechanisms, including requirements that all targets, emission reduction plans, progress reports, and assessment reports be tabled in Parliament. Finally, Bill C-12 also requires our government to lead by example by having the Minister of Finance report on key measures that the federal public administration has taken to manage its financial risks and opportunities related to climate change. The government intends to use the report to enhance transparency about its own operations with respect to climate-related financial risks and opportunities. Madam Speaker, net zero is not just a plan for our climate. Net zero is a plan for our economic competitiveness in the global marketplace. In December 2020, the Government of Canada released A Healthy Environment and a Healthy Economy, which is the federal plan to build a better future with a healthier economy and environment. This is a plan that builds on the work done to date and efforts that are already underway under the Pan-Canadian Framework on clean growth and climate change, and continues down that path that Canadians, governments, and businesses have been setting. It is a key pillar in the government's commitment to create over 1 million jobs, restoring employment to pre-pandemic levels, of which climate action and clean growth is a cornerstone. This strengthened climate plan will also enable Canada to exceed its current 2030 emissions reduction target under the Paris Agreement. In closing, Madam Speaker, while many of the themes presented in Bill C-215 echo our government's priorities set out in the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, we will not be supporting Bill C-215. While we will be advancing a Bill C-12, I am encouraged to see all parties in this place recognize the need for strong climate action. Combating climate change should not be a partisan issue, and our government will work across party lines and with all Canadians to achieve our climate goals. Once again, I thank the member for bringing forward such an important issue, and I look forward to further discussions on Canada achieving net zero GHG emissions by 2050. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia has 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to be back here for the second hour of debate on this bill for the Climate Change Accountability Act. It's really the first bill that I've ever tabled here in the House of Commons, and it's the first in a long series of bills, I hope. It is very dear to me because it is incredibly relevant. The health crisis that we are in today highlighted this. We are already going through a climate crisis. And the two cannot be separated. Inaction on the part of governments for decades now when it comes to the environment is intimately linked to the pandemic. It is urgent to act now. This parallel is explained brilliantly in the book Pandemic by journalist Sonia Shaw, who explains what we are seeing today as pandemics is a disruption. We see them as something external from us, but we cannot actually accept that we are responsible for them. The pandemic is like milder winters, a reflection of the changing climate. And we are complicit with regard to pandemics because of the development of transportation and industry from the beginning of modern times. And all of this development has created a too much unhealthy closeness between human beings, animals, and potentially dangerous microorganisms. And of course, there's a hydrocarbon exploitation that makes things worse every day and increases global warming, which is a vector of transmission for pathogens. So not only is COVID-19 and nature related, but political decisions make them even more intimately linked. Environmental inaction is creating a world where the risks of epidemics will be a daily occurrence. We have to manage those risks. And I think, Madam Speaker, that our societies are ready to go forward with an energy transition that will protect the environment and our living environments by reducing our GHG emissions. It just needs a bit more political will. This bill is something that will force governments to act now and future governments as well in order to protect the environment, because we have that responsibility as parliamentarians, as lawmakers, and as representatives of Canadians. People deserve better than a government that says one thing and does another. A government that promises to go beyond the GHG reduction targets that it has committed to in the Paris Agreement, but that continues to invest massively in polluting industries. It is time for the government to take responsibility and do everything it can to fight climate change. The Climate Change Accountability Act that I have presented has the main goal of making sure that the government walks the talk. Madam Speaker, let us remember that Canada did not reach the goals that it set for itself with regard to GHG emissions. It has failed a number of times, had to withdraw from the Kyoto Protocol, and is going to miss its Paris targets as well. So making the government responsible for its climate action will make it possible to stop those sequential failures. That is the objective of the bill. It's an emergency. We can't say enough. And the government's inaction has cost us a great deal, financially, but also in terms of human life. And we are running off a cliff, and it is deplorable. It's a huge challenge, of course, but I trust us. I have confidence in this generation, my generation, young people who are inspired by a sacred fire, and who should be more represented in our institutions. C215 is Canada's opportunity to get climate legislation that it should have had a long time ago. Truly binding with mechanisms and ways of doing things that are transparent and honest. A bill that makes the government accountable when it comes to its climate action or inaction. And that is why this bill lets the government choose its way of proceeding so that it can be firm in its objective but flexible in the way it gets there. So I would invite my colleagues to vote to adopt the bill for the Climate Change Accountability Act so that it can be examined in committee. And I would also like to say that all of my colleagues who have taken the floor to speak about this bill have been inspiring because it has been nonpartisan, and it shows that we can work together. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
La question est la suivante, Madame.
The question is, Ms. Michaud, supported by Ms. Posey, proposes that Bill C-215, the act respecting Canada's fulfillment of its greenhouse gas emission reduction obligations, be read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee of the Environment and Sustainable Development.
The recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député d'Avignon,
The honourable member for Avignon, Métis and Métapédia. Yes, I would like to call for recorded division.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le lundi 25 janvier.
Pursuant to the order on January 25th, 2021, the recorded division is deferred to Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021, at the end of the period at the end of question period.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today to address, frankly, to address the failings of this government. All throughout the fall of 2020, these Liberals spent their time, their effort, and taxpayer dollars filibustering for dozens of hours across committees, all in the name of a cover-up to protect the Prime Minister's interests, to protect the Prime Minister from the consequences and the accountability that goes along with corruption. The same old song and dance with these Liberals, even during a pandemic. And while they were dialed in on this cover-up, they were dropping the ball on the pandemic response, dropping the ball on rapid testing and vaccines. Like so many times before, these Liberals put their friends first, put the insiders ahead of everyday Canadians so that they could protect their own interests. They could have been working on bolstering domestic production capacity for vaccines. They could have been ensuring that we had delivery guarantees for vaccines. But because of, frankly, misguided selfishness, Canadians are left, we're left in the dark. We're left behind the rest of the world, and we're left in lockdown in many places across our country. Canadians need to know when they will be vaccinated if they wish to receive the vaccine. They need to have access to rapid testing. They need to get their livelihoods, they need to get their lives back on track. We need to return to some semblance of normalcy. Canadians deserve good, ethical government. They deserve a government that will put the needs and the interests of Canadians ahead of the self-interests of themselves. We need a government that puts Canada first, because the great Canadian comeback starts right here at home. Madam Speaker, when we have a government that, with so much going on, and the will of members from 338 constituencies willing to work together to get results for Canadians, but instead we got a government that wanted to shut down committees, shut down this House, and then when we came back, to shut down debate. Madam Speaker, when is this government going to put the needs of Canadians first, ahead of their insiders, ahead of their Liberal friends?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to be very clear, the Government of Canada has put Canadians in all regions of our great nation first, right from the very, very beginning. And that has been the focus of this government diligently every day of the week. And let me start off by also just paying a tribute to the many people that have worked with the Government of Canada, alongside the Government of Canada in many ways, to ensure that we could minimize the negative impact of the coronavirus and the pandemic. Nothing could be further from the truth in terms of what has actually transpired over the last 12 months than what the member opposite just finished saying on the record, Madam Speaker. Whether it was a wide variety of programs that were brought forward to assist small businesses, such as the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Emergency Rent Subsidy, the Emergency Business Account, the Credit Availability Program, the Regional Relief and Recovery Funds, or the individuals through the CERB program, which helped just under 9 million Canadians. The government has been there in a very real and tangible way for Canadians. We have also been listening to the advice of experts. That's why we have a national vaccine committee, Madam Speaker, to ensure that Canada got it right with the hundreds of millions of dollars of investments in terms of making sure that we would be positioned as well as we are today with the vaccines and the vaccine rollout, ensuring that we will have those 6 million doses by the end of March, ensuring that Canadians will all be vaccinated, those that want to be vaccinated before the end of September, Madam Speaker. We have a plan. We have been working with partners to make sure that Canadians' backs have been covered. Now, the Conservative Party, on the other hand, has been focused more so on personal attacks, more so in terms of what sort of destructive roles that they can play. They like to say that they've been cooperative, and to a certain degree in certain areas, to be fair, they have been. But, Madam Speaker, you know, to hear Conservatives talk about, with hindsight, issues, whether it's the vaccines or the rapid tests, I would suggest to you that they would have a lot more credibility if, in fact, they were focusing on issues of that nature back during the summertime, as opposed to trying to look for conspiracies and corruption and so forth, Madam Speaker. Yes, when you spend billions and billions and billions of dollars covering the backs of Canadians, there are going to be some mistakes. And yes, there were some mistakes, and we have learned through those mistakes. But to try to say that it was corrupt, well, that's a stretch, Madam Speaker. To try to give an impression that Canadians have not been the first priority of this government over the last 12 months is a real stretch, because nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. We have seen, whether it's the Prime Minister, ministers, members of the Liberal caucus have been working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day to ensure that Canadians would be protected and we would be able to continue to move forward on this very important issue that we all have to face, and that is to overcome this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite doesn't need to look very deep into the facts to see that they didn't spend their time focused on the right things. That's why today Canada is 29th in the world per capita on vaccine administration. That's an unacceptable result from a government who spent their time focused on helping Liberal insiders instead of helping Canadians. When they tried to write themselves a blank check last March so that they could tax and spend without parliamentary oversight for nearly 2 years, The Conservatives, Canada's official opposition, worked tremendously hard to make sure that their measures did pass this House unanimously, but we did have to give them the opportunity to get it right. That's why the wage subsidy had to be improved. That's why so many of their measures had to come back before this House a second time, because they wouldn't take the advice of the opposition the first time. We're looking for a real Team Canada approach.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the government listening to Canadians, listening to what provinces and territories, Indigenous leaders, and so many other stakeholders and members on all sides of the House, when we introduce programs that are very new because of the pandemic, obviously there are going to be some changes. And we did the responsible thing by having those ongoing discussions and dialogues, making sure that we could retool, produce that protective gear, make sure that we could have the vaccines for Canadians. That has been a priority for this government, as we understand and we appreciate the difficulties that we all have to be able to go through, Madam Speaker. What I would hope is that the members of the opposition wouldn't exaggerate things. For example, to say, well, liberal contracts. I can assure you that Liberals, New Democrats, and Conservatives all receive contracts in one form or another, Madam Speaker. I suspect even some of the Bloc members in society would have received some contracts, Madam Speaker.
Unfortunately, the time is up for this debate. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has enacted some positive measures through the National Housing Strategy. The Act acknowledges that the right to adequate housing is a fundamental human right affirmed in international law. This is important, and it should underpin every measure to address the affordable housing and homelessness crisis in Canada. For decades, the government shifted the responsibility for funding affordable housing onto the provinces and municipalities. It's good to see that changing, because there is no doubt that neglecting that responsibility worsened the current crisis. The housing and homelessness crisis is especially severe in Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Local agencies appreciate the funding sources, but more action is needed in the short and long term. The forces that are driving the affordable housing crisis in Canada and around the world need to be addressed. Numerous reports reveal that Canada is an emerging tax haven for the world's ultra-wealthy. Canadian real estate is a major vehicle for money laundering, with estimates that in 2018 alone, $5.3 billion was laundered in British Columbia. Unregulated lenders that aren't required to report money laundering accounted for $25 billion in residential mortgages in Greater Toronto. These illicit activities have had a huge impact on home prices in Canada's major cities. The government's amendments to the Canada Business Act are a welcome step towards closing tax evasion and money laundering loopholes, but there is much more that needs to be done. The new registry for beneficial owners of privately held, federally incorporated companies needs to be public and transparent. Corporate investment in residential real estate and the financialization of housing are distorting the market even further and making communities across Canada, both large and small, unaffordable to live in. In the 10 years following the 2008 market crash, $28 billion in housing in the Toronto area was acquired by corporate entities, including numbered companies, hedge funds, and real estate investment trusts. They went beyond traditional investments in multi-unit housing and started purchasing single-family homes as well. Many pension funds are heavily invested in real estate-backed investment packages. It's painful to realize that the workers paying into those pensions are being hurt by the unaffordable home prices and high rents that are the result of predatory real estate investment practices. I often hear Liberal and Conservative members of this House bragging about how Canada is one of the most open jurisdictions when it comes to foreign direct investment. This is not something to brag about when it comes to the impact of foreign investment on housing affordability. We need stronger regulations to stop this free-for-all. The increased price of housing drives up the cost of rent. Renters are often forced to move when the home they live in is sold, and new landlords increase rent or engage in rent evictions. Finding a new home with comparable rent is often impossible. Transfers to the provinces should be contingent on stronger rental protections or national standards for rent and vacancy controls. The rental subsidy for low-income renters is a Band-Aid solution to help people with rising rents, but in reality, it is a transfer of taxpayer dollars to private landlords who may be engaged in the predatory practices I have already outlined. Affordable rental housing created through the Rental Construction Finance Initiative should have covenants in place to ensure that they remain affordable, rather than allowing these units to convert to market rate housing in just 10 years. To guarantee long-term affordability, investing in nonprofit and co-op housing needs to be the focus of the National Housing Strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect that you'd have to go back 50 years or more since you've seen a government, in particular a prime minister with a number of cabinet ministers that have committed so much in terms of financial resources and strive to get strategic plans before Canadians dealing with the issue of housing. Our government is focused on making changes which help as many Canadians as possible, including their ability to afford a safe and adequate place to call home. This challenge is particularly true in Canada's largest cities, where a limited supply of affordable housing is making it harder for many Canadians to afford a home of their own. COVID-19 has exacerbated the existing housing affordability and the homelessness issue, and called attention to the public health risks of substandard and crowded living quarters. Affordable housing is also essential for economic fairness and growth. The honourable member has noted speculative demand from foreign non-resident investors is contributing to the unaffordable housing prices for many Canadians in some of our biggest cities. To help make the housing market more secure and affordable for Canadians, the government is committed to ensuring that foreign non-resident owners who simply use Canada as a place to passively store their wealth in housing pay their fair share. That's why in the fall economic statement, the government indicated it would take steps over the coming year to implement a national tax-based measure targeting the unproductive use of domestic housing that is owned by non-resident and non-Canadians. Madam Speaker, such a measure would ensure that foreign non-resident owners of Canadian residential real estate are contributing to Canada's tax base, either by paying income tax or rental income, or through a tax on unproductive use of residential real estate. Madam Speaker, the fall economic statement also proposed to expand the existing rental construction financing initiative program by $12 billion over the next 7 years. This initiative provides low-cost loans for the construction of new purpose-built rental housing. The expansion will enable the program to support construction of 28,500 additional rental units and employment in residential construction and other skilled trades. Madam Speaker, this is a government that is committed to doing whatever we can to ensure that homes are affordable to Canadians, and we're looking at ways in which we can actually make a difference for as many Canadians as possible. One of the things in which I often talk about is Habitat for Humanity, an organization, a nonprofit organization that really makes a difference, I can tell you, in Winnipeg North. Through that program, people are getting new homes in communities in which they never would have had the opportunity. So it's not just the federal government working with other levels of government. It's engaging and supporting wherever we can nonprofit organizations. And I cite Habitat for the fine work that they have done, in particular in Winnipeg North, but obviously in virtually all regions of the province and in most regions, from what I understand, in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his response. I appreciate what the government is doing, but I believe we need to be doing more. We need national standards to protect tenants with rent and vacancy controls. This should be tied to federal transfers to the provinces. Affordable housing created through the rental construction financing initiative should be protected with covenants so it remains affordable. Foreign investments in residential real estate need to be heavily regulated or banned. The tax exemption for real estate investment trusts should be abolished and replaced with incentives to protect affordable rental housing. Finally, I would challenge my honorable colleague to browse through some Canadian real estate listings and count how many times the word investor alert are applied to affordable properties. Canadians who are trying to buy an affordable home are competing directly with investors. This needs to end.
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I say to my friend that every Canadian should have the ability to afford a safe and adequate place to call home. The government is committed to ensuring that Canada's residential housing stock is not used unproductively by foreign or non-resident investors. More generally, the government is committed to a fair tax system so that it has the resources to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and to fund the programs and services on which Canadians rely. Madam Speaker, the government is providing $1 billion in funding through Rapid Housing Initiative. The funding in this initiative is available to municipalities, provinces and territories, Indigenous governing bodies and organizations and nonprofit organizations. Funding will be used for the construction of modular housing, as well as the acquisition of land and conversion of existing buildings into affordable housing units. Our plan is to continue to invest in Canadians and their families so that growth of Canada benefits.
Unfortunately, the time is up. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour for me to join debate today and speak about an issue of immense importance to people across the riding of Kenora and across Canada, and that is the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Before the parliamentary break, I raised a question on this, of course, in question period, on when the government can confirm that they will be able to provide their action plan as promised on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. However, I was not able to get an answer, so I'm hoping I will be able to today. As we know, the National Inquiry released their final report in June of 2019, and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations had promised to release this government's action plan in 1 year's time. Of course, 1 year's time would have been last June, and still into 2021, the government has yet to show us what that action plan will look like. And I worry that this could this promise could follow a similar fate as the government's pledge to end all long-term drinking water advisories, which we know that they've had to walk back very recently. And we also know that they've been using COVID-19 as an excuse, not just for the lack of an action plan, but on the issue of drinking water advisories and many other issues as well. But I do believe, Madam Speaker, especially during a pandemic that has put vulnerable Indigenous women and girls at even greater risk, separated from their support systems, or perhaps stuck in a situation where there could be further harm. The need for this plan is quite urgent. And I know that the government recognizes that. It's also quite unfortunate for my riding that this is an issue that disproportionately seems to impact our riding over the last 8 years. As I noted previously in the House, half of Ontario's identified cases had taken place in the Kenora district. So that is why I'm seeking these answers, and I'm hoping that the government can provide them for us. So as I was not able to get that clear answer last time, I would like to ask once again if the government can tell us when their national action plan will be released.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me just begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the unceded territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, and I want to thank my honourable colleague and friend from Kenora for this very important question, and I always enjoy his interventions at the INAN Committee, and I look forward to working with him on this issue. We share the sense of urgency of the honourable member and many Canadians. Our hearts are with the survivors and the families of the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people. In response to the first ever national public inquiry regarding this ongoing national tragedy, our government is working with all provincial and territorial governments, as well as Indigenous leaders, survivors, and families to develop a national action plan that sets a clear roadmap to ensure that Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people are safe. As the speech from the throne and the minister's mandate letters highlighted, the co-development of the National Action Plan is a priority of our government, and work is underway through a series of working groups led by Indigenous women, with families and survivors at the center of this work. The National Action Plan is being guided by families, survivors, and grassroots community groups, and will respond to this national tragedy in a progressive, accountable, and enduring manner with an investment of $30 million over 5 years to support this Indigenous-led engagement. With our partners, including over 100 Indigenous women, we will ensure that it is the proper indicators and measurements that will allow the plan to be accountable for results and can evolve over time. The groups are also comprised of Indigenous governments and organizations, federal, provincial, and territorial governments, Two-Spirit, and LGBTQ organization leaders, family members, and survivors. Also, as the member knows, Madam Speaker, our government did not wait to act to ensure Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit and LGBTQ plus people are safe wherever they live. We've been working since 2015 to address the systemic issues that contribute to this tragedy, and our collective work continues. We have passed legislation to address the Child and Family Services System, to preserve and protect Indigenous language and culture, to toughen criminal law in cases of domestic assault, and to eliminate gender discrimination under the Indian Act, while also making historic investments in education, housing, policing, and shelters. We are ensuring we get this right for survivors and families, to honor those lost and to protect future generations. The resulting National Action Plan will be distinctions-based, regionally relevant, durable, and accountable, ensuring we make progress on ending violence against Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and LGBTQ people. We will continue to focus on prevention, healing, and putting in place concrete measures to end this national tragedy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments, and I appreciate a lot of what he had to say. Unfortunately, he was not able, again, to answer the question specifically on the timeline, so I would like to ask if he could provide a bit more detail of the work that they are doing, and I know that they are doing some good work on this file, and if they're able to provide, if he's able to provide any sense of what the timeline will look like, because as he knows, many people are waiting to see this action plan, and they hope to see it very soon.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my friend from Kenora for that very pointed question. And I just want to assure him that we look forward to working with him on this, and we'll be, in a better position to give him more detailed observations in person due to limitations of time. But let me just conclude here, Madam Speaker. In the Fall Economic Statement, our government has demonstrated the ongoing commitment to respond with concrete action to the issues identified in the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls calls to justice. As part of our work to develop a distinctions-based national action plan, the Fall Economic Statement will invest an additional $781.5 million over 5 years and $106.3 million ongoing to combat systemic discrimination against Indigenous peoples and expand efforts to combat violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit and LGBT people. Our government is working with all of the partners to ensure we get this right for survivors and families. We will not let survivors and families down, and we thank the member for his question, and we look forward to working with him on this issue.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne.
The motion for the adjournment of the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time, pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.
you.